rest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilke joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee.
An old farmer in Dorset did dwell, Lily Valera, Woola, and he had a wife that many knew well, Lily Valera, Woola, Lily Valera, Lily Valera, Woola, Lily Valera, Lily Valera, Woola. The devil came to the old man at the plough, Lily Valera, Woola, one of your family I must have now, Lily Valera. It's not your oldest son that I crave, but 'tis your wife, and she I must have. Lero, lero, lily, bolero, lily, bolero, bulladala.
Now welcome, good Satan, with all of me heart.
Lily, bolero, bulladala.
I hope you and she will never more part.
Lily, bolero, bulladala. Now Satan has got the old wife on his back. He's lugged her up like a peddler's pack. Lero, lero, lily, bolero, lily, bolero, bulladala. He trudged away till they came to his gate. Lily, bolero, bulladala. Come and take in this old farmer's mate. Lily, bolero, bulladala. She saw 30 nymphs all dancing in chains. She ups with their boots and beats at their brains. Lero, lero, lily, bolero, lily, bolero, bulladala. She knocked out Satan against the wall. Lily, bolero, bulladala. Let's turn her out or she'll murder us all. Lily, bolero, bulladala. He's bundled her up on his back and then to her own husband he's took her again. Lero, lero, lily, bolero, lily, bolero, bulladala. I've been a tormentor the whole of me life. Lily, bolero, bulladala. But I've never tormented like this farmer's wife. Lily, bolero, bulladala. Lero, lero, lily, bolero, 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 lily, bolero, bulladala.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door with a blooming and beautiful bride. But but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb, and we knew that his spirit was pluming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was none to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 4 hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes, to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind, a covey, a flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I took Liza to the dance in faith that she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Now me grandmother, she at the age of 83 took sick into her bed and then her died. And after she was dead, why the will of course was read by a lawyer as we all sat by her side. To me brother it was found she'd left £100, likewise to me sisters I declare. But when it came to me, the lawyer says, I see she's only left you her old armchair.
How they tittered, how they chaffed, how me brothers and me sisters laughed when they heard the lawyer declare, Granny's only left you her old armchair.
Well, I hardly thought it fair, but I said I didn't care, and in the evening took the chair away. How the neighbours chaffed, me brother he laughed, but said 'twould come in useful someday. When you settle down in life and find yourself a wife, you'll find it very handy, I declare. On a cold and frosty night, when the fire burns bright, you can sit her in your old armchair.
How they tittered, how they chaffed, how me brothers and me sisters laughed when they heard the lawyer declare, Granny's only left you her old armchair.
Well, what me brother said was true, for in a year or two I settled down in married life. First the lass I court, and then the ring I bought, and so I took her to the church to be me wife. Now me wife and me are as happy as can be, and in the evening when me work is done, I never like to roam, prefer to stay at home, sitting in me old armchair.
How they tittered, how they chaffed, how me brothers and me sisters laughed when they heard the lawyer declare, Granny's only left you her old armchair.
One night the chair fell down, when I picked it up I found the seat had fallen out upon the floor. And there to my surprise, right before me eyes lay a lot of notes, £1,000 or more. When me brother heard of this, the fellow, I confess, he went nearly mad with rage and tore his hair. But I only looked at him and said unto him, Jim, don't you wish you had our old armchair? And they tittered, how they chaffed, how me brothers and me sisters laughed when they heard the lawyer declare, Granny's only left you her old armchair.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
There were 3 drunken maidens come from the Isle of Wight. They drank from Monday morning or stopped till Saturday night. When Saturday night was come, me lads, they wouldn't then go out. But these 3 drunken maidens, they pushed the jog about. And in come Punch and Sally with her cheeks as red as bloom. Move up, me jolly sisters, and give young Sally some room. Or I'll be your equal before that I go out. So these 4 drunken maidens, they push the jog about. There was woodcock and pheasant and partridge and hare, and every sort of dainties, no scarcity was there. There was 40 quarts of beer, me boys, but still they wouldn't go out. But these 4 drunken maidens, they pushed the jog about. Then in there come the landlord asking for his fee, and a £40 bill, me lads, those girls were forced to pay. They had £10 apiece, me boys, but still they wouldn't go out. For these 4 drunken maidens, they pushed the jog about. Where are your feathered hats? Your mantles rich and fine. They've all been swallowed up in tankards of good wine. And where are your maidens, you maidens brisk and gay? We left them in the alehouse and drank them clear away. I've been a wild rover for many a year, and I've spent all my money on whiskey and beer. But now I'm returning with gold and great score. I never will play the wild rover no more, and it's no, nay, never, no, nay, never, no more will I play the wild rover, no, never. I used to frequent, though the landlady money was spent. I asked her for credit, she answered me nay. Such custom is yours, I can get any day. And it's no, nay, never, no, nay, never, no more will I play the wild rover, no, never. Eyes open wide with delight. I've beer and I've whiskey, wines are the best, and the words that I spoke you are obvious yet. And it's no, nay, never, no, nay, never, no more will I play the wild rover, no, never, no more. Unhappy parents confess what I'm wrong. Pardon their prodigal son, if they would do so oft times before. I never will play the wild rover no more, and it's no, nay, never, no, nay, never, no more will I play the wild rover, no, never, no more, and it's no, nay, never. No, nay, never, no more will I play the wild rover. No, never, no more. In South Australia I was born. Heave away, haul away. South Australia round Cape Horn, we're bound for South Australia. Haul away, you rolling kings, heave away, haul away, haul away. You'll hear me sing, we're bound for South Australia. As I walked out one morning fair, heave away, haul away. There I met Miss Nancy Blair, we're bound for South Australia. Haul away, you rolling kings, heave away, haul away, haul away. You'll hear me sing, we're bound for South Australia. I shook her up, I shook her down, heave away, haul away. Shook her round and round the town, we're bound for South Australia. Haul away, you rolling kings, heave away, haul away, haul away. You'll hear me sing, we're bound for South Australia. There ain't but one thing grieves my mind, heave away, haul away. To leave Miss Nancy Blair behind, we're bound for South Australia. Haul away, you rolling kings, heave away, haul away, haul away. You'll hear me sing, we're bound for South Australia. And as you wallop around Cape Horn, heave away, haul away. You wish to God you'd never been born, we're bound for South Australia. Haul away, you rolling kings, heave away, haul away, haul away. You'll hear me sing, we're bound for South Australia.
As I was going over I drew my pistol and produced my rapier, saying, stand and deliver, for I am a bold deceiver. Mushering da-ma-doo-da-ma-da. Whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. The gold and silver coins, they did make a pretty penny, so I took the money home and I gave it to my Jenny. She bowed and she sighed, she never would deceive me, but the devil's in the women, for they never can go easy. Mushering da-ma-doo-da-ma-da. Whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. Next morning I arose between the hours of 6 and 7. The guards were standing o'er me, and their numbers are uneven. So I flew to my pistols, but again I was mistaken. She'd filled them up with water, and a prisoner I was taken. Mushering da-ma-doo-da-ma-da. Whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. They took me to the jailhouse and summons me in writing, robbing Colonel Farrell down on Kilgarry Mountain. But they couldn't take my fists, so I knocked down the sentry. I bade upon farewell to the captain and the gentry. Mushering da-ma-doo-da-ma-da. Whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. Now some take delight in a fishing and a bowling, and others take delight in a carriage fine and rolling. But I take delight in the juice of the barley, and courting pretty maidens in the morning bright and early. Mushering da-ma-doo-da-ma-da. Whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. Mushering da-ma-doo-da-ma-da. Whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar.
The keeper did a hunting go, under his cloak he carried a bow, oh, for to shoot at a merry little doe among the leaves so green. Oh, Jackie boy, master, sing ye well, very well, hey down, ho down, derry, derry down, among the leaves so green. Oh, Jimmy, hey down, down, Jimmy, ho down, down, hey down, ho down, derry, derry down, among the leaves so green. Oh, the first doe he shot at, he missed. The second doe he trimmed, he kissed. The third doe went where nobody wist, among the leaves so green. Oh, Jackie boy, master, sing ye well, very well, hey down, ho down, derry, derry down, among the leaves so green. Oh, Timmy, hey down, down, Timmy, ho down, down, hey down, ho down, derry, derry down, among the leaves so green. Oh, the fourth doe she did cross the plain, the keeper fetched her back again. Where she is now she may remain, among the leaves so green. Oh, Jackie boy, master, sing ye well, very well, hey down, ho down, derry, derry down, among the leaves so green. Oh, Timmy, hey down, down, Timmy, ho down, down, hey down, ho down, derry, derry down, among the leaves so green. Oh, the fifth doe she did cross the brook, the keeper fetched her back with his crook. Where she is now you must go and look, among the leaves so green. Oh, Jackie boy, master, sing ye well, very well, hey down, ho down, derry, derry down, among the leaves so green. Oh, Timmy, hey down, down, Timmy, ho down, down, hey down, ho down, derry, derry down, among the leaves so green. Oh, sixth doe she ran over the plain, he with his hounds did turn her again. There he did hunt in a merry, merry vein, among the leaves so green. Oh, Jackie boy, master, sing ye well, very well, hey down, ho down, derry, derry down, among the leaves so green. Oh, Timmy, hey down, down, Timmy, ho down, down, hey down, ho down, derry, derry down, among the leaves so green. Oh,
there's a cozy
We have it here, the golden ticket to the DHL Super Drop. I'm gonna get the box over here.
waking up, playing some Dota. It's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
DreamLeague Season 25 is brought to you by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, and 1xBet.
Welcome back here to day 3 of the groups for DreamLeague Season 25. That's right, we've already had 2 days of Dota, beautiful games being played, and witnessing some little upsets and comebacks and things like that. Chinese region is back, Waga, a little bit at least for now. Yeah, just super exciting to see on an old patch innovation happening.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of things still evolving, even though we've been on the same patch for a while. These pro players keep innovating and bringing new stuff to the table. We'll see what we're going to have today. But, more recently, we've seen on the carry front that PA has become a first pick, which she hasn't been earlier in the patch. Now she's the top priority for a lot of these teams. Interestingly, though, we're going to have Shopify versus Heroic going against each other. And these two teams, neither of them are really that happy about PA. Both their carry players are sitting at less than 50% win rate on the hero overall. Shopify did play it one game recently in their game against Extreme. So they're willing to pick it, but it's not a hero that they will immediately snap pick unless they, they're less likely to take it than some other teams. And same for Heroic. They're also not really spamming that. They're playing some really crazy stuff, though. They've been playing Juggernaut. They've been picking Meepo. What's going on with Heroic? They're just on some different stuff with Yuma right now. It hasn't worked, but they've been doing it.
Oh dear. That's unfortunate. But yeah, 2 teams also that started the group stage going 4-0. The first day or first 2 days, pretty good for them, but then a bit of a downturn for Heroic in particular, going 0-2 on that second day of groups. So definitely looking to kind of turn the tides a bit, get a bit of wind in their sails, maybe come back there in Group A. And over in Group B, just look at that. Domination from Eastern Europe. Team Spirit 8-0, and Parivision 5-3. But Yakult Brothers, a Chinese team, up in the top 3.
Yeah, Yakult Brothers have been doing really well. We had a series of them yesterday where they struggled in game 1. It didn't look good, but then they came back strong in game number 2 and, just showed to Liquid that they could tie out the series there. And yeah, 5-3, definitely a good result so far. Overall, that team looked very, very confident in each other's abilities, and that makes a lot of sense. I mean, they have a lot of star players in that team.
Yeah, and of course, there's group stage, leading into playoffs, all fighting for EPT points, aiming for the Esports World Cup in Riyadh later on in the year. We've already had a couple of tournaments this season. Finished out season 24 of DreamLeague, ESL1 Bangkok, and these points just start building and building as the season and the year develops. DreamLeague here, 18,550 points, and we need to get them. We need to get these points for some of these teams. We've got Parivision up there with thousands, but some of these other teams are lingering down, on the threshold 8th, 9th spot with maybe 1,000.
Exactly, yeah. Every high placement matters so much. I mean, at least getting up to the top 4-ish at a tournament is really, really big. We can see there the distribution of the points, of course. As you get to 4th place, that's already 2,240 points. Plenty of points available. But as you mentioned, there are a lot of points towards the later tournaments right ahead of the main event. So we will see a lot of changes as well in the placements. So anything can happen still.
Yeah, so right now, Parivision, 7,500 points, BetBoom at 6,000, with those couple of tournaments already played and getting some first place placements. And then you look at this and you think, okay, well, if you come first, you're kind of already guaranteed top 5. 4,200 points puts you in 5th slot, just ahead of Team Spirit. So it's pretty important to find these placement points. And of course, winning group stage gets you more points, and then there's the prize money on top of it all.
Yeah, tons of prize money as well to go to these players, and of course everyone gets a piece of the cake, but it's really up there in the high spots that you see quite a big payday for the teams. And we can also have a look at what we have coming up today. Today's schedule for the games, we start out with Shopify Rebellion versus Heroic, followed up by Parivision versus Yakult Brothers. That's probably the most hype one of the day, I think. That's definitely going to be a big one to keep an eye on. And then we have Team Falcons versus Shopify and Chimera versus Yakult again.
Yeah, definitely excited for that kind of middle of the table currently, but could be top of the table battle between Parivision and Yakult Bros. But yeah, first up, Shopify Rebellion against Heroic. And I guess a lot of eyes on the stand-in that Shopify Rebellion has, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how they can perform because, Shopify overall, they're a very stable base. But how can you do with Pakas now playing on that offlane role? He's usually a carry player. And so far, we watched him once and it looked pretty decent. Pakas looked very at home with playing Abaddon at least and just pushing out lanes. But how big is his hero pool in that offlane? How much can he actually do there? How comfortable is he? Time will tell.
Yeah, super cool spot to be in. And Shopify Rebellion kind of surprised me with their first day of groups, looking pretty damn good, gelling quite nicely together. And yeah, like you're looking at Pakas in the offlane, playing carries from the offlane, looking pretty strong with it and gelling nicely. Tomato carrying them through some of these tougher team fights, but it's day 3 of groups. This is you've gotten over the hump. Got past Wednesday. This is Thursday of the group stage. You've got to keep grinding, keep moving forward, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you just got to keep your head down. And these teams, both in a good position, they are both already sitting in the upper sort of, upper or middle part of the group. And a win here is going to be very important since you're tied up against or Heroic are tied up against Falcons and then Shopify just above them. So Heroic, they want to close that distance a little bit more. We'll see what comes out from them, though. Heroic are unpredictable right now. As I mentioned, that carry last pick, they've been going for some absolutely crazy stuff. I mentioned the
fun stuff.
Yeah, I mentioned the Meepo and the Juggernaut, but overall, they've just shown to be very creative. But that also means they're not looking to play what has become flavor of the month or flavor of the week, I guess, for a lot of these teams, which is the PA first pick. I do not see them playing PA all the way until 3 weeks ago, where they lost against Tundra with it.
It's been real nice watching this team grow as well, having Analog coming through from the South American region and prove himself as a top-level mid laner. And of course, having Whisper and Schofield laning together again is such a joy to watch. And we can take a closer look with a video about Heroic.
Team Heroic has in recent times been by far the strongest team to come out of South America, with results including winning PGL Wallachia, taking down Team Falcons in the grand finals, something that came as a shock to pretty much everyone. Immediately afterwards, they went on to rapidly nosedive, with the 14th place at DreamLeague Season 24 only a few weeks after their win.
Oh, what the fuck?
Clearly, something had to change, and change they did. They replaced Parker with Yuma, formerly of Team Nouns, and Davai Lama was replaced with Whisper, finally returning to South America after spending more than a year on OG. The team is now an interesting mix of South and Central American players in Yuma, Analog, Whisper, Schofield, and KJ. So far, the new roster has paid off, managing to qualify both this season of Dream League and ESL 1 Rally with relative ease.
This team can't be stopped, its names.
Dream League Season 25 will be the first real test for this new Team Heroic. Will they manage to live up to the expectations?
Yeah, definitely some expectations there, right? We used to have that South American region with Beast Coast, EG, Thunder Awakens, one or two top-level teams, and I think Lacoste is right. Heroic have kind of taken that spot, the upper echelon from South America, and sometimes proving on land. Not going to say they often or always do, but sometimes they show up and say, hey, we are here to dominate you all.
Yeah, and I want to say a lot of it comes back to, to their mid lane. I think that Analog overall has shown a lot of growth as a player. Like, I'm saying that about a player who has been in the scene for a long time. He's no rookie by any means, but I think he's just peaking out and playing at some of the best Dota he's played has been in the last year.
Yeah, get those bottles of water. Stock
there we
up
go.
now. That's me before casting. I'm like, I need 3 liters of water per game or something.
I gotta stay hydrated. It's only the start of the day. They got more games coming up.
It is, yeah. Rub those eyes, wash your face, get the water in, and head into draft for game 1 in this 2-game series. As we'll see how Heroic and Shopify adapt to the Dream League group stage, how the Meta's developing. We've got, so far, a Phoenix first pick immediately answered by a Morphling.
Yeah, Morphling generally a pretty common pick into the Phoenix due to his super fast attacks and also having waveform to reposition so that you can get on top of that egg, even if it's in a tough to reach position, you can just bring it down. It's also a bit of a block, I guess, because both these teams play Morphling, so getting your hands on it first might feel good. Otherwise, Yuma would happily play it too.
Venomancer ban. This guy's been literally plaguing games in pubs and pro. Such an annoying hero. Like, a position 5 Veno just ends up being like top 4 net worth if the game goes long enough.
Yeah, Veno can have tremendous impact. It's always risky to play it because, you know, sometimes you see those Venomancers just get a lot of net worth and then still get picked off a few times. And you have to understand, there's a bit of a shift when you play pos 5 Veno and you start making all that money. You're no longer just a support. You can't just say, oh, it's fine, I died, you know, whatever. No, if you die, it's as important as if your mid died or your carry died at some point because you're so rich and you give way more gold. So that's the only thing to be careful about. But yeah, he's going to get banned out in this game, along with Tiny as well, by Heroic.
And all the usual suspects as well. Alchemist, Magnus, Phantom Assassin, Abaddon, Clockwork, Bristleback. Throw an Enigma in there as well, and a Clockwork for good measure. We do now have an open draft with all the Invis heroes.
Yes.
Right, there's Bounty, Ricky, Nyx, they're all out there.
Yeah, all of them are available, and we'll see what Shopify are going to do. I mean, both Nyx and Ricky are quite nice to have against Phoenix, so those are possibilities. But if you pick either, then maybe Bounty Hunter could be annoying for a Ricky pick here. We'll see what they decide to go for. Bounty would also kind of make sense on Heroic, because sometimes you can just greed up an Orchid on a support Bounty, and you can actually mess up a Morphling. He uses Manta Style to push a lane, and suddenly he just dies.
Yeah. Well, Gyrocopter removed as well. Into the Beastmaster, so another one of those priority picks. Again, alongside his Invis heroes, we also see Beastmaster, Pango, that Beastmaster, and the Doom, very often banned. Dawnbreaker as well, you know, some of these kind of high-tempo, map-control-y offlane heroes available to both sides.
Yeah.
Quite an open draft. You know, we've banned all the cheesy, nasty, toxic shit, now we've got real heroes to pick.
Yeah, definitely. And this is also Shopify tailoring their draft quite well against Heroic. Heroic also would want to play that Beastmaster hero that they have been using, but taking that away always feels good. Monkey King comes out though, a hero that we didn't call out that he has actually not been banned. Quite often we see him banned by this point, but Heroic get their hands on him. And of course this hero brings tons of flexibility. Can be played support, can be played mid, carry. You have a lot of different roles that you can fill in. Quite often we see him carry against heroes like Beastmaster though. It's tough to be melee against him.
And how's he been doing? Not too bad. 90% contest rate on the Monkey King. 17 games. He's basically 50-50 in terms of win-loss. Just quite rarely see him picked up. Shadow Shaman, kind of rising again in popularity. He seems to have these ups and downs. Suddenly he gets ignored, then he gets popular again. What's made Shadow Shaman's pop back up here at DreamLeague?
I think Shadow Shaman, people just understood how strong the innate is and how strong his facets are, really. Being able to save people with the Hex is really, really useful. People go for the Hex ability on your allies. But also his laning stage. His laning stage used to be a sort of a downside of the hero, but nowadays people understand that, hey, he's pretty strong. He has this Ether Shock, which costs no mana at all, does 140 damage, and splits on 3 targets. Level 1 is one of the best nukes in the game, actually, just as a distance nuke. And then once you get Shackle, you can easily find kill potential. And obviously it kind of gives you a very comfortable way of just fixing your push. Right now they're lacking building damage on Phoenix and Monkey King. Neither of them really push buildings that hard. Now you have Shadow Shaman, kind of solves that. You can take those tier 1 towers quite easily. Shopify Rebellion, though, they don't have the same problem. They have Beastmaster for pushing towers, and to an extent Morphling too. He's going to buy Vladimir's most likely.
That's a good point, though. Shadow Shaman does cover a lot of bases, right? He's kind of, here's 3 boxes I tick. Tower push, control, laning, all very good. And I'm thinking back to why, we used to see a lot of Lion and Shadow Shaman in qualifiers not too long ago, because there was a lot of, the Storm Spirit, Ember Spirit, and Morphling. You want this long duration lockdown especially when you're looking at a Phoenix as your other potentially your other support. You're like, I want something here that can stun the Morphling up for as long as possible.
Oh yeah, I mean, we saw it was save on Shadow Shaman against the Morphling, right? We saw the Morphling just get destroyed by it. Save repeatedly found those little angles to get in with a Hex into Shackle, and Morphling just can't get that Morph out.
It turned nighttime, and he was immediately just out of the trees from fog hexing.
Yeah, within like 5 seconds of nighttime, he found a way to just move up close enough. Meanwhile, though, Shopify, what they're doing, adding the Warlock and the Shaker, tons of team fight now. They have the single target lockdown from the Beastmaster. They have another BKB piercing ability in the Warlock ulti, and then they have the Shaker for tons of damage and control. I kind of like their approach. I think their lineup looks really, really strong at this point.
Yeah, it does. And are we looking at this Earthshaker as a flex hero for them?
I think limited, I would say. They can play it. I mean, at this point, it's flexing between post 4 and 2, right?
I think so, yeah.
But I think it's very limited in its flex there. With the Lycan coming in, this looks more and more like an analog Monkey King. 2 out of the 3 last times that Heroic played Monkey King, it was analog taking it. And 1 time was Yuma. So they mainly played mid, if you want to look at it that way. And against Shaker, it's completely playable for Monkey. However, perhaps not as one-sided as you might think. Shaker does quite well even into a Monkey matchup.
You can actually fight back a bit.
Yeah, the Slugger...
Slugs and creeps at him.
Yeah, Slugger is really good. And the Aftershock is very good for kind of preventing Monkey from getting those Jingu stacks too easily.
So yeah, Yopaj, and Yopaj. It's been like 5 games in a row of mid-Earthshaker from them.
Interesting from Shopify though, banning out the Huskar. So they're expecting that this could be, a side lane Lycan, like off lane Lycan, and that they're just sending a different hero mid. Shaker would be a problem, or he would have a problem against Huskar. That's not an easy matchup at all.
Yeah, I guess I was looking at Shopify's draft and thinking 3 cores early on is kind of rare, but these are 3 priority heroes that all do a very clear job. Got initiation, got tower push, got hard carry from the Morphling. What do you feel they need to bring it all together? Because they have last pick, they don't necessarily have a massive flex. Is this just going to be a strong laning hero to go alongside Beastmaster as their last pick?
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm thinking that they would want that. They're banning out Bloodseeker though, so they're open to the fact that this might not be a carry Morphling. We've seen a bit of support Morphling, right? Post 4 Morphling. Played by 9 class
last night.
Yeah, some other people have been experimenting with it as well. The Strength Morphling, I saw it played mid, saw it played post 4. I still would say there's a pretty big chance of this being a carry Morphling though. If you want, you can add something like a Marcy to the Beastmaster lane. Marcy Beastmaster. Now you have Egg Killer as well from the Marcy. And Marcy can kind of just man up on a Monkey King in the mid game. So
Hellscream played Morphling. Tomato played Morphling. So they have flexed it for sure.
Yeah.
Or it's like, but that would be like 3.
It's a bit awkward though, I think, in this game, but maybe it can work. I mean, if you play support Morphling here, you can definitely get some stuff done, I think. There's Rasta, which is pretty nice.
Well, that's one of the problems with picking up a lot of your core heroes early on. Ursa now very likely going to have a good lane against Beastmaster plus whoever it is. If they're expecting this is Beastmaster Morphling lane, Ursa going to start munching on people. I mean, both Ursa and Monkey King, both kind of similar, strong laning heroes.
Yeah,
make the game difficult for Shopify.
They're in the same category, right? The tough to deal with heroes for melee offlaners usually. Fortunately, though, Beastmaster having that boar can really save your life against an Ursa with some good micro. You can slow him down. So I think it's not a terrible lane still. You just have to be very cautious. The Shadow Shaman usually played post 4, by the way. Might be post 5 in this game. Shadow Shaman Ursa, really nice lane.
Yeah.
And Phoenix might be better on the offlane here. We'll see what they opt to go for.
Yeah, like when you're able to trade with Fire Spirits and Wolves, that sounds like an insane lane, actually. Then you win both of your 1v1s through the Lycan and the Phoenix. They do come out with the Templar Assassin last pick, and I guess looking at this Morphling now as the position 4, so it's Morphling Beastmaster lane, Earthshaker mid, and Warlock TA as the safe lane.
Yeah, it locks it, so that's going to be the setup. And I'm interested to see it, man. This is the first game I get to cast of the support Morphling in a long time. Obviously, it's been done before, but it's now coming back into fashion, I guess.
Yeah, like previously it's looked, very good with or against Earthshaker with his Aghanim Scepter as a carry, but now you're picking it as a support to play against Magnus or against Phoenix in this game. What kind of stuff is Morphling going to be looking to really continually steal and utilize?
I would say turning into either Shadow Shaman or Monkey King is really big. And we also saw yesterday the Morphling turning into Lycan to steal his wolves.
All the wolves.
I don't think it's as important when you're this CDR facet though, because like casting wolves more frequently isn't really gonna do you much. I guess Howl is pretty good at casting it non-stop. But yeah, I think most likely you want to turn into either Monkey to be able to do all the Monkey stuff on very low cooldown, or just be Shadow Shaman. Like, nothing wrong with that. That is probably the best target.
And then that was the strength in their draft as well, having last pick. First picking that Morphling as a, hey, here's our carry, but actually it's not.
Yeah.
And Heroic obviously not falling for that trap with the bans later on down the line.
Yeah, they were well prepared for this. This did not come as a surprise to them. Question is, can they deal with it? Are they going to be ready?
We'll have to find out. Game 1 in this 2-game series. Middle of the table in Group A between these two. So, a 2-0 victory for one of them could potentially cement themselves in the top 4. A smoke out from both sides. Quickly getting out across the map. Yeah. So Earthshaker against Monkey King, you said not too bad for the Earthshaker. Is it still a Monkey win? Is this a mechanical outplay lane?
I would say it's Monkey favored, but not by a big margin. Some people may say, oh, it's a melee versus Monkey, it's auto win, but no, it's really not like that. I would say maybe it's like a 60-40, like Monkey is slightly favored, or maybe 55 even. But yeah, it's overall a lane that Monkey should be happy with, but Shaker doesn't get really bullied by any means.
Lycan starting out, scouting for observer wards. Any vision there? Comes around the corner, Earthshaker waiting for him.
TA just waiting here. They throw a tip at him. That always feels awkward. You're sitting there in meld and you get tipped. It's like, do they know? Why would they tip me? What's happening? Those wolves have a lot of vision, by the way. The Lycan wolves. I don't know if they did see the TA go invis there, but it definitely seemed like they know what's up.
Stepping forward, Schofield. Ooh, looks like Tomato decided to back off from it and then go back in. Yuma stepped into this, has to Earthshock level 1 to get to high ground. Bakar still giving chase a little bit here. And they're going to cut him off, or attempt to anyway.
Oh, no, he has
stop
to
him
run
from going straight to lane. He's got to run around, and that is painful.
Yeah. That's a big concession, because now he's going to be late to the first creep wave. He's actually going to use his TP to get there. That's already minus 100 gold. Does not feel nice.
It's just that one little thing, right? The angle of approach there from the Beastmaster made sure that the Ursa had to go and divert. That's half a second of thinking and moving from Beastmaster causing a 10-second detour for the Ursa.
Exactly. Now, good understanding by Pakas as well. We're talking about how he's, non-offlane player, but he definitely understands the power spike of, I'm a Beastmaster. You have to run from me. This is no news to him.
And then Hellscream on this Morphling. Big strength. Gets his sentry down. Looks like it's going to get dewarded pretty quickly by King Jungles. So we will have access to that small camp.
Yeah. I guess the support Morphling came back into fashion as well after the innate buff, the accumulation thing where he gets extra stats. I wonder if that plays a part, like how much he's going to skill up his different abilities. I think you still max both your adaptive and your waveform though on support morph. You need the mobility, you need the spam ability of the adaptive. So I don't think it shouldn't play a big part.
And it's not like you're ever shifting from agi to strength, right? You're always on strength and very rarely wanting to quickly shift to agi.
Pretty much, yeah. The attribute shift is probably gonna stay level 1. You don't really need multiple points in that as a support morphling. What you need is just your abilities to be as strong as possible, since you're going to get that CDR.
So far, powerful lanes across the board here from Shopify Rebellion. TA, the top farmer, 13 and 1, just bursting through Whisper with these hits. Earthshaker and Beastmaster both having good times, which comes as a little surprise, honestly. Looking at the draft here, Ursa, Monkey King, these lane-dominating heroes are struggling early on.
Yeah, they're usually strong heroes, but that's also what I said. The Beastmaster is quite phenomenal in the early levels, at least, against Ursa. And Phoenix doesn't provide that lockdown. They're trying to harass the Beast, at least do some damage, but this is not really like a CM Ursa lane or something that can just hold you in place and let the Ursa hit a ton. So they can always just kite back, use the board to slow down the Ursa.
And that's where you considered maybe, lane swapping after the draft, if they wanted to put Shadow Shaman with the Ursa, Phoenix down bottom.
Yeah, I would have liked to see it from the start, actually. I think that Phoenix would have done better against TA. I think that Rasta pairs better with the Ursa. So I understand that this is the standard way to lane it, but I do think it was maybe worth swapping it out here. We'll see how they can make it work, though.
And mid lane, 9 and 7 Monkey King. Geopage, 11-5, slightly ahead on last hits, behind in denies. Pretty close lane between the two of them.
Yeah, lane...
Can be difficult to go for runes though as the Earthshaker. Might need some help, especially around 4-minute, 6-minute runes to get them if Monkey King chases him through the river, right?
For sure. Bottom lane, we see an attempt with the Shackle on TA's life.
Damage. Refraction comes back up. 10 Wand and a Lotus to play with. Meld strikes one of the wolves, but a second one tries to get in front. Body block not coming, so they can't kill him off. Scam now can heal the TA back up to continue laning. But Whisper and Schofield showing how strong they can be when the lane is close to their tower and they're allowed to chase.
Yeah, they're strong, but the immediate heal up from Warlock, just spam that the Shadow Word and give some tangos to TA, she's gonna be completely fine. Hellscream, meanwhile, going for a block again on the small camp. Hard to catch a Morphling. Ursa really can't threaten a kill potential on this Morphe. Basically can't die on this lane unless he messes up hard.
It's upsetting, isn't it?
Very.
Ursa wants to kill people.
And he just runs up and hits you with these big damage but slow attacks like slap, slap.
I guess that's also a topic, though. Ursa, used to be one of these super lane dominating heroes, like Viper, right? Win lane, lose game kind of guys. But in recent history, he's been more of the timing hit hero. 25 minutes into the game with Battle Fury plus Blink, BKB, that's when he hits his stride. More of a farming to a critical mass point than a straight up lane dominator.
Yeah, for sure. You need to be able to play Ursa pretty greedy if you want to have success with Ursa in the current patch. You want to get that Battle Fury for sure. But with good timing, you could have a Blink Dagger around minute 17 if you have a good laning stage. So once he has that, he can already threaten to kill pretty much any hero.
Honestly, that's just been the vibe of Dota, right? Trying to balance things towards a 25-30 minute game end. As down bottom, TA again gets tagged up by Whisper and Schofield, but with a Fatal Bond. And the swing back in from Hellscream. They kill off Whisper, and King Jungles follows quickly after. A double kill out of Scam's Fatal Bonds as Schofield runs away, scared to play in his lane.
Honestly, this is really nice for Scam, not only because he got the kills, but also because, that Black Grimoire is very happy about Warlock being involved in kills early on. It's quite hard to secure kills early game as a Warlock. He's not that great at setting them up. But finding, 3 charges for this Grimoire already, it's definitely nice.
Yeah, we've seen some of these games where Warlock is involved in 7 or 8 kills pre-minute 8. And suddenly you've got a level 8 Warlock minute 8. And you're like, what?
I mean, he could pop it right now and be level 5 already, which is incredibly early for a support. He would be at the same experience as Shaker mid, But of course, gonna hold on to it. It does have a cooldown as well. He can't really pop it yet. It's 50 seconds he could pop it.
In a little bit. A top lane
on Beast.
Pakaz has been left alone as Unlog jumps across from the trees, wanting this Beastmaster to get rid of the pressure that Yuma was starting to face up there. Of course, with Hellscream's kind of rotation bot and the move back top, and he'd leave this Beastmaster a bit isolated.
And this is the difference between the Shaker mid and the Monkey mid. Monkey very happy to engage early like this. He's even gonna go over and try and contest the Wisdom Rune. Nice play to attempt. He does have the support of his Phoenix as well, so will we see a defense? Shopify might need to bring one more hero. They're 2v3 right now. Oh no, Beast just TP'd in.
Jumps onto Pakaz, and he comes across trying to deward the lane, but there's 3 heroes waiting for him there. slaying the Beastmaster and moving across to the Wisdom Rune, which is up in 4 seconds. Warlock and Morphling, they wanted it. Hellscream's going to try and waveform across it. Gets it. That's worth it. Hands up keyboard. I die for this for sure. Yuma picks up a double kill, but getting that Wisdom Rune is super important.
Yeah, I think so. Especially when you have a hero like Warlock support who needs that level 6. It's worth the death. Man, good stuff coming out from Heroic though. The back-to-back kills on that Beastmaster completely shuts down his Hemlock Dominator timing. So he was
and the tower dying.
Yeah, an early tower from an Ursa as well. Not usually what you see, but they just make the most out of it. And honestly, all that goes towards Analog. I hyped him up before the game, man. Look at him again. He's just playing so well.
They're doing incredibly. And they've also got these dire wards and sentries in the Ancients, so any chance for, TA or Beastmaster to stack up and build bank, not available. Tier 1 tower top falling also means that lane gets that much more difficult to sit in.
They want to golem in mid. Warlock popped his Grimoire. He's ready. Here comes.
They see Analog. Just drop the rock on him. Ooh, fake pumps it. Thinks about it for a second.
He's been spotted by the wolves now, so they know about level 6.
Yamato hasted up, sees Schofield as a juicy target, but hang on, he's actually got away from danger, turns into the little chickens. Foul play!
Yeah, actually it wasn't even a foul play. He used Hex to disjoint the Melt Strike on himself, so he still has the foul play ready. Very nice reaction by the Schofield Rasta.
Just hexed himself.
Yeah. I mean, it's very tricky. It's so versatile. That's probably... We talked about how Rasta brings a lot of things to the table, but this foul play and Hex ability allows you to do so many things.
And then Monkey King's next to him thinking, why isn't my Mischief as good as this? Yeah. It used to be.
It did. Oh, please don't bring back the long window, the invulnerability window. Tier 1 feels good. At least then they have to time it properly.
We've got our Hand of Midas up on this Lycan. He's ready to start scaling. Beastmaster, Ursa working on that Battle Fury as well. So it looks like Heroic's starting to get into that rhythm, building to their timings. Not in a rush to do anything right now. Yeah. I'm just wondering about this Earthshaker out of mid. Starting to lag behind a bit. His lane wasn't awful early on, but like you've been saying, not able to really connect onto any of these rotations or ganks. Hasn't had any stacks built up for him. Getting to blink has been a little slow.
That's the big part, right? Around this time, like 9 minutes in, you want to start, using your Echo to farm. You pop one Echo here on Ancients, but there's nothing. It's been blocked up by King Jungles, and they have wards even controlling the area. This is really going to delay his blink timing. I think it's essential when you play mid-shaker that you do get some nice stacks up, and one farming Echo basically has to happen. Otherwise, you're just going to be too late. Seems 600 behind the Monkey already, and Monkey is by no means farmed. He's pretty underfarmed.
And then the rest of your team is kind of ready to go right now. Pushing top with the Helm, but mid lane, he's being gone on, delaying this blink even further with the Snakes and the Wukong's command, controlling up Yopaj Earthshaker. They're happy to trade their tier 1 top for that because it was already going to die anyway.
Yeah, and now they see Beastmaster perhaps. They see his posse at least with the ward.
The entourage. And it's going to be Monkey King jumping straight over the top to continue giving that vision. Seeing Pakaz lining up a boundless strike. Yuma, they're going to go onto the Centaur on the right-hand side, kill off the Helm creep so it doesn't stomp them on the way through, get the bonus kill before aiming for the real hero. Hexing and lining up.
Oh, he didn't have shackle.
Yeah, I thought they were going to shackle him there, but it's going to be fine. Monkey King can just bounce across the trees, burn him with a Sun Ray. Is it? Wait, hang on. Is it going to be fine? Pakaz kills King Jungles. Monkey King doesn't finish the job. Analog's still on the treetop here thinking about rejoining, but that went south really fast.
It definitely did. And Analog gets his blink or jump cancel, but Shaker's already backed out. Okay, get caught. Bottom lane, the tier 1 tower is falling rapidly to Yamato.
Whisper and Analog step up, but the Adaptive Strike stun gonna messes up the Monkey King there.
So they are getting a nice tower lead, at least. Pushing this tower is definitely something that they could probably have defended if they weren't so stretched to try and catch Pakaz on top lane.
So what went wrong top? Was the shackles on cooldown, or was it mana cost, or?
He used the shackles. I think he used it on the creeps, because Pakaz meanwhile was microing creeps to try and keep the Rasta away from him.
Oh yeah, he used it on the Centaur, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he had to hexa or shackle up the Centaur on the way there.
Rough.
A little bit awkward, by the way, for the Beastmaster not to have a single point in the wild axis with the monkey jumping on trees all around him non-stop. Like one single point and maybe you can catch that monkey.
Well, dive in from King Jungle's going to try and defend this mid-tier one, as it really has been Shopify moving from objective to objective, clearing them out whenever they want to. Kind of grouping up as 5 here, looking for this big team fight around the green lights they've got. Chaotic Offering, Echo Slam, and the Roar all ready.
Yeah, Echo Slam ready, but still 400 gold to go. 12 minutes into the game, and Shaker has yet to make a single real move. It is tough. We talk about how, you need to be very active. Mid lane needs to be active, and this game we've seen the Monkey King just get involved in everything, whereas the Shaker is still building his item. Once he has it, though, he'll come online for sure.
Because it is pretty even across all of these heroes. Ursa, TA, pretty similar, Beastmaster with a Lycan. The gap between Monkey and Earthshaker, and honestly Shadow Shaman and Morphling, there's a bit of a gap being built up there as well, is where this minor net worth lead is for Heroic right now.
Yeah. Shadow Shaman drops the snakes down bottom, running at the TA as well. He doesn't have anyone with him, but he's just pretending.
All right, Schofield.
He doesn't fall for it, though.
Tomato's like, yeah, I'm not falling for this nonsense. Does get the tower, though.
He does, but he feeds away the entire set of wards plus himself. And now, with him dead and no ulti, this gives a timing window for Shopify. So, not really what you would call worth. He probably says worth, but, is it, though?
What is it? There's 10 Serpent Wards. They're all worth like 20 or 30 gold, right? So it's like 250 gold?
Yeah, it's like an extra hero kill, essentially. It gives roughly the same gold as killing him at this point.
And then the immediate smoke up from Shopify as well. Get a kill. They're all in position here. You kind of forced to react to this Shadow Shaman, so you've brought numbers. Try and get some usage out of your ultis, and of course contest the Wisdom Rune at the same time. Might be a nasty surprise for the Shadow Shaman as he rounds that corner and sees the Earthshaker blink on him. He does hex himself again, but this time Schofield, even with the foul play, is going to get right-clicked down and blood grenaded. And I love seeing players hold blood grenades for this Shadow Shaman, even late into the game.
Yeah, it's very common. It's just such a nuisance to kill him afterwards. Yopaj ends up being the one to actually get the kill. So that's going to be really good for him, getting himself a kill and taking the Wisdom Rune. Spoke about how this Shaker kind of needs to catch up a little bit. That will definitely help him put on the right track.
I sure will.
Meanwhile, we'll see if the Ursa decides to go for Blink or if he's going to go for that Sanshasha he has queued up first as well. He hasn't purchased any component yet, kind of holding off on it. I do think Blink first is better. Kind of, prioritizing activity.
Especially against a ranged carry where you want to jump on them, and then Beastmaster, Earthshake, you want to kind of get past them, get over that tanky front line.
Yeah, I'm also not 100% sure that I like Sanshasha more than Aghanim Scepter on Ursa. In a game against Beastmaster and Shaker, being able to press your ulti whenever is pretty damn convenient. And even against a Morphling who's going to turn into your Rasta, he's going to be shackling you perhaps.
Yeah, this Morphling's going to be bringing like 20 seconds of stun.
Yeah, I'm excited, man. I'm excited to see how this game plays out. It's a slow start to this game, but that's all fine by me because I want to see that mid-game, late-game where Morphling can shine. So far, he hasn't really done anything like outstanding. It's been pretty standard play, I guess. But with levels, we start getting the potential.
Yeah, because we always look at the Shadow Shaman hero and, meme about Octarine and Refresher and stuff. How long can he stun someone for? Can he have infinite stuns? And Morphling's like, oh, well, let me show you my facet. Yeah,
that's true. Importantly, he doesn't get the extra talent duration from the Shadow Shaman, though, so... But it doesn't really matter. That's the CDR. Definitely carries that.
Well, look at this. I was wondering if maybe Heroic were going to try and take a Roshan earlier because they are
he's on Analog.
Team.
Analog gets away with the Diffu.
Oh my god. Yopaj nearly had
He Echo Slammed that. He used everything.
He doesn't get the kill, but he's managed to hold back Heroic from contesting Roshan. It felt like they were getting ready to position themselves to go take it with the Ursa themselves.
Yeah.
Shopify Rebellion in the pit, though, with this TA. Both sides very hungry for the... There's 4 wolves here. 4 Radiant Wolves scouting out Heroic on their approach. Hellscream sees Analog jump on the trees, and Schofield with Yuma. They've walked into Pakaz. Good damage to start things off. Trying to burst through the Beastmaster and get it done as the rock is dropped, but a failed attempt there as Yopaj misses out on his stuns on Whisper. Schofield is getting eaten up by the Wolves. A little foul play to get him into the tree lines as Scam is slain by Yuma in the back, and is Ursa able to open up. Another Meld Strike to Whisper to keep the dog at bay, but Hellscream, I don't know if he can get any more distance here. He kind of has to walk back in, sacrifice himself to give space to Timado, but the Wolves are coming. Whisper's still hungry, gets the root and catch onto this TA. Analog and Yuma chase forward, and Heroic fighting into the team that took Aegis and took Roshan, battling forward, killing them off. That blink out from the TA, though, saves her from certain death.
Wow, I wasn't sure he was going to get the blink there with the Phoenix ulting and Sunraying, trying to prevent it, but still, quick spam there. We saw the wolves all over the place here. Stolen wolves and the actual Lycan wolves. Schofield and Scam both getting eaten at the same time. This is a map dominated by the wolf packs.
So many everywhere.
Shaker really wishes he had ulti during that fight. Kind of rough that he committed for the attempt earlier on Monkey King and didn't get it.
And like kind of a weird position now, right? In these situations where we get an early Roshan take, we get this Aegis immediately lost after the take. A bit of an awkward spot to be like, okay, what objective do we go for next? Where do we actually play the map? But I think also, more importantly, both of these Aegis heroes and Aegis teams, the TA and the Ursa, no longer have this safety net to go and play the way they want to on tier 2s and aggressively across the map.
That's very true. So you got to rely on your team and your team's abilities to save you. Both teams have good teamfight abilities available, so got to play around that, not get caught out of position. By the way, Scam is going for the new tech against Lycan players as well. He's going for a Dominator. Dominator, Dagon, and Midas. These items have been on the rise for support players just to deal with those pesky wolves. So yeah, he's gonna try and steal some of the wolves. Obviously, Lycan can just resummon, but
this TA like dying to them. Like a lot of little cuts. But
I mean, 100% evasion. I cannot stress how annoying that is for this Shaker and the TA trying to hit the wolves. Impossible to hit.
Oh, Shopify still going to come back after a fight loss, position themselves on that dire side of the map and get a tier 2, as Heroic do the exact same thing on the opposing side. Teams mirroring each other. But this is the threat of Shopify with the creeps they've got, the summons out of this Beastmaster. They go high ground.
Yeah, they have a lot of strong stuff to fight around. The Helm of the Overlord, they have the ultis, Shaker and Warlock ulti available. Looks like they're gonna go and cut mid-wave, but their mid-wave is not gonna come as Analog is doing the same thing.
But it's still Shopify in the better position, right? Heroic are the ones that kind of have to come back.
No, I think Heroic are pretty fine. I mean, obviously they need to hold this push, but right now they're farming a lot. They're using more of the map, and Shopify are kind of awkwardly running all together. Yes, they're getting this Tormentor, but they've been grouped up as 5 for so long, and so much farm has been had by Ursa, Monkey King. Even Rasta is running out there.
Yes, go for cutting a wave.
Look at Morphling, he's coming. He's gotta get him. Give him the treatment.
Whoop. In we go. I'm you now. Hex into shackles.
And then another Hex, perhaps. And then maybe a shackle.
Oh, which one is it?
Dear God. That's level 2 shackles, by the way. So there's, I think already with level 3 shackles, he has perma disable pretty much online. It's crazy. That was unreal.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. Has this kind of morphling been in pubs consistently? Like, I know we've seen a little bit of it, but
no, I mean, it's on the rise right now. It's emerging tech. It's again something that has definitely been done before, but it has not been commonplace for a very long time. Support morphling fell out of meta, and now it's returning.
Yeah, like first we had the Ice offlane morphling, right, with a Soul Ring Yule's Tranquil build, maxing out the strength stun when that was super strong.
Yeah, I mean, if you go far enough back, you had the morphlings cutting the ancients, right? Pushing the ancients down to the creep wave on the lane and pulling the creep wave. Like, support morphling goes long back. A lot of shenanigans.
That was so dumb when you could, like, Earth Spirit, Tiny.
Yes.
Morphling.
Pulling Ancients to your creep camp was definitely one of the darkest days of the offlane.
I'd forgotten about all of that. And then having like Rubik, Dire Side, mid-tier 2, dragging that creep camp into the wave as well.
Look at Scammy, he's like, please, get the wolves off me.
Leave me alone. So why, you mentioned the Dagon Midas, so why Helm instead of Midas here? I like Midas on Warlock.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, honestly. I feel like Midas would have been maybe better, but this gives him armor. It's my only argument. You get the Helm.
That's fair.
Warlock has high HP pool, right? And Helm gives you extra armor. So against this all physical damage lineup, you have 3 cores for physical damage, and you have Rasta wards. It's gonna help him survive a bit. And Rasta, meanwhile, let's get the blink out. Just not want to lose the gem there. That would have been disaster if he got caught.
This death ball is pretty scary. They are still grouping up and losing out on the efficiency game. Heroic have been cutting waves, pushing out lanes, scarping around in behind them, as it looks like the Monkey King is going to make an escape away from the Morphling off to the left-hand side. Analog dancing away across the treetops. But now it seems to be time for Heroic to go and match this 5-man movement.
Oh yeah, Ursa feels confident. He has the BKB. They are all in this area though, and look at them. They're so ready on Shopify Rebellion. And they find the right angle.
The Wolves see everything. They jump the Warlock. Great target to pick off first alongside the Earthshaker.
Oh,
they find both at the same time. Heroic. Immediate snap into action. The Boundless Strike catches Beastmaster. Pakaz in trouble now. Yuma and Analog surround him.
Wow. I mean, beautiful, beautiful stuff by Heroic. And we see again why those wolves are so annoying. Just send them in. Yeah, they held a good position, but Shopify Rebellion, you cannot hide. The wolves will see you, and then they have great heroes to initiate, jumping in like this.
Like, how quickly that Earthshaker dies as well. Just disappears, no chance of any kind of rebuttal.
That was a good... I think that was completely a blind stun, by the way, in the Fog of War. I don't think the Monkey King actually saw the Beastmasters. He was around the tree line. Good guess. Does get him.
Yeah, wonderfully done. And all of this, you know, through the actions of this wave cutting, split pushing, being annoying and controlling the map. Very good macro control of the game here by Heroic, and that's, you know, built them up from that 4K lead a couple of minutes ago to 9K now. And you're right, Shopify, they felt strong when they're grouping up until this moment where they're like, well, we've kind of, you know, swept the map, not found anything. What do we do next? Do we have to go split push? Do we go... this is the trouble with Roshan being dead. They don't have this clear objective to go and take.
Yeah, I mean, the big story is that both Shaker and Beastmaster are pretty underfarmed. Beastmaster, I can understand because he was focused so much, right? There were so many rotations to shut down Pakaz early game. We saw the big dive under tier 2 even. But the Shaker has just not been able to recover this game. He's been in 1 kill in 25 minutes. He has not been farming stacks. This is just very, very underfarmed Yopaj. I kind of struggle to think of the last time I saw Yopaj have this bad of a game.
Yeah. Well, he's usually popping off. It's been very hard for him.
He is about to finish the Aghanim Scepter, so that's going to be a huge fire spike, but normally this would hit much earlier. So it is finally time for him to be able to jump around more freely and have that mobility in the fight.
Scam and Hellscream sat behind the Templar Assassin as she tries to push out that mid-tier 2. Yeah, Yopaj finishing off the Aghanim Scepter. Beastmaster with a blink, so a couple more maneuverability tools there for Shopify Rebellion to play with. And then they can sit a little deeper in these fights, not get completely caught out by the wolves as they were in the previous one.
Yeah, they do have great mobility on everyone except Warlock now on the side of Shopify, so maybe they can get in there, get the important kills. It's kind of tricky to say how they should take the fights though. Going on Ursa can be really hard. If he gets ulti out or BKB out, then that could basically be a trap. And Lycan is always sitting so far back. Only his wolves are being sent in. I think ultimately the answer is going to have to be either burst the Monkey King or bring down the supports first. Killing the Rasta.
This has been a great game of cat and mouse, where Shopify have kind of been the cat chasing Heroic around. And Heroic, this little mouse, you know, scarpering, pushing, split pushing, cutting waves, jumping over trees, are suddenly revealing themselves as like a transformer. And now they're a dog, or they're a T-Rex, right? They're no longer a mouse when the chase stops. They turn around and they say, nah, stop it. Because they are the ones with a 10K lead.
Yeah. Yeah, they have been playing the map really actively. Like I said, they have always been out there farming, getting stuff done, whereas Shopify a little bit more have been grouped as 5, running around in a very slow and encumbered way. So I think Heroic are just finding themselves with much more farm because of this. Ursa is pretty much non-stop in auto-attacking creeps. And he has Aghanim Scepter now as well.
Yeah.
So this Ursa, he's about to hit level 18 in just a bit. Then he will be so hard to deal with. 18 seconds.
And we get out of... Then we get out of the awkward portion of the game where there's been no Roshan for a long time. Yeah. He's about to spawn now, and of course the TA team will know as they head themselves up to that top left corner of the map. A heroic maneuver to position themselves there as well. I think I just saw the Shadow Shaman pick up a Shadow Blade. So we've got an Invis Schofield Shadow Shaman. Hopefully now Morphling can't turn into him.
Yeah, sending the wolves over. Shadow Blade is a funny approach here.
I'm curious to see what he uses it for. You know,
I mean, it's mostly a longer duration in this, right? Rasta, Glimmer Cape is great. And we talk about how Glimmer is so hyped. I might have to go back to that point. It's now angling. This is very reminiscent of the previous fight. The wolves going in, providing the vision. They see the Warlock.
Yeah, they jump straight on the TA. Schofield with Yuma and that Supernova on top of Tomado, trying to burn it down with the Sun Ray, and they get it. King Jungles finds the kill, and Scam in trouble as well. Shopify trying to get out of here with a roar on the Shadow Shaman. They'll turn, try to slice into Schofield, but he's glimmered up, healed up, turns and now controls the Morphling up. Hellscream, the Sun Ray gonna burn him down, and 3 quick kills to the good for Heroic outside the Roche pit, giving them a great position here as Yopaj is the one to die elsewhere as Morphling does slip away.
Yeah, again, it's so difficult to hold your position, holding your ground when they have these great initiation heroes on the side of Heroic, jumping in with the Ursa, jumping in with the Monkey King, and the Wolves. Again, I like these Wolves, man. They should not have as much night vision as they do. Because I said they're on the Warlock, they can see the Warlock. Yeah, but the Wolves also see insanely far. So they can see the TA on the low ground down there.
And Hellscream still being gone on here by Analog, who finds a bonus kill over near the Tormentor. I was going to say, you know, you were right. It's like reminiscent of that previous fight. But I was going to say, at least this time, Shopify have these additional mobility tools, you know, the blinks and the Aghanims stuff to get that distance so they could sit deeper. And they did. They sat on the gate. They sat a little further back. And, but you're still right. It doesn't matter when the wolves see you.
I think the problem is this. That's twice that they get gone on when they're not in smoke, trying to hold a position against a team with Lycan. They can't fight like this. They need to be the ones to strike first, you know, like... That's been the recent sort of terminology shift in Dota. The lingo has updated a lot to attack first. Attacking first is really important. Be the ones to initiate the fight. And they haven't been that. They've just been sitting ducks, and it doesn't really work here.
So. Yeah, like we used to talk about defender's advantage, right? Like holding your high ground. It still exists. Buying back, playing around towers, but having that attacker's advantage is super important as well. You know, we used to say play through vision, right? You play around your wards. Something that Team Spirit showed us, you know, in their first TI win is those high ground wards where they will sit for, you know, a minute doing nothing, just waiting for this moment to play around vision. And that's, you know, how important it is.
It's so true. Defender's advantage is a huge thing, but the biggest component of defender's advantage is usually that the enemy don't know your positions. They can't see and they have to walk in. But in the open field, that is all nullified by these wolves. You're not hidden. You're not defending. You're just prey.
The spies in our ranks.
Yeah. And honestly, it feels like they must have more. They need to get a gem. Like Warlock finally got the Dominator. He's queued up the gem, but unlike the side of Heroic, who purchased the gem like I don't know 8 minutes, 10 minutes ago, they still don't have one. I think it's
now TA up at top. Oh, they turn on the Shadow Shaman and kill Schofield. Shackling up the Monkey King as well. Analog being run out by Pakaz and Hellscream. Hang on a second, he's being cut down. Analog jumps to his boundless strike, and away he goes.
Ursa's on the way behind, but he's been spotted by the Shaker, who cuts off the path.
Bishop blocked. As Whisper shackled up by Hellscream, but this looks like the Morphling giving his life over to allow the rest of them to TP.
Yeah, he's gonna go down, so... In the end, minor victories, I guess, for Shopify. It wasn't too bad. It forced a lot of Heroic's moves, but they do also lose the area, and that's going to be a Tormentor take. Phoenix?
KJ dies.
It happens.
And then Scam gets the shard on the other side as Shopify get their own one.
Not too bad to have. Ursa is chasing after this Warlock. Happy to take any brawl as he has the Aegis. He is quite alone though. Might still see him fly in.
Well, that is something... There is something here that Heroic has to respect, right? This high ground push isn't going to be easy against Beastmaster, Warlock, this TA. You're going to need to fight outside their base and play this kind of buyback game.
Courier snipe.
And the Beastmaster's army.
Bring down the dragon as well. And now Rasta says, oh, he's going to want a new ancient creep. Look at Schofield. He's ahead of the game here. Saying that he's going up this way, guys.
With his Shadow Blade, yeah? The infamous Shadow Shaman. There we go. Hex in the shackles and Yuma here to clean up the mess. Pakaz dead for 50, no buyback, and his freshly helmed ancient creep about to get munched on as well.
That's just a good read by Schofield. I mean, you see a guy with Helm of the Overlord, his creep died. What's he gonna want to do? He's gonna want to get a new creep.
How much gold? So Yuma got the courier, so that's like 100 gold. Then he got the first creep, so that's 350. Plus the kill on Pakaz, which was 850. 1100. He just got like 1200 gold from a 30-second passage of play.
He took one more creep as well, so 250 more at the end, right? I think he got another creep.
That's what I added as well, from 850 to like 11, 1200, something like that.
That's crazy. Tons of gold.
And straight to high ground. Yeah, knowing that Beastmaster's dead for a while. They're up there killing the tier 3. Serpent Wards, Ursa. They just face tank the upheaval. They don't really give a damn.
Oh, Rasta looking for the TA. Meanwhile, Shaker is desperately working on his BKB on the other side of the map. He does finish it now. If he TP's home, he can get it. Doesn't look like he needs to join for now. Interax does fall. Biggest story is that the vision control and the control in this triangle area is now firmly in Heroic's hands.
Yeah, like you get this BKB on Earthshaker, you pick up the gem on Scam's Warlock. You bought a smoke as well, so it feels like they want to get out their base and go and do something, but the angles of approach are just not there.
Oh.
And in the meantime, you've got Yuma all
the wolf type.
The Ursa. The Ursa. Oh my god! Scam and Yopaj disappear. What kind of animal is this? You can't breed a bear with a wolf. That's not allowed.
It's the bear wolf, Gareth. It's coming. He's in again.
Bear wolf. He's munching on the Beastmaster. Pakaz is dead. The Boundless Strike connects. The stun is good, and Heroic gonna turn this advantage in net worth and positioning into a big push into this Radiant base. Shopify don't get a chance to cast any of their spells. Chaotic Offering, Echo Slam, Roar. Useless if you're not able to press the buttons.
The mythical Mad Bear Pig comes and attacks you. What can you do? Rasta has wards in 5 seconds as well. Mid lane is about to fall. No buyback on either of these cores, so maybe they can defend bottom with Shaker respawning, but it doesn't even look like Heroic are giving them the chance. Discipline play, back out, reset. Understanding that they have a massive advantage now. No need to stress themselves.
Yeah, we need to give this Ursa a pig pole, right?
This is a desperation smoke right here. If they run into Ursa, though, we can just press this enrage.
Scan turns red, but yeah. Like, it was already desperate when they were in their base. You know, the gem BKB smoke, it was meant to go and do something. And then they just got walked at by Heroic.
I'm gonna be honest, I did not expect the Ursa to kill the Warlock in 2 hits. He just crit twice and he died.
Yeah.
Here comes the wrapper.
Helm or not. I see Pakaz doing. Yeah, straight in, bashed up, Abyssal Blade stunned. Serpent Ward dropped further north as they try and connect on a bonus hero. Earthshaker and TA kind of stepping up, wanting to play aggressively, but they've whiffed out on their spells. Golem dropped here on Analog, but the TA is already just dying to Whisper and Yuma. Easy as you like, a triple kill for the Ursa, and GG called. Heroic. Incredible timing hit here through some of these very hard-hitting heroes.
I mean, they played outstanding. This was Heroic playing really crisp Dota. Because, yeah, look at their smiles. They should feel happy about themselves. No deaths at all on the Ursa. 13-0-7. 8-0-9 on the Monkey mid. So, POS1 and POS2 never died. That's absurd. Whisper was 0-1-22. Those wolves were assisting in every single move they made, and the supports played really clean Dota as well. I mean, hats off to them. That was well played.
22 out of 24. Yeah, he was involved in almost every single.
A little detail though is that when he howls, he does get assists. So he just needs to press the howl button, you know. But he did provide the vital vision for every single big engagement with those wolves. I don't think we're seeing Lycan in the hands of Heroic in the next game.
No, this feels far too strong. Like, you have to itemize so heavily to deal with these wolves. It feels very awkward. And the wolves gave them those 2 fights around the Roche pit, right? Scouting, setting things up, and making sure that you were able to secure the openings for your Ursa and Monkey King. But it's like securing the openings for yourself, but it's also stopping the opening from the Earthshaker. Yopaj did not have a game. We didn't see these blink echoes on anyone because he was always spotted.
Yeah, also, and the supports shutting him down, blocking the ancient camps, blocking and keeping vision on the big camp. This Shaker was not allowed to farm the way that he should. Yeah, definitely think that it was a big amount of focus put towards him, but it really worked out. And they just said, you know what, we don't care about TA. They made like 0 moves to shut down TA, because they know TA as a hard carry just falls off against Ursa, against Lycan, Monkey King. These heroes will beat her in the late game if she doesn't have proper support. And we see it in this fight. Look at her, she's like, I can't do anything.
In the previous one as well, like Earthshaker getting 3 hit. You know, surprised that Warlock takes 2 hits. The Earthshaker is like 3 or 4 hits to die from this Ursa in Shapeshift.
Yeah.
Wild stuff. Look at the damage values, right? Yuma, 32,000. Is that more than the entirety of Shopify put together?
It's close. It's actually pretty close, yeah.
It's probably like 6 or 7 short, but...
Yeah, no, it's impressive. It's impressive what he managed to do with the Ursa in this game and how they enabled all these moves. But the big story that I want to take away again is Heroic mid lane activation. Getting that mid laner to just make rotations and plays all the time. It was the real difference in this game.
Yeah, even from minute 7, they were kind of scrambling to, you know, Hellscream did a good job waveforming to get the Wisdom Rune, but the fact they had to do that was already a good indication for Heroic in terms of where they want to be on the map, applying that pressure, and making life very difficult for Shopify Rebellion. But yeah, game 1. I mean, if that's a story of things to come, Heroic have started their day off very well here. Shopify have got to go back, wake up, and think about how they're going to approach this. You might be right. It might be time for a Lycan ban. But we'll wrap up here for game 1, take a quick break, and come back with game number 2. See you in a little bit.
Waking up, playing some Dota. It's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game, because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
Welcome back to DreamLeague Season 25 here as we just witnessed Game 1 between Heroic and Shopify Rebellion, and Wagga, Shopify just didn't seem to really get off the ground with their draft at all. Earthshaker was held back, while Heroic had these heavy-hitting cores, especially once they got this wolf bite from Lycan.
Yeah, definitely. Heroic, they just had a very good read on how to play this game. They shut down the important heroes of the Beastmaster and the Shaker, so couldn't make any moves with them. And meanwhile, while the TA was farming a lot, she doesn't really stand that well toe-to-toe against some of these heroes in later stages. So I think the big thing for me is that I don't think we saw a single good Shaker fight, right? Like, not one fight where he got the big Echo Slam or any real satisfying fight. He ended the game 1-5 and won an abysmal score for a mid laner, which honestly, Yopash is a fantastic mid player, but he was absolutely dismantled here.
Yeah, completely crushed through a lot of little efforts, right? It wasn't just that, Monkey King in lane. There was camps that were blocked, playing to Wisdom Runes, shutting him down from an early point. Then we think about the Beastmaster against Lycan, right? Yeah, where Lycan has that additional vision. We see the Helm versus the Alpha Wolves comparison there. And then thinking about, Ursa versus TA, the two carries going head to head, as Yuma just seemed to have a much easier time entering fights.
Yeah, he definitely did. I mean, it's a bit of the clunky part about playing carry TA in the current patch. You rely a lot on your teammates having a good game as well. It's not that easy to just take over a game as TA anymore from the carry position. That's why we see some other carries be, a lot more focused. TA is sort of a niche pick right now. I guess to a degree, so is Ursa, but I think he's easier to run. But yeah, you can see overall, Timado, perhaps a little bit heavier farm for him. The GPM is looking good, but Yuma was one with the decisive moves as well.
Yeah. Playing through the eyes of the wolves. You see targets, you jump them, you find those kills. It's very well well drafted, well thought out, and then executed by Heroic in that game. As there were moments where it's like, oh, it's starting to get a little bit closer, but they found multiple pickoffs on Pekaz to slow down. It was a lot of things where they were like, oh, we can slow down their timing by doing X, Y, Z, slow down Pekaz helm timing, slow down Earthshaker blink timing, and we never had that culmination of, hey, everyone on Shopify is ready.
Yeah. And Shopify, they tried to get those big 5-man fights because they had a Shaker and a Warlock, but they were just dodged very beautifully by Heroic. I want to say that they were really proactive with their moves across the map, using the mobility of Monkey King, using the survivability of the Ursa to confidently stay on the map and not just go into this 5-man. But I believe we have the draft for our next game coming up here, so we can see what the approach is going to be from the teams. Heroic, first phase. Looks like they're banning out the Alchemist, PA, Abaddon, and Phoenix. And Shopify with the Magnus and Monkey ban.
Is Lycan first phase ban worthy? Is he a first pick worthy?
I think so. He can be really annoying to play against. I think he's not the best first pick, but if you have a hero spammer on Lycan, then I think you're fine just opening with it, a cold open. Looks like Shopify are just gonna ban out the Enigma instead. Grab up the Tiny. Not a bad approach.
And then they go for the Earthshaker themselves. So yeah, an interesting shift up there, where previously we had Heroic banning Dawnbreaker, Abaddon, Nyx, I guess when they had the second pick. Well, no. That's wrong. My Dota buff has not updated. Never mind, I cannot see the previous draft.
Oh, is it hidden for you, the game? Sometimes
they banned PA, Abaddon, Clockwork. That's correct. While the enemy Shopify banned Alk, Magnus, Enigma. So we do have a little change there. A couple of these heroes like Tiny get to come through into the pool.
Yeah, so Tiny gonna get picked up immediately. A hero that we quite often see just teams take whenever able to. He fits any game. You can play Tiny against anything. I've seen some people try to cheese Tiny with like Houseguard picks and so on. It honestly, like, yeah, you can win the lane, but there's a very big chance that Tiny just outfights you in the mid game anyway. This hero is so amazing with very little net worth. And if he does get a good game, Tiny with a lot of net worth, the Kanda damage and so on, he can just destroy people.
Yeah, like at bare minimum, he's a tossback, a 1v5 machine.
Yeah.
It makes these situations very awkward for your enemies. And then banning out Venomancer, one of those kind of classic blink cancelling heroes, removes one of the problems that Tiny could have faced. It's always funny seeing these drafts now where, Dragon Knight is left in. Who cares DK anymore?
Yeah, Dragon Knight has kind of fallen out of popularity. We have other heroes being focused more. I'm curious to see what we're going to have for carries in this game, as obviously both the Alchemist and the PA being removed. There's quite a few options, and I'm still not seeing that Lycan banned out, by the way. He's still in the pool.
He is. He is indeed. But Bloodseeker ban... Usually an indication of like PA or Pango pick, but has Bloodseeker now got to a situation where he's good in his own right? He's not just a counter pick?
I mean, he is. He for sure is good in his own right. I think he's one of the better carries looking at stats overall in the current patch. But this could also sort of hint that they're still thinking about taking the Lycan next. So Shopify now in an awkward position where they have to be prepared for it. And grab the Zeus and the Ricky. So the support cast comes in. Generally, I'm a big fan of Zeus. I think he's absolutely amazing.
Yeah, the most picked hero at this tournament so far. 27 games for him.
Wow.
Yeah, 12 and 15. Not incredible on win rate, but when everyone's picking him, you kind of expect his win rates to be a little under 50.
Yeah, exactly. If every team is playing him, that means that the teams that are losing are also playing him.
Yeah, exactly.
And
there is the Lycan.
Yeah, this was very telegraphed. When they banned out the Bloodseeker and PA is already banned, it kind of means that, we don't want to play against Bloodseeker because we're playing a mobility-based carry. Who could it be? Could it be Lycan? Also, I'm saying carry. It can be carry, it can be pos 3, right? It's either way. It's going to be annoying.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we've seen like, Satanic and other carries play this Lycan from the pos one quite simply.
Yeah. I like the idea of putting him safe lane here when you're against a Ricky as well. I think Lycan Wolves can be very annoying. Just send those on the Ricky plus the support. Ricky already not the strongest laner.
Then it comes down to a matter of laning, right? Who are you going to have with the Lycan? Do we go back for a Shadow Shaman again?
I would like to see them grab some more control. Shadow Shaman does fit the bill pretty well here. The only thing is that Smokescreen is really annoying for Shadow Shaman to deal with.
And Lightning Bolt, yeah.
Yeah, if Zeus gets Aghanim Scepter, he can kind of cancel your Shackle all the time as well. So they can go for Warlock instead.
Okay.
Makes sense. So now they're the ones with a Warlock Shaker.
And the big flex until the end. Well, Shopify are back in with a Terrorblade.
TB historically has been extremely good against Lycan throughout almost all patches of Dota. He has a lot of good things against the Lycan. You have tons of armor on TB. You have the Sunder, which can quickly bring the Lycan's HP down. It's overall a good pick. I like it, but I have seen the TB and the Ricky together before. It's been questionable results.
Please no DK.
Yeah.
no DK safe lane, no
really
TB off lane.
Here.
We want this to be a carry TB, right?
At least they have Tiny. Right, at the bare minimum, even if they pick some greedy carry next on Shopify, and this is offlane TB, they still have Tiny mid, which is a fantastic activity hero. So this is not going to be one of those times when I go and get my lifeboat and get out of this draft. I think overall Shopify, they can get away with the Ricky TB.
10 seconds remaining.
Not a purely straightforward game for the Terrorblade, though, against Warlock and Earthshaker. Still a fair amount of ways to kind of deal with him and the illusions.
That's very true. They don't have that many ways to stop him getting Sunder out, though. It's like getting jumped by a Shaker, yes. But otherwise, you can kind of get Sunder out even against a Clockwork. And Lycan doesn't bring any real disable. So it doesn't look like a bad game for Terrorblade so far. Of course, we have yet to see the final hero, though. Banning out the Meepo is a good call from Shopify, since Yuma has been playing Meepo in recent games, and Meepo is extremely good against Terrorblade.
Now, I'm trying to figure out, if it is Lycan safe lane, what do we give Whisper? You know, is Timbersaw worth a ban?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Down the same route. Timbersaw is, Whisper is a god on that hero. He plays it so well. And Timber is also really great against Terrorblade. You get all that pure damage so you can cut him down. There's also...
I've woken up a little bit. I'm starting to have ideas in my head.
Yeah, there's also a worrisome part that Heroic are the ones with last pick, so Shopify have to be ready for whatever, and the flex potential here is really valuable for Heroic. I think maybe you ban out the Meepo and then ban out the Timber next. Just cover your bases.
Yeah, why not? I don't know. I've got this gut feeling that they're going to put Picars on this Terrorblade and still pick something greedy for the carry. He was the one to play it earlier on.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm a carry player. I can play offlane. What can you play? I can play Terrorblade.
And Abaddon and Doom. Yeah. I'm glad he played Beastmaster though in that previous game. Even though it was a loss, he still seemed pretty good on it.
Yeah, I don't think it was much to his fault. I think there were macro decisions overall. The rotations and the activity from Heroic was really the reason he lost.
Ooh.
Nightstalker comes out. So is this offlane Nightstalker and carry TB coming in then?
Looks like it. And the Spectre ban?
Yeah, Spectre ban, I think is just protecting the Zeus, right? Spectre Lycan is a very strong combination, where the Wolves, again, scouting and then Spectre hunts in. It's super frustrating to play against.
And Spectre Warlock, lane as old as time.
Yeah, it's one of the classics in Dota. Goes back to before we had being able to pick heroes of either alignment, right? We used to have separation in Dota, the good heroes and the bad heroes.
The Sentinel and the Scourge,
yeah. Warlock and Spectre were both evil heroes, so you could pick both of them.
Well, it was by default. Like you had to like put the -AP command in to unlock both sides, right?
Yes. Yeah. Normal pick would only allow you to pick the Radiant or the Dire heroes, respectively. That's a while ago. A hot minute.
So again, Ursa Warlock lane. So up against the Night Stalker and a Ricky. So yeah, quite a strong lane for Heroic there. Then Whisper and Schofield, Lycan and Clockwork versus Terrorblade and Zeus. Feels like Heroic again have the upper hand a bit.
I mean, I would say the safe lane looks better for Shopify, perhaps to some degree. Like they should be able to do a lot there. I think the Zeus is really strong. But yeah, this off lane is concerning. Nightstalker and the Ricky might have a tough time early on. It all comes down to positioning though. King Jungles, if he steps out too far, you get hit by the Blink Strike slow, the Void slow, another Blink Strike, and a few auto attacks. You can find yourself dying. I just don't see them being able to go on the Ursa at all here. And if Warlock just has good positioning, he can auto attack a lot into his double melee lane.
I am super glad that they've got more than just one go hero. You know, Ricky can provide that bit of vision and scouting, along with the Zeus. They've got some great vision there, and then Tiny and Night Stalker, two heroes that are very good at playing that activity role, like you like to call it.
In a way.
Involved and stuff, but it's like the follow-through that I feel is maybe missing here. That additional bit of damage might be lacking.
Right. In a way, they have 4 heroes that all provide vision for the Tiny. So if you think about it, you got Night Stalker, Night Vision, TB Illusions, Ricky's gonna run around and scout. You have Zeus as well, so you got all these ways to open up the eyes of Tiny and allow him to get those jumps. So if Yopash is off to a good start, he definitely could find a lot of jumps, and it's gonna be hard for Warlock to stay safe in this game.
That's definitely true. We'll get into it and see how it pans out, though. Game 2 between Heroic and Shopify Rebellion here. As Heroic to take that Game 1 victory. This is around the middle of the table for Group A. Shopify started today 6-2. Heroic at 4-4.
Whisper, he went for the pack leader. Yeah, exactly. Same as the Observer. I was looking down the facets here. So not going for the Alpha Wolves. Very interesting.
So why?
I mean, I'm not 100% sure, to be honest, because I feel like there's still the danger if... can't Night Stalker just eat your dominated creep during nighttime as well? I think. So I'm a little bit worried. At least I think that works, unless it's been changed.
With the shard, yeah.
Yeah. Because you can target Ancients during nighttime, and I don't think it matters if it's a player-controlled Ancient.
Huh.
So I would say it's a bit... yeah, I don't really understand fully why he wants to go for him with a Dominator into this Lycan. It seems concerning to me.
Yeah, it's like one of these situations where, you know, if he were a Beastmaster, he would be like, okay, screw it, I'm going Aghanim Scepter. But I guess on the Lycan, he has to kind of pick his poison one way or the other. Yeah, another added bit of value for this Night Stalker pick. Good way of kind of dealing with the Lycan.
Ricky with the attempted steal on the Bounty in there does not get it, and having Trickster trade level 1 is a little bit of a liability compared to having Blink Strike. Blink Strike gives you very nice bonus damage. You can go on people, whereas Trickster trade, it doesn't really do much in laning stage, like level 1. Let's see what we can do with it. Maybe he can snipe couriers with it, you know? Maybe that's the plan. He just wants to go and hit those couriers.
He's fake pumping it. He's like, I'm going to get some use out of the spell. I'll just dance around with it.
He tried to kill the range creep, but the Ursa tanked it instead.
Yep. And then the deny as well. Fatal Bonds already on this wave, so a bit of early damage there. Try and get themselves to level 2 that little bit faster. And then continue playing aggressively through this Ursa Warlock lane. So, yeah, good, strong start from Heroic as expected down bottom, which should lead to this Ricky thinking about dragging waves and manipulating lanes as best he can just to get something.
He's already pulling, and unlike some Clockwork or something that can contest the pull really well, Warlock, he's a very strong laner, but he does not stop this shenanigan business very easily.
Does it hurt much, the fact it's Night Stalker and nighttime? Like, do you want to be playing more aggressively and forward, or is it okay that they're using this
I think they're
just to get what they can?
They're happy to get 50-50 on this lane because, again, they're the ones with a slightly weaker lane, in my opinion. So if they pull the creep wave like this, they deny a creep wave, Ursa denies a creep wave. That's an okay trade. Because the alternative is basically just losing the lane, I think. 2 melees against Warlock or Ursa is not going to have a good time. But once they get boots, I think the time is going to be boots on Night Stalker, and he can start going in and out a bit more, play aggressively. But yeah, here you see exactly why they don't want to lane. Fatal Bonds and a few hits, it hurts, man.
And that's not even bonds onto both heroes. That's just creep wave and one hero. Or chipping away enough at Pakaz. Yeah, 8-5 on the Ursa. Night Stalker 4-4. While up at top lane, Lycan is also having a pretty good time. 11-3. While Yamato 10-2 on that Terrorblade.
He's finding his farm. Oh, aggressive jump by Skem. He commits for this. Yes, be careful.
But the Wolves and the turnaround from Whisper, they get the kill on the Zeus, and it looks like Whisper's fine here to juke through the trees, get around onto the Yamato TB, take him down as well.
And he died before he got the kill as well, so Terrorblade not able to get the experience for himself. That is really, really bad for them. That was with Metamorphosis. This is supposed to be when they are strong, but I think it was a little bit premature attempt to go in there. Skem underestimating the damage he would take by jumping in.
It was the Schofield blood. I thought it was the Zeus throwing it. I was like, this is a sure kill. But Schofield's blood grenade actually helped so much there.
Yeah. He wasn't really in range to use anything else, but at least throwing the grenade from far. And a great start for them. Heroic gonna be very happy with this.
Yeah, both side lanes kind of dominating early days. And then mid lane, where a lot of focus was on this Tiny in the draft, the ability to play through him actively. That's a good career snipe from Hellscream. Boots gone. But a lot on the plate for the Tiny. You said Yopaj is gonna pick up a lot of the pieces here.
Yeah.
Use all that vision, get the jumps. So his blink timing, it is really important.
It's going to be very important. So far, lane is kind of going as expected. Both of them are getting pretty decent farm. A few denies here and there, but overall, rather expected matchup. Shaker is slightly favored in this. That's why they snap pick the Shaker into the Tiny. But once you get a few levels in toss, we're again going to see Tiny just farm without a problem. Support's moving to control the runes, but yeah, both mids get their refills.
Just imagine Scam in this game. After game 1 with the Alpha Wolves, and now, well, hang on, the Wolves are actually looking to snipe the Courier. But he's got these little wolves chasing him, he's still running away scared.
Wow. It's never a fun time. Never a fun time dealing with the wolves coming at you like this. Even though they're not Alpha Wolves anymore, they're still quite strong.
Yuma with that heal on himself. Not too bothered with Shopify.
But the Zeus,
him a few spells until the Zeus comes in, adds that additional bit of damage. The Fatal Bonds are still there on Hellscream and Pakaz. But it looks like Clockwork's TP comes too little too late.
Yeah, not really in time to get anything done here. Has to be careful not to get into vision of Night Stalker as well. He's trying to set up for Ursa respawn. So look at Clockwork. He's hiding, waiting for the Ursa setup. Can they find this kill though? That's a fast Night Stalker. He's basically twice as fast, it feels like, compared to the poor Clockwork.
Oh, he's so speedy. Feels it coming. Goes and farms a small camp even.
Attempt on mids. Both the supports kind of hanging around, but full HP Shaker.
And kind of what they did to Yopaj in game 1. Try and shut down his Earthshaker, delay his Blink Dagger as much as possible, send both supports, and then body block
Nice
with
body
Yopaj
block.
Tiny. Very nicely done, but now with the turnaround, Bonds, Nade, and Heal, Analog with the Fisher, lines it up to turn around on all 3 of them. Can he take them all down with the Fatal Bonds going? They lose Analog's Earthshaker. King Jungles can still chip away at Hellscream with another hit, and a Shadow Word on him, and the Bonds
I'll
kill off at least the Ricky. The Zeus is on, what, 30 health?
That was so close. And also Shaker got his level 6, but he missed just 30 mana to get the ulti out. Or he could have lived with that. That could have been even more disastrous for Shopify. So Heroic off to a very strong start.
Now the Arcane Rune. Come on then.
Yeah. Just standing there. King Jungle securing it. Even gonna get some drinks for his troubles from Analog.
Little sippies.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Again, we see the tandem support rotations. We see Shopfun moving top with both their supports. Lycan is not level 6 yet, doesn't have that mobility.
It feels like that's what Shopify have got to do pre-Tiny Blink, is just bring numbers. A lot of these heroes are kind of not good individually or in pairs. They need trios, and they'll use the 3 to get on top of Whisper up top. He's about to die to the Metamorphosis TB hits. The Fatal Bonds hitting Jungles, and now with Schofield's arrival, they can get on top of the Terrorblade again, who has no Sunder. And they'll lose Scam to King Jungle. Schofield finds the Yamato Terrorblade. Wisdom Rune spawning, fished up and grabbed the double Wisdom Rune for Heroic. Win after win after win. Everything going right for them as Hellscream's going to be left stranded here. Try and deny himself to neutrals.
Oh, can he get it?
No TP? Maybe? No. Analog says, I'm going to shut you down.
Yeah, I mean, Observer, do me a favor, just press enter, and then you can see the story is on the left there. It is all Heroic, man. Heroic doing this, Heroic doing that. Heroic gets Arcane Rune, they get the Wisdom Runes. They are just absolutely all over this game right now. And now it's daytime as well, so Pakas, you know, he has face boots, but this bottom lane is not easy against an angry Ursa.
And do we have the stacks for the Earthshaker this game? Because that's something Yopaj really missed out on in game 1.
Yeah, we're starting to build it now. Both teams actually trying to prepare some stacks. King Jungle's gonna start getting the stacks going. Same time, Zeus building some big camp on the other side for Tiny. But yeah, definitely having those stacks is important. And we can already see King Jungle's warded up their own triangle, making sure that this is gonna happen. We're gonna have the stacks. Level 6 timing on the support duo. Actually, level 7. He goes from 5 to 7 on Warlock. On the bottom.
Ursa gonna have to enrage here.
Oh, the counter gank is coming
from Shopify.
They can turn it.
Trying to get on this Ursa and absolutely can turn it with a hook shot lined up. Schofield on the Tiny. Cogs him up and Yopaj trapped with a golem drop. They want to go for an additional one in the back. Maybe afraid of what was waiting on the high ground there. King Jungle's just using that to really secure the kill.
I mean, at least good reaction by mid. Just an
Echo
ulti.
mid. Just slam him down.
Don't test the Shaker mid players. They will ulti for a support. It's no big deal if you get your ulti on cooldown. That's a kill that he otherwise wouldn't get. I mean,
yeah, it's like the first 2 Echo Slams are like creeps and
they're free,
support kill, right? They're just free, whatever.
If you see too many creeps stacked up, you use it, you know, like it doesn't matter. Wolves coming in to try and help Schofield catch out Skem. Gets pushed back once. No hook shot though, so he should be fine.
Ricky jumping back in onto this clockwork though. And with a Terrorblade and Tiny there, Schofield gets punished. Very classic Schofield move though, to be playing enemy side jungle pre-minute 10. I mean, getting up in the face of your opponents and forcing reactions.
It's Schofield on Clockwork, man. This guy,
yes, exactly.
He's a menace on Clockwork. He does not care. He's never scared. He's gonna go all those dangerous areas because he knows if they react with too many heroes going into that point, then his team is farming. That's fine. He allows for Shaker to get his blink timing. And, you know, he tried for something. He could have worked out. It didn't, but the outcome wasn't bad.
Another hook shot down into the river. Yopaj did grab the Invis rune though, so he's able to skip away.
The toss back before he can drop the cogs. Make sure that he stays safe. Bottom, we have a run at the Ursa with a gate play from Ricky. Don't know if Ursa can die on the tower here though. It's quite tanky.
With Tiny coming in, avalanche toss combo back onto the Night Stalker. Yuma says, I'm just going to press my ulti. And Yopaj actually trapped in the cogs now, turned on with the fatal bonds onto him and the creeps. Tiny's down and out. Whisper found a kill on Skem elsewhere, and with a shapeshift, he's chasing forward, looking at the Terrorblade. No, the Ricky is going to be the option to go for. The rest of Shopify have managed to evacuate, while Ricky gets the high ground and TP's home.
Yeah, I mean, they're taking over the map very aggressively. Schofield again, what are you doing, buddy? He's just going places. He's down there in the little hot tub.
He's exploring. You know, you're in a new country. You just wake up in the morning, leave your hotel, go wandering. That's what this Clockwork's doing. Just having a fun old time. New little cafe. Oh, look what we found over here. The Echo Slam and the kill on TB. All set up by this Schofield clock as Pakar's bonded to something. Burning down the rocket flare, not enough to kill him. So he will make his escape, but now you relinquish control of this bottom lane.
Yeah, completely. That's the first big tower taken down on a side lane. We already had the mid tower going down. Now the tier 1 bottom. And Shopify already so much on the back foot. And again, it's going to be difficult playing into those Lycan Wolves, always scouting you. We can even see him dewarding some sentries right now, just being annoying for the Zeus, making sure that their camp stays blocked.
The difference between this Earthshaker and Tiny now, in so many ways, is becoming very apparent.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Tiny still very far away. He's nowhere close to getting a blink dagger. He needs 2,000 gold. He needs a blink dagger for his blink dagger. That's how far he is.
Miles away. 2 grand behind the Earthshaker. So now Analog can just keep playing forward, playing aggressively. Like this, you know, the debut of the Blink Echo Slam to stop him mid-thunder. Perfectly timed.
Yeah, thank you, production. It was nice to see the slow motion on that thunder attempt, but doesn't get it.
And then Yuma sat in wait. Looking at Pakar's
they still have the Warlock ulti as well, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Heroic try and go for more. They're gonna catch the Ricky.
Yeah.
All he wants is level 6. Not invisible yet.
But can we press enter again?
Yeah,
can we
it's
scroll
the same
up,
thing.
actually?
Yeah,
oh no,
it's the
Scam
same.
got a sentry ward.
It's actually just, yeah. Yeah, I'm scrolling
then
up
Night
and
Stalker by
it's all
Midas.
Heroic, man.
Night Stalker by Midas tells the story, right? Yeah, I mean, you can legit... If you didn't know, by the way, that bar exists. You can scroll up on the...
Yeah, there's one thing that happened in between. We saw Scam kill a sentry ward. That's the dire victory right there. That's what they got. While all these other things happened, they got one sentry, man.
Meanwhile, big stacks taken. Acceleration continues from Heroic. Yeah, back to this. Midas on Night Stalker. Is this something we ever see?
I'm not a fan. We see it. I generally want to see more active items. Like, I feel like the Midas on Night Stalker is too greedy in the current patch. I really do. I think overall I'm a bigger fan of like Armlet first or something. Echo Saber first. Schofield again doing Schofield things. But he's setting up. They're nearby.
He's got a hook shot.
His safety. They're so scared to full commit because they know the Shaker and the Warlock could be nearby.
Huh.
So he's allowed to get away with this.
I wish there was like an easy way to go back and find like random stats for stuff, because I've just had a thought of I bet that Schofield's rate of hooking allies to escape is much higher than... Oh, Blink Echo mid, just kill ya. Night Stalker's out of here. I bet that Schofield's escape rate with hookshot is higher than any other clock player. Because he always finds himself in these like aggressive positions, and like 30% of the time he's hooking to creeps or allies to run away.
That's true, actually, yeah. Almost makes you wish that he could use the other facet, the one that gives you CDR when you hook on an ally, but it's still bad.
It's
like
still not
this
good.
is just a way better facet. Being able to catch people with the expanded armature from so far away makes all the difference to clock. I do wish the Spider-Man facet gets buffed, you know, it could be so fun hooking around.
Should give him spider legs.
Yeah.
Give him that new.
Give us all spider legs. I want it back. New season.
Yeah, I think it was him yesterday playing against the Pango. I don't know if you saw that clip where he was cogs cancelling the Pango roll-up several times.
Oh, yeah.
By bouncing the cogs on him. Yeah, he's very good with it. Anyway,
Warlock.
though, the vision given to the Tiny, allowing them to get on top of this Warlock with the Ricky and take him down. So Yopaj, money in the pocket, quite a bit of it, as King Jungle's had a bit of a streak.
That was really important for them. They need to get some of this gold going, and getting the kill for Yopaj so he can get closer. Still needs 600 more gold for that Link, though. He's trying to be as efficient as he can jungling up, but he's still far behind, as the Shaker is only 1,000 gold away from Aghanim Scepter. What did we have? Like 25, 26 minute Aghanim Scepter in the previous game? This is going to be way ahead of that.
Yeah, a little bit.
Like I said, Analog, man. He's been playing like a monster lately. He's just such a good mid player. He used to be, he's you know, known just as kind of a cheesy mid player, you know, play the Lone Druid and stuff, but he can play anything now.
And Yopaj, the chaotic offering dropped on their heads. Skim, the collateral damage is that big old damage spills while Yuma up at top. Yeah, no reveal. So
this ain't fair, Gareth. They're playing 5v7 right now. They got the Golem running around. They got the Helm Overlord creep. They got 2 extra heroes.
We've got Aegis on Earthshaker. That's 8.
Yeah, true.
Got a bonus one there.
And the Wolves have to count for at least a half.
Meanwhile, things going right for Heroic.
Ursa just takes down the tier 2 tower. No defense being mounted.
And this is the thing, right? It comes back to the big question of what do your heroes do on Shopify when Tiny doesn't have Blink?
Yeah.
And it feels like they've found, you know, good situations scraping the bottom of the barrel, but making moves on their own is going to be so hard.
Yeah, it's very tough. Again, though, how much of it goes back to greed? Midas Night Stalker was not what I had on the menu for this Ricky TB already greedy lineup.
Like, is he going Midas Shard? Because he's got to start eating these ancients,
you
right?
have to buy Shard. Shard is a given. That's why I think Midas is greedy, because Shard is a must-buy on Night Stalker. There's no way you're passing that up. Oh no. TB gets echoed. He's dead. Quick vision there. Talked about vision for the Shopify Rebellion lineup, but the Lycan Wolves and the Rockets, more than enough for this. Shay could find his jumps too.
This game's out of hand. 12k lead, 17-6.
It's all crumbling right now.
Still holding Aegis on this Earthshaker for a bit. Yeah, skyrocketing graphs there for Heroic.
Also,
and they're pretty comfortable just to come back and sweep through the rest of the map to keep their farm going.
Timado also seems uncertain what to do in this situation because he's holding 2.8k gold on Terrorblade. And, you know, he bought Yasha, bought the belt towards the Sanch Yasha, but then he's just holding gold for a butterfly, as we see Night Stalker. I mean, it feels like they're just trying to farm wherever they can, but there's absolutely no safe space on the map.
I mean, it's the curse of Midas, right? He's been given his golden touch. Maybe he touched himself a bit too much, and now he's turned himself to gold, which is why Heroic are coming to kill him to claim him.
Yeah, it might be. Oh, this is a huge pick-off, though.
That is massive.
Yeah, that is really nice.
Tiny blink. It allows them to do something. Yeah. Now they can actually play through Yopaj.
Finally have an item to play around. It'd take him a while to get to the point of being active, but the two supports and the Tiny do get a nice pick-off. This game feels like it's almost impossible to drag yourself back into this game. He is committing for the butterfly on TB, but the Eagle Song. This is a very low HP build though. The evasion is gonna be great against Ursa and good against Lycan, but the Shaker is just gonna be smiling. He's gonna be grinning when he sees this no HP build.
Yeah, no S&Y, no. Does his team have like a Glimmer?
He doesn't even have a Dragon Lance. He has nothing. No, they have a Diffu on the Ricky. And Zeus has nothing. Literally nothing. He's got mana boots. He could buy Shard. He has enough gold for it.
I mean, he's just dead up here, isn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Clearing the wave, trying to drag it around. He knows he's done for.
That's a simple kill for Schofield. Easy peasy. He has a hook shot and a rocket in 2 seconds will be enough, I think.
Yeah. There it is to finish while down bottom. A proper fight is brewing. Chaotic Offering dropped onto the Terrorblade. Metamorphosis also used while Pakaz is in. He's out. He's running around. And he's trying to decide where to go.
Shaker's angling for it. The creep wave.
It looked like it's feeding away the golem, but it's, giving vision for this Earthshaker to jump in, Echo Slam the Tiny. Down to half HP, Yopaj finished off by Yuma. And Picard's still hovering over these trees, hidden by the fog, of course. In an awkward spot. I'll look to get away.
Oh, mid. We see Schofield just running at people all the time. I think Schofield has an entire Aghanim Scepter now, by the way. Yeah, it's coming out on Courier. So he's going to be starting to spam those rockets as well.
And then a free shard from your enemy's Tormentor. A great spot for Heroic. Tormentor into tier 2. They can stick around for Wisdom Rune. They can clear out enemy Ancients. And it looks like Shopify right now pinging the other side of the map. Maybe considering the mirror move where as Terrorblade goes and farms. You know, the safe part of the map for Shopify is now on the Radiant side.
Yeah, awkwardly enough, you have to get to the other side of the map. They are showing the Terrorblade top, so we'll see how long until reactions come into that. Hellscream is thinking about going and stealing a Wisdom Rune, but he gets dusted up by the Ursa. I mean, that's just a great dust. He didn't even have a sentry nearby, I think.
And his career dies, but it looks like Schofield is going to be made to pay for his nonsense up at top. He sees all these Shopify Vision heroes, and he's like, I've got Aghanim Scepter. I see more than you, but he still gets killed.
Average Schofield day. He's just keeping some people up there. Meanwhile, the bottom tower almost falls to the Lycan. So these random deaths, it wouldn't be Schofield if it wasn't, you know, some deaths here and there on the clockwork.
Yeah, but deaths for space. You get a kill, you get a courier snipe, you get a lot of damage on tier 3.
Yeah, 2,000 damage on that tower.
Farming.
It's almost gone already.
And this is in that waiting period for next Roshan. You know, Aegis expired. You've got another minute and a half to go at least. So you're kind of slotting back into farming mode for a little bit.
Yeah.
It does give it a little bit of wiggle room to Shopify, you know, letting off the pressure just a touch, but it's one of those moves where you let off the pressure, the enemy fills the vacuum, and now they're on this wide open map, and that's when you cut across and make this incisive move with a smoke.
Yeah, they're thinking about, they have a haste as well on the Shaker, so you can very quickly make a powerful move. There is a good ward though, I think they saw this smoke. The dire ward that was placed earlier should be them aware. I don't know, their grouping is... Oh no.
There's a lot of scribbling on the map. I don't think Shopify knows. Oh my god!
He messed up. He actually... Did he ulti before he blinked as well? It looked like the ulti was before the blink. Either way.
Was it?
Got to safety. It can't have been. The creeps survived there. I guess good reaction by Night Stalker though.
Yeah. Pecan's, I guess, just saw him coming.
Nighttime vision.
Oh no. The Terrorblade, though, is going to sunder quite early as Yuma popped the BKB. But in comes the Earthshaker, chain stuns on the TB, and Analog is godlike.
Oh? What is happening with this item build? Click on TB for me. What am I watching? Huh? What in the new meta is this? Radiance coming in, I guess? Yeah, I don't know. Wait, the butterfly though.
What is Yopaj trying to solo kill his Ursa?
I mean, he had Ricky nearby. He was hoping. He was hoping, but what in the... I'm so confused what TB is doing, dude. What are you cooking, brother? This has to be the squishiest build you could possibly come up with, by the way. Yasha into Eagle Song into Sacred Relic.
Yeah.
What possesses you to want to play with no HP in this game?
I don't... You know those takeaway shops where you're browsing some, delivery website and you're like, oh, I could go with some Indian food or some Mexican food, and you're browsing. It's like, oh, this place looks good. And you see that they serve pizza and doner and Turkish and, curry. And you're like, well, if you're doing all of these, I know you're not good at any of them. You're just trying to cover all bases. That's what this build is.
It's the most cursed build I've seen, Gareth. I'm not sure what's happening. I think he regretted the decision of the butterfly, which, I questioned it the moment he went for it, saying that the butterfly, he's just gonna die to Shaker ulti. But this is not the solution, is it? I guess he wants to cancel Blinks with Radiance Burn, is the only explanation I can feel here. Some mischance, some Blink cancels, but dear God, this is not it, man.
Or it's the old school, we're losing, we need to roleplay as Naga Siren build?
Yeah, sure. I mean, if he does get the Radiance and the Butterfly, then he will be immortal until they have MKB. Sadly, the Ursa is already buying MKB. He sees a Relic and an Eagle Song. He's probably like, okay.
And bottom lane, Earthshaker, doesn't get the full combo onto Pakaz, who now blinks away to safety. Analog a couple of whiffs there on this Night Stalker.
Yeah, bit of a miss by Shaker, definitely holding his nuke a bit too much.
And then Whisper. Yopaj starts on him, Shapeshift gets used up, and Tiny runs away, and Terrorblade, he's got his first big item delivery at minute 25.
The Radiance, it's here. The Radiance and the Eagle Song. But now it's back towards Manta, so this Eagle Song is going to be a casual Eagle Song for a long time, I think. He also has 2 Manta Styles queued up. Do it, Tomato. Buy both those Manta Styles. This is going down the cursed territory, man.
So then what's the belt for?
I mean, he was going SMY. He changed his mind. There's been a lot of changing his mind. I think he changed his mind quite a few times in this game.
But it's the accessories that brings the outfit together. It's that the signature belt.
I mean, yeah, you got a little belt hanging out of the backpack. Looks nice.
Nice Stalker mid onto the Clockwork, but that is a pretty tanky Schofield. It does get brought down as they bring the numbers, but now Yuma swings back onto the Tiny. Ursa forces Yopaj to disengage and run away. Heroic not going to be able to get any trade there. So they got the Roshan. That's what was most important.
I mean, still good. They get a kill, and they're positioning for the top tower push. So realizing that the push is coming in from Heroic, we see Shopify Rebellion doing the only right thing and going top. And now with TP's on cooldown as well, because the TP reacted mid after Roche. So there's no TP on Warlock, no TP on Lycan, and no TP on Ursa. They could commit to pushing here if they realize this.
And they've got Wolfbite as well.
Uh-oh. This game has been...
There's no time to look at the Zeus. He just disappeared.
He's spotted, yeah. He's just insta-dead. Meanwhile, Ursa goes into the enemy base and pick up a new TP scroll. Oh, he gets tossed in, though.
Tossed back into Fountain, though. And Rage and BKB. He's also got Aegis, don't forget, so a second life is available. Yuma apparently going to survive, though, even getting chucked back into the well.
Oh, no, TB got cancelled. Schofield cancelled his TP, so Terrorblade is running across the map trying to get there. He's late to the
he's being
defense.
pinged out as well. They know where he is. They saw him under vision.
Uh-oh. Shaker is very fast. They're going to see him now. He's under a ward.
Running straight towards him. And Tomato, he's got to know that he's being eyed up here. The pings Tomato, Terrorblade,
Can he get the range?
Get back into the tree line, hide in the fog. No, it's not happening. Analog. Parivision. Sunder turn around, not even coming either.
Did you see that? That was beautiful. He even used the BKB in anticipation. Of course, they got the kill anyway, so it doesn't matter. But if he did Sunder, it still wouldn't have taken the HP away from the Shaker. Man, things are just going from bad to worse for Shopify. And they do have that wolf bite ready on Lycan as well. Bite up the Ursa if they need to. Have a repeat of last game.
We should have gotten those lifeboats, man, when we saw Ricky TB together.
I mean, yeah. The moment they went Midas on Night Stalker, man, I'm like, damn it, I should have.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Should have bailed out on this one.
Yeah, but it's been hard to watch for Shopify fans, I'm sure. This series has been very straightforward for Heroic.
Yeah, it's been really easy. Heroic again going in.
Because very low and sniped by Schofield and his rocket flares.
Look at the damage. Ricky just loses all his HP to these rockets.
And then you've got Wolf Bite. Yeah, the double wolves coming in with a chaotic offering dropped on the Terrorblade, being bonked around inside the cogs, dead for 50 seconds. Yuma chasing on the Hell Scream with a few swipes of the claws. Ricky is down and out. GG called.
Nowhere is safe. I mean, this was just a class difference, to be honest. Heroic played so much better in this game.
That was a mauling.
That was a mauling indeed.
I mean, a 2-0 victory there from Heroic. Very well deserved. You're kind of proud of them and the boys for pulling out such a nice draft and execution, but just thinking about Shopify, who started the group stage so well, coming into this game probably feeling good about themselves, get absolutely dumpstered by Heroic, who now flip the script on them. Heroic with the ones
they were 6-2. Yeah.
4-4.
Very, very good stuff coming out from Heroic. So, I mean, I did think that they would have what it takes to beat Shopify, but I did not expect Shopify to get caught lacking this hard. It was just a complete outplay in both game 1 and game 2. And even in the details, like, look at these minor engagements here and there. This was huge for the top lane. This is not lane you're supposed to win. Clockwork Lycan killing the TB Zeus on level 2, killing both of them. This is not supposed to happen.
That's got to be where the tilt begins.
Yeah.
Really hard to play out the game in this kind of situation. But yeah, the series might matter as the days go on. Group stage comes to a close. In terms of breaking ties and stuff, as both of these teams are kind of middle of the pack, looking to break up into top 4, having a 2-0 victory over the opponents who are nearby you in the groups. Heroic can be feeling pretty comfortable and happy about the situation they find themselves in now after this 2-0 victory.
Yeah, for sure. And on the back of some really crisp gameplay, I mean, they showed that they can utilize this draft in different ways, using the Alpha Wolves in one game, using the pack leader in another game. I was concerned that it wasn't going to work that well, but honestly, anytime Night Stalker got even close to Lycan, he was already blown up, bursted by a hook shot or a shaker jump or whatever, so I don't think he ate a single one of those creeps.
Yeah, 12,400 net worth, Night Stalker, 5.9k hero damage. Not able to really transfer any of the farm into anything. He was never able to get a jump. Midas Shard, Sanjanyasha, Blink, just felt out of sorts in this game. And we can rationalize, okay, he was behind, trying to catch up. They're trying to remedy problems, which maybe we don't see or hear in the team and in the game. It just looked bad.
Yeah,
overall.
It's not an easy time, though. We kind of knew that lane was going to be hard as well. It's the double melee into the Warlock Ursa. They did try to do some shenanigans pulling the creep wave, but ultimately gonna have a hard time no matter how you dice it. And at 10 minutes, we had all the cores being the top farmers on the side of Heroic. They were just getting more farm their way.
Oh, good stuff. Well, we'll take a short break and come back in a little bit because I think we've got KJ waiting for us with an interview. So we'll see you guys in a couple of minutes and come back with that.
Waking up, playing some Dota, It's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
Yeah, some decisive series there. They made it look easy in both the games, I want to say. Shopify just didn't really match up to Heroic. The tempo that they played with, the rotations they made, and overall, they just all seemed to be on the same page. It was really impressive. I believe we have an interview joining us here as Gareth. As always, he's scared of interviews, so I'm going to say welcome, King Jungles. Congrats on your game.
Hello, thanks. How are you guys doing?
Doing great, doing great. I want to say, you guys played a very impressive series there where, honestly, Shopify Rebellion looked like they were just always on the back foot to what you were doing. I want to ask, for game one, how premeditated was it that you guys were shutting down their offlane and their mid lane, leaving the TA, you didn't worry about the TA so much at all. You just really hammered down on taking down the Shaker and the Beastmaster. Was that something that you already had said before the game, or was it just how it happened to play out?
Look, I know you love TA, and you thought that we had to focus her so she doesn't carry 1v9. But now we just listen to Analog, and he will always destroy. So
Yeah.
He knew the right place to go. He's very good and smart, so
Yeah.
we listened to him and he carried us in the early game. And the right thing to do was to kick the Beastmaster's ass.
So it was play around the Monkey King, his activity, his calls, where to go, and make plays around him.
Yeah, just listen to Analog, and then the early game will be fine.
Yeah, definitely does seem to work out. Gareth, are you with us? Or are you still dying?
It looks like I'm back. Sorry, having some technical issues, but it looks like I'm here. Congrats on that 2-0 victory. It's been great to see you guys perform well. I've got a couple of questions. First one, how good does it feel to have Whisper back, in a South American team, back in the region where he belongs, and he's performing again to the level at which we expect from him? And second of all, what's your favorite thing about Warlock as a hero?
About Whisper, I never played with him before, but I'm very happy to have him in my team. I think all the South American scenario is happy that he's back, He's like the good son, always comes back to his home. So he went outside, tried to go do random shit there. But now he's here with a very good team, and he's very good, so we... and, we're gonna conquer a bunch of things together here. I think great things will come for us. We are working so hard, and we are so much talented, everyone here, that it's just a matter of time. And about the Warlock, the thing I love the most is that I can play with one hand, This is a hero I can chill. Just need to heal my cores and give them mana. I was bored in the game, and with so much gold there, I was like, what do I buy? Then I started buying a Crimson. Then I was like, okay, Crimson was bad. I should have went Glimmer. Then I was like, you know what? Go Crimson. I had so much gold, and it was boring, right? Because you can play with one hand. So I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go Crimson. Then I was like, guys, I have Crimson. No one cared.
Guys, protecting you from Terrorblade.
Just so you know, I have Crimson. Sorry. Then I just got carried. This game was very... It's fun because I can pay attention to wards and to map. I don't need to use the brain that much. It has these very good things, besides being a good hero in the meta. So, yeah.
Just sit behind your cores, wait to press your ulti. Just be patient, simple. I guess. Waga, anything else?
No, I just want to say thank you for that series. That was really impressive. You guys played fast Dota, and that's what I love to see. Any final thing? What were your thoughts when you clicked TB and saw his item build? Was there any reaction from you guys when you saw the Eagle song and the relic?
Oh, so when you're support, you kind of want to feel important, right? So my entire team was like, what is he doing with his build? Look at this TB build. It's so random. He's going Radiance, Eagle song. What's he doing? And I was like, he wants Nullifier for my Crimson, guys. My Crimson is making him buy Nullifier. And everyone was like, oh, what's he doing with his build? I'm like, fuck it.
You got in his head. That's what happened. Yeah.
That's my story, and I'm keeping up with it, He bought it because he wanted Nullifier for my Crimson.
Makes sense.
The entire reason. Well, thanks for joining us. We'll let you go. Good luck in your future games, and it's great to see you perform spectacularly here in that 2-0 victory.
Yeah, see you guys soon after the next series. Bye.
Yeah, good luck.
Next.
I'm
bored as the Warlock. I'm buying Crimson. What am I? You got so much money. It feels good in a winning game where you're like, I'm level 7, minute 7 as a Warlock, pos 5. I've got infinite gold.
I love good, that. The guys that got Warlock, nobody cared. It's so true though, because they were already winning way too hard. But finally, when he built his first item, his team already has pretty much won the game. He was there though. He undersells his impact in that game. His Warlock ultis were on point in that game, really catching people out off guard. On mid lane in particular, he scored some very nice kills for his team.
Yeah.
Waking up, playing some Dota, it's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
T'other day when I was driving down the street, I spied a place to park all nice and neat. The fact the gap was small didn't bother I at all till the missus hollered from the rear seat. And she said, back and back, you're you, back and back round. If he hasn't got the knack and he hasn't back and back, then you'll have to back up or back down. Now them's the sort of comments that I dread. They makes I see blue and then see red. So I turned right up a light and said, shut your mouth up tight or I'll park the bloomin' car in there instead. Back and back, you're you, back and back round. If the ass got the knack and the gas back and back, then you'll have to back up or back down. By this time a queue had formed behind, and me fellow motorists weren't feeling kind. They humped and they swore, which only hurt die more, and these words kept going through me mind. And they were back and back, you're you, back and back round. If the ass got the knack and the gas back and back, then you'll have to back up or back down. A copper came along and said,
hello, you're causing a disturbance, don't you know?
What, me?
You'll have to stop this racket, so you better start the back end.
So I backed it up and parked it on his toe. Back and back, you're you, back and back round. If the ass got the knack and the gas back and back, then you'll have to back up or back down. Back and back, you're you, back and back round. If the ass got the knack and the gas back and back, then you'll have to back up or back down. You'll have to back up or back down. Yeah.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman moving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long until we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
Are scanning.
There were two little sisters a-walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny, bonny roads of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny roads of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bows of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bows of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bows of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bows of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bows of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was Ho, the bows of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bows of London.
Mamma mia si salterà, l'ore bella per danzare tiene buon monterà. Ciao la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, l'ore bella per danzare tiene buon monterà. Ciao la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, resta in danza donna mia la ride qua, e con bello giocondo ciascuna toccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare. Mamma mia, si salterà. Fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà. Fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, ball the two, ball the tittery item day. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, ball the two, ball the tittery item day. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, ball the two, ball the tittery item day. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, ball the two, ball the tittery item day. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions. But sportsman's hospitality, those Indians fresh acquaintance. With me whack, ball the two, ball the tittery item day. Agus foy marish and crushki in the speak shelan.
strange land. His fires avowed intent to be a pilgrim. Whoso is sent him round with dismal stories, who but themselves confound his strength the more is. No lion can him fright, hail with a giant fight, but he will have a right to be a pilgrim. Hobgoblin or foul fiend can daunt his spirit. He knows he at the end shall life inherit. Then fancies flee away. He'll fear not what men say. He'll labor night and day to be a pilgrim. Who would true valor see? Let him come hither. One here will constant be, come welcome weather. There's no discouragement shall make him one stray land. His fires avowed intent to be a pilgrim.
Dire are scared.
DreamLeague Season 25 is brought to you by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, and 1xBet.
Welcome back to Dream League Season 25 as we get ready for our second series of Day 3 here in the group stage. And Waga, we're heading into cross-regional play. Parivision taking on the Yakult Brothers.
Exactly. We're hopping over to Group B, of course. We were casting in Group A before, but this is a very interesting matchup for me, partly because I think these two teams are both really, really strong, or at least the Yakult Brothers have very high potential, and Parivision, we all know, have been dominating the scene. But they're also tied up in the group right now, Gareth. They're both sitting at 5 and 3, so winning here would be a really big deal about securing yourself to a top spot in the group.
Yeah, absolutely. And Parivision, we kind of saw them on the come up, right? They're winning ESL in Bangkok, building, making a little roster change with Satanic coming in for Crystalis, and still looking as strong as ever. Maybe argue they're on the come down from winning a major tournament, while Yakult Brothers are absolutely on the rise. But this Parivision roster, a mix of old and new, really has been a delight to watch.
Yeah, for sure. I'm personally a big fan of, Nine Class and his creative ways of playing new stuff always. He's always innovating, trying to play the stuff that people haven't really discovered yet, but also just no one in general. It's such a delight to see him absolutely just tearing it up on the mid lane. It gives me flashbacks to the times when he would win, 5 majors back to back and stuff. It was the good old days, but I feel like he's peaking now. It's so exciting to watch.
Yeah, we need to bring back the old the old MVP free car.
Yeah.
That's what him and Ramses were winning non-stop. It was really a great period of play for him, then a bit of quiet, then storming back onto the scene. And we do have a video that we can take a look at about Parivision as well.
Parivision is a team that came out of nowhere and rapidly climbed to become one of the top teams. And after winning ESL 1 Bangkok in December, they certainly cemented themselves as a top contender at any event. However, despite winning a huge LAN event, Parivision decided to shake things up and make changes to their roster. Crystallis unfortunately went straight from his first big LAN win to the bench. And to replace him, they yoinked young talent Satanic from Team Spirit. The rest of the roster is the same, with No One, DM, 9class, and Ducalis. We've seen countless successful teams make roster changes only to immediately become much less successful. Will Parivision beat the next gaming gladiators, or will Satanic and Parivision manage to elevate each other further to be one of the top contenders for DreamLeague Season 25? Either way, we're excited to see what Parivision will cook up.
It is a really valid point there, right? This fact that other teams have done these big roster shuffles after long periods of success and then kind of flopped and failed. So far, Parivision are still maybe in a bit of a honeymoon period. We haven't seen that complete collapse, and they're keeping strong.
Yeah, for sure. I think Parivision have been very disciplined in their games, right? They're always treating every game very seriously. From what I can see, they're playing at a high level consistently, but we'll see if they have what it takes to go back up here, as well as they're, not dominating the group right now. They're sitting at their 5-3. Meanwhile, Team Spirit waiting up there with 8-0. The final boss of the group so far.
Of course, their opponents, the Yakult Brothers, coming here from the Chinese region, but also, playing in some Western European qualifiers, playing out of Europe while they are here and boot camping. And taking names, taking qualifiers by the scruff of the neck, and starting to build up ahead of steam. We really, saw a disastrous collapse in the Chinese scene with no new talent coming in, relying on these mixes of squads to try and build what they could out of the scraps of other teams. Now we've got two reasonably strong teams, and the Yakult Brothers are the strongest of them all, looking pretty damn good this group stage as well.
Yeah, meanwhile, we've had Extreme Gaming struggling a bit, but Yakult Brothers have really proven to be a tenacious team. And I say that not only because, they've been fighting really hard, but also because in the last 3 series that they played, they lost game 1, but they came back big every single time to tie out the last 3 series to a 1-1. And of course, they got a win in the first series against Avalus, so that's what brings them to their 5-3 score right now.
Yeah, resilient, adaptation, making all these little shifts. Game 1, they felt a little bit greedy. Then they changed to play that fast tempo. And a lot of this tempo, we used to see enabled out of the mid lane. But nowadays, it feels like these position 4, off-lane support players are very important in setting that drive. These invis heroes, these scouting heroes, Nyx, Bounty, whoever it might be, Ricky. And then you've got the bit of flavor from position 4 Morphling as well.
Yeah, Morphling, something that 9class, was one of the first to bring back again into flavor with the support Morphling. And Baboka, he's had a number of different support heroes that he has brought to the scene as well. He was also one of the big Monkey King spammers back in the support Monkey days when that was started to be played. Always very tricky, both of these players. So it will be fun to see them going up against each other here. Obviously, I think both have a very unique way of looking at the game.
Yeah, both, I guess you could put them in like a cheesy, quirky category, funny hero picks, definitely playing a little out of the box, finding cool ideas to, in 9class's case, very much manipulate creep waves, get up in the face of the opponents and kind of outplay them with this Morphling example against heroes like Magnus we saw yesterday, out-skewer the Magnus and look incredibly good. While, Baboka feels like a little bit more of an up-in-your-face, I'm going to piss you off every second of this game until you give up. Bounty Hunter, Monkey King, Ricky, running around and causing chaos, sniping couriers kind of guy.
Yeah, I'm wondering what the odds are that Ricky will either get banned or picked in this series. I feel like it's pretty high, as either of these players could definitely bust it out. But yeah, we're going to head into the draft in just a second here, and we'll see what the openings are going to be. It is Yakult Brothers with the first pick, so Parivision. We'll see what they decide to ban out. Obviously, a lot of times we see the PA and Alchemist being prioritized as bans. Already PA and Tiny, in fact, being the first to be removed. As Tiny is, of course, a super strong opener as well to any draft.
Man, sure is.
We saw it struggle, though, in the Heroic versus Shopify series. The Shaker kind of just dumpstered him there.
Yeah, it's... I don't know. I don't want to say always, but in the past year, ever since we've seen that Tiny versus Earth Spirit, Earthshaker, whatever nonsense mid matchup, it's felt like the Tiny is the one that needs supports to rotate to him. You need to control the runes. You need to get him to blink is the key action. Make sure he has a decent laning stage, maybe get a kill on the enemy mid, control runes, guard him up. He needs that little bit of help just to push him over the hump and get there. And if that doesn't happen, he can struggle.
Yeah, and still Alchemist in the pool. Parivision actually do commit for the ET ban out as well.
Oh.
They're saying if you want Alchemist, you can go for it.
10 seconds remaining.
You could brothers now with the choice. There's a few power heroes, of course, available still. Quite a few. We have the Nyx Assassin as well, which could be a high priority. Yeah, Magnus definitely an option for either team.
Monkey King's out there as well. Oh hell, Bristleback is a hero that I feel I've not seen much of.
Yeah, he's been banned incredibly much.
And you've got the the old classics like Pango, Doom, Dawnbreaker, all still out there as well as the Abaddon is the one to be removed, and the Bristleback, the hero for Yakult Brothers. So flexible between positions 1 and 3, timing hero, and gives you that nice tanky frontliner to play through in that period where the laning stage kind of breaks down and you want to push towers.
Yeah, and I think what you mentioned there about the flexibility between 1 and 3 makes it such a nice first pick as well. The fact that you can go either way here, and there's also the possibility of playing it Goo or Red Facet, so yeah, you can really go for whichever style you want. And it's kind of hard to adapt to for Parivision. All they see now is the Bristleback, which might put some emphasis on some supports that we otherwise haven't seen that much, like Shadow Demon, for instance, has been banned every here and there, but we haven't seen it picked that much. So we'll see if that's maybe a priority to go towards. But Monkey is going to be the opening.
Yeah, there was I think it was Gaming Gladiators in one of the qualifiers. They had a draft where they picked 3 or 4 heroes that had turning mechanics. They had Lich with Sinister Gaze to turn the Bristleback. They had Legion Commander and a couple of others to try and make sure that they could, fight him face on.
Yeah, it's always nice to have abilities to kind of make sure that you do the damage into the face of Bristleback. But another way is to just try and kite him, have spells that can keep him in one place. That's why, going for something like Shadow Demon or Invoker or something to just drop an ice wall on him, keep him in place, and focus the other targets can be a good approach as well.
Especially when you've already got the Monkey King with the Wukongs. Trap him inside that, get the damage going. And then, of course, there's itemization that we can think of. The first layer is always heroes, counter picks. What can we do here to build that level playing field? And then you think about the silver edges, or even the diffusal blades, right?
Yeah, always good options. But I feel like that's down the road you can end up finding ways to deal with Bristleback. The problem is though, Bristle can hit a very strong early timing. The first item, if it's seeing red, usually the Aghanim's timing, or if you go for the Goo Facet, the early pipe. The amount of play you can see around that is going to be the big question, because then you don't have your timing of Silver Edge. You might not even have mana burn from Madifu or something like that.
Yeah, it's where you want some kind of reset button or big team fight ability, whether it's a save through Pugna Decrep or Oracle False Promise, or, there's a Baden ban. We've seen it a lot as a core, but I know Ducalis has also played it as a support with the Aghanim's build. That would have been a good way to kind of stop the Bristleback's initial movement into the fight.
This is Ricky pick surely coming in. Parivision, I wonder if they will take it away, because Yakult Brothers, they're telegraphing a Ricky right now. Nyx ban and Bounty ban. I mean, either of these heroes can reveal Ricky. Nyx with that Nyx sense, of course. I definitely feel like they want to get their hands on that. But Parivision, though, playing Ricky into Bristol is not always fun, since you don't do much damage backstabbing.
Yeah, that's the thing. And Ricky has felt like a bit of a weak laner. And you're also now in this toss-up between Ricky and Venomancer. And I think it's kind of a pick your poison here of, do we give them Veno? We ban Ricky? That seems real scary, especially in the hands of Baboka.
Yeah, there's also a choice for them what they want to play themselves. I mean, Venomancer is not a bad hero to pair up with Monkey King. That's a 1-2 combo on your safe lane. So if you want, you can get rid of the Ricky and still take the Venomancer. I'm not so sure about playing Ricky themselves for Parivision right here. They're really digging into the time, though, considering there's obviously a lot of stuff happening on other roles as well. Other alternatives to go for.
But we have to come back to Alchemist, surely. Alchemist is still out there.
Yeah.
I'm not saying to pick it now, but as an idea, Alchemist is here in the draft, and it looks like Venomancer is the hero that gets priority.
Yeah, so banning out the Morphling instead, and then going for this. A little bit of respect towards the potential for the support Morphling, or even carry Morphling, obviously. Come in. Yakult Brothers still have the possibility. I like this this approach by Parivision. You get the potential for a super strong lane in the Veno and Monkey, and you still have that flex open that Monkey King can be a +4. It could be a +1, +3. Anything can happen.
And whichever lane either of these goes to is going to be a hard lane for the opponents.
Yeah.
Those two heroes bring a lot to the table.
Yeah, definitely. I think Yakult Brothers might have to show a little bit of identity on their next picks here. I doubt that they want to reveal the Bristles. They don't want to lock Bristle into a lane, though. So probably just go for supports.
Like a Warlock or we've not seen much Lich, but Lich has been picked a couple of times.
Yeah.
Nice protection for the Bristleback into Monkey.
I think Warlock is a great hero, but I do think he might be a bit scary to run into some of these heroes who can jump the backline so well, like Monkey King, who can get in there, and providing vision with the Venomancer too. Clockwork, though, always good. I feel like Clockwork is in an amazing spot right now. Works into any draft, pretty much.
Yeah, scouting to see the Monkey. A good initiation tool that doesn't rely on Blink to get... This is a bypass the Venomancer nonsense kind of hero, right?
He does, yeah. He gets through all those Venom wards blocking. You just hook shot straight through. I wouldn't be mad about seeing just a Lich paired up with this. They're gonna go Batrider instead. Yeah, Bat is very good against Monkey King as well. You can push him down from the trees. You can burn the trees down. And obviously, Batrider has been generally shining a lot with the damage output he can do. We've seen a lot of shard builds on Batrider lately as well.
Yeah, and having 2 magic immunity piercing ultis, which disable here from your support, feels nice. You're not locked into playing early or late game through this Bristleback. You've got quite an open draft here. Yakult Brothers, I think, have put themselves in a very good spot, even though Parivision have 2 of the most toxic heroes in the game, and now adding a Terrorblade to try and contend with the Bristleback somewhat.
Yep. Yeah, Terrorblade, again, great against Bristleback. We saw the same matchup yesterday where Sunder is extremely good for killing off Bristleback, and all the armor works really well against the Quill Spray. So that's nice, but we also did see the lane struggle, right? It was the Ricky TB back then laning into a carry Bristleback, and they got manhandled by the goo. The viscous goo brought them down. This time, though, might have a bit of a stronger pairing as Tusk comes in as well.
A snowball save against some of those initiation tools. Shard's good to try and block people out.
This confirms at least
is that the lane then, TB Tusk?
Yeah, I think that's quite likely to be the lane. We still have to know where the Monkey King goes, though. Monkey could be mid, could be off lane, you know. Tough to say.
They have double flex with their cores, and they have last pick. It's such a strong position.
It's really annoying for Yakult Brothers. But the moment Yakult show their next hero, I think Parivision will make up their mind about where they go. So with Lycan coming in, personally, I would say that having TB laning into Lycan is really nice. So I would favor having just the TB safe lane together with... I mean, you can put either support there. Tusk or Veno is fine. Generally, Venomancer does really well on +5 because then he can go jungle. If you play +4, you can't jungle as easily. So Tusk more likely to be the +4 in my mind.
But then is Yakult Brothers draft like locked into these positions? It could be carry Lycan and offlane Bristleback, right? Or does that just not change anything?
It can be, but even if it is, then I still would probably rather have the Terrorblade on that safe lane. I think it guarantees a good start for TB, either hero that he goes up against, as long as he's on the safe lane. If he's off-laning into the Bristleback, you know, we saw what happened last time. Get run down a long lane. It can be a little bit scary for TB, who has very low movement speed, but interesting to see how Yakult Brothers are going to approach the final bans here. Ban out the Tidehunter first.
Yeah, look for these DM initiation heroes. Maybe a Centaur or something as well, which DM has picked up. One of the few players that still plays it.
Yeah,
I'm kind of curious. We've seen some offlane Monkey King before into melee matchups. Is that a thing anymore?
It's playable. Especially if it is a +5 Clockwork, it's really strong. And most teams do run Batrider as a +4 towards the offlane. Only a few teams like to really run it safe lane support. It's definitely an option.
What if this is a last pick mid hero for Parivision?
I mean, it's the most flexy type of draft. Parivision have extremely open lane possibilities. I would say the default here is going to be that TB is off lane, though. This is most likely.
Oh, one more ban.
TB offlane, looking for a mid Monkey King perhaps, and then a carry hero. And that's where Yakult are saying carry Tidehunter has been used to counter out Lycan. It's one of the best heroes to deal with wolves in laning stage. And overall, Lycan is never happy against him because once the shard comes in, that anchor just devastates Lycan, takes all his movement speed away. And even if you can kill the anchor by turning around, it usually results in you dying.
Yeah, very likely. Tough spot to be in. I think overall, still probably pretty happy with the way that their draft has gone. They've got this real strong timing, this identity. With their two supports, they can catch, they can kill with the Bristle and the Lycan, just needing to get out of the laning stage with their first couple of items reasonably unscathed. An Alchemist, a hero that is actually last banned.
Yeah, he exists after all. Gotta get rid of it. I can see how Alchemist
Chimera
wouldn't
against
really...
Spirit there.
Yeah.
Was ignored.
Yeah, at least here he gets some attention towards the end. A Puck comes in. Yakult Brothers picking Puck. Is it the classic? Or I guess
Sniper!
Oh, I was thinking Shaker, but yeah.
Oh.
Sniper as well. I think Sniper is a bit hard against Clockwork, Bat, and Lycan. They will all dive the backline. Even Puck. So, but I could totally see Shaker coming in.
And it feels like you need another go-do-shit hero. Like Sniper TB Monkey King, we fall back into the lifeboat situation of too many greedy cores.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. They don't have much time. Gotta pick pretty fast. I mean, Shaker is a default. They're just looking for some better hero right now. They're thinking, what else can we play here? Oh, they go for it. Okay. So they
Monkey mid.
It is gonna be Monkey mid indeed. No one playing that. And they're taking the Naga Siren. So Naga is an absurdly strong hero against Lycan, by the way. Just the way she works, right? Super tanky. Has great physical AoE splash damage with the Riptide. Lycan's wolves kind of die to it, and you don't need to even hit the wolves. You can hit something else and the splash will still happen. So she's one of the few heroes who can deal with Lycan quite well. Not to mention that the End Snare is just one of the best catches in the game against him. I don't know if that makes up for the fact that Naga is still a shit hero in my mind.
Like what is the item timing for Naga?
It's really tough to say. It used
minute 60?
No. I mean, you used to say that Manta plus Orchid, right? The moment you have Manta Orchid, you go and do stuff and try and take over the game. It used to, in the past, be that Naga wins every late game, but it's really not true anymore. She needs so much, so much farm to be able to beat heroes in late game. But that's where Monkey King and TB can pick up the slack. Parivision's draft is greedy, but it is tailored to deal with Yakult Brothers draft. I'm actually a believer. I'm a believer in what Parivision have done, even though this is, the classic Terrorblade and then two other kind of greedy heroes. But Monkey is more action than greed.
Yeah, the way we've seen no one play it as well, very early on, jumping around, contesting Wisdom Runes, playing actively, getting into side lanes to cause a bit of havoc. Super excited to see how this plays out, because it's also Ducalis on the Venomancer, 9 class on the Tusk, as they do a little swapperoo there to put the Veno in a safe lane with a Satanic Naga Siren. As over on the Yakult Bros, they're going to find some ways to deal with this Naga, because they don't have the best ways of killing illusions. Puck with a bit of magic burst, but it's going to be troubling.
Yeah, it's going to be the Alpha Wolves, and it's going to be seeing red, the important facets here to see. Other than that, it's looking all pretty standard. I guess tag team is also normal now over Drinking Buddies. Drinking Buddies not really that popular anymore.
And seeing red is going to be going for the Aghanim Scepter build still, right?
Oh yeah, 100%. Definitely going to be seeing that. If you ever see a Seeing Red Bristleback, they better go for Aghanim Scepter. It's way too important to ever skip.
And the choice of Seeing Red over the red over green here, you see too many high armor heroes in Parivision. You're like, it's not worth it. I'm never buying pipe in this game, so.
It's not so much about the high armor heroes. It's more in my mind that, like you said, pipe only really counters Venomancer here. It's great against Venomancer, but the rest of the heroes do not give a shit about it. So it makes sense to go for Seeing Red, I think, and get a bit more scaling on your Bristleback.
Yeah, then hit that really strong timing alongside a Puck and a Lycan in the mid game. 2 for 2 on the bounty runes. Satanic and 9 class getting theirs. Emo, Tianming, and the other couple. Ducalis, position 5 Veno. Is he going to continually lane?
He's going to start lane. I am going to assume that he's going to do what's pretty common, which is lane until like level 2.5 or level 3, and then start popping into jungle and farming away in the jungle really fast. Because he needs to give some head start to DM on his TB. Make sure he gets a good start in lane. And once he already has secured that, then he can freely start building his own net worth over on the Venomancer. But this lane has pretty good kill potential. Venomancer and TB, they don't have disables, but look at that harassment, just spamming down some abilities.
And up at top lane, speaking about taking people down, Arme's dead to Satanic and 9 class level 1.
He just died to tag team, huh? Just got clapped.
What, does Tianming has cogs level 1, still couldn't save him?
Yeah, I think Tianming already used the cogs, and then they found a chance to go right after that, because his cooldown was just coming off as Arme was dead. So he used them early, and then they saw an opportunity. 9 class just finds the kill there.
Yeah, blood grenade, right clicks, all adds up. Incredible start for this off lane of Parivision, which holds their position 1 carry. Nagasaurn, lane swap already paying off big time.
Yeah, I mean, they got what they wanted. Having the Naga against the Lycan is really good. And now at level 2, their kill potential is way higher as well. Lycan dying once could spell disaster for this lane. There was a time when like mid Lycan was super popular and we saw it over and over. And back then, Naga became the tech to counter it, basically.
There's so many things you can do with it, right? Like even
already
the fact that
look at Lycan, he's going bottom.
Oh man, it's been a while since we've seen this kind of business. Arme comes down here. A flame break onto Ducalis, and the Wolves shredding through the Venoman, so it's going to give the roaming Lycan a kill alongside Baboka.
Yeah, Baboka is building sticky napalms.
They come down and hit the tower as well.
Yeah,
that's a cool little move.
He's putting more and more of these napalms on the Terrorblade and just forcing him to run away. He will run out of mana on the Batrider, but TP was forced from TP.
And then mid lane, a puck against the Monkey King. Pretty close between the two of them right now. No one, of course, continually taking these harassment hits from the puck non-stop, as the wave also going to be shoved out pretty hard towards him. So we'll be losing out in that regen battle, but keeping yourself toe-to-toe with the puck in last hits.
Yeah, Puck doing a fantastic job with harassing, just coming forward. Struggling a bit to stay his HP high. No one out of tangles. Bought some new ones, but has to be so careful. And you see Puck repeatedly refill his HP.
And then top lane again. Tianming this time the casualty as the lane swap fully switches here for the Yakult Bros. Zeal up here with the Bristleback now. But Nagasar and Satanic already off to an incredible start.
Yeah, this lane is proving to work out really well. The Tusk and the Naga Siren. I didn't expect it to be that strong, but overall they're just kind of brawling. Naga with double Wraithband hits really fast, and even getting the extra Minus Armor from the Riptide, increasing that tag team damage.
And this was all unlocked because of their double flex pick of the cores, right? Yep. It gave them this opportunity to pick the Naga Siren. As it looks like Yakult is trying to get a bit of damage onto Satanic, but yeah, these illusions, they chip back at them until the Quill Sprays deal with them.
Yeah, Naga Siren still no magic stick though, so laning into what now is a Bristleback without getting those charges means he can keep spamming her and deal a lot of damage.
And a good pull through there into the large camp as well. Is Tianming able to potentially drag that lane a bit closer to his own tier 1 tower? So far it's been comfortable for Satanic to sit there.
Yeah, they're starting to stem some of the bleeding here on top lane, but Naga is still finding herself able to take over this big camp. Her form is looking concerning this early game. I like the micro he's doing as well, sending one illusion away just to deal damage to Bristleback whenever he can.
And now to Carlos.
Oh, the pinball.
Up in his top lane. Satanic and the Cogs have problems caused by Tianming and Zeal, so they get the kill on the Naga.
That's 3.
As the Batrider comes in to clear out Ducalis, it's a 3-for-1.
The danger of going on a Bristleback, he just turned his back around and kept quilling. They did bring him down, but what did it cost? Literally everything. Look at him just looking into the shards here. He's like, yeah, you can't hit me in the front. And meanwhile, the Clockwork just taking down the Naga Siren pretty much on his own. Yeah, she took a bit of quill damage, but it was mainly just pinball and then battery assault without anyone
helping her out.
And that's allowed Arme to completely recover. 21 last hits, sitting pretty down at bottom lane, dragging the wave around to sit in front of his tower. Feeling much happier about the lane stage now than they did, 2-3 minutes ago, when they were struggling on both side lanes.
We see Monkey King kind of struggling to get the shift dodge as well against the puck. It's so hard now that you only have 0.1 second window. You have to be very precise about it. He's missed a few and his HP dropping pretty low. Fortunately, as a Monkey King, he can get back to base quite quickly. Go and refill.
Ah, the silver linings.
Yeah, he's got the power treads complete, so he's still quite confident now at throwing a gank somewhere. Oh, they lose him.
Emo?
Stolen away.
Sure. 9 class. A little spooky there. So, the other puck facet is the Waning Rift push and pull thing, right?
Yeah.
So, what's the choice between those two? Like, why has he gone for the curveball?
The curveball gives you a few things. Oh, look at this wrapper on top. We'll come back to that topic in a sec. See if they can go
Wisdom
on
Rune time, huh?
Yeah, soon it is. Satanic. Gonna get out of this, I think. Completely fine.
Yeah. Looks okay, but can they reclaim control of the Wisdom as 3 Yakult Bros heroes are all up here? Well, hell, it's about to be 4 in a second as Puck makes.
Meanwhile, Lycan, he's not level 6 yet. Gets ganked down bottom. He's not getting out. I'm trying to TP, but I mean, that's a Monkey King, sir. It's gonna stun you.
TP cancelled. Death of the Lycan. It looks like Tusk sent an illusion to the right-hand Wisdom rune. Maybe trying to deny it or set up the Monkey King to take it. They need it, but they can't. Yeah. Both Wisdoms go to Yakult Bros.
That's very nice for them. Chinese squad getting some advantage in the experience. Yeah, so to go back about the puck facets, basically the curveball, it seems gimmicky at first, right? But the more you think about it, it gives you a few things. It extends the duration you can have an illusory orb out. If you throw it so that it will turn around and go backwards, that means you have more time before you need to hit the jaunt button, before you jump to it. So that partly allows for a lot of plays. And then of course in laning stage, you can do a lot of fancy little things like harassing with it or sending it to farm the small camps as well, or jungle camps. So there's a lot of
wave and then contest rune at the same time.
Yeah, there's a lot of niche things you can do. But overall, I'm more a fan of the Waning Rift facet, but this one has a lot of possibilities. It can also really catch people off guard.
DM on his Terrorblade, whacking away at the tier 1 here. Lycan, Clockwork come back down to offer a bit of protection as they get in behind with Tianming.
TB.
That Rider and the Puck both arriving now with Emo coiling up the Terrorblade and silencing him so he can't sunder. Good snipe on him. Saves the tier 1 tower and creates a bit of space for Arme to continue farming.
Oh, very nice, clean little move there. Catching him. We see Tianming with good positioning to catch the TB there. Kalis has started to farm up a bit in the jungle, but not being left to his own devices. The Clockwork is still here.
And he's going to be ever aware of these wolves.
Yeah.
Alpha wolves of the Lycan scouting him every step of the way.
The wolves are easy to deal with for now with his Venom wards, but later on they will miss just like everyone else.
And he does get to sit on that tier 1 bottom, soak up the golden experience coming to him. There's a lot of room here for the Yakult Bros to build up stacks. Baboka's over there, stacking the Ancients and the large camp.
Prepping.
Zeal has had a good couple of minutes period here of calm as well.
Yeah, able to find a bit of farm. I mean, Bristleback probably going to be the one to clear out the Ancient stack, but for now, just trying to get towards the level 6 on Batrider, so he can come in with the lasso gank. Even though they got both the Wisdom runes stolen, Parivision, their supports are still doing pretty fine. Venomancer's about to hit level 6 bottom, and Tusk, he is only level 5, but we'll see if he can get his ulti as well.
Yeah, I guess Tusk with a good early laning stage, and Venomancer being Venomancer.
Committing Bristle, but it's trapped. They're behind you.
There's a tanky Bristle. They bring the tank team in. The damage stacks up on them with the Quill Sprays, though. Emo's going to kill off DM and 9 class, while Tianming finishes off no one. Another 3 for 1 around the Bristleback, but this time it's 2 cores that die.
Oh.
While Arme slips away bottom.
Seen this movie before. They baited it beautifully. Sat there in the smoke, waited for them to go on the Bristleback. And as the goal came in, they just smiled. They're like, okay, you might die on a bristleback, but look at the punishment. Look at the cleanup.
Emo super happy about this. A good game for the puck here, looking at all these heroes with no control. You're not scared of snowball or ensnare, really. You can dodge out of these things. You know, a boundless strike from Fog really is the only thing that can catch this Emo puck off guard.
Yeah, it's going to be more about items. Oh, so we see a takedown on a bristleback without any return as they all move down bottom. The Venomancer ulti put to good use.
That's a kill into tower. Opens up access to the enemy ancients at the same time, pushing Ame and Zeal away from that high value area of the map.
Yeah, they're trying to stack the ancients, but going to block that up and perhaps take away the ancients even. Puck is coming over with an Invis rune. Looking for an angle. Venomancer could be a good target. Oh no. Oh, Emo body blocked Tianming.
Well, he's invis. How can Tianming see him?
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Not his fault.
He needed to tell him, buddy, I'm right in front of you.
I'm invis here.
Don't hook.
I'm invising. Just dust me.
Clockwork confused. What happened?
That was sad. Well, it would have just been a Veno kill.
Dota would be a weird game to play if you didn't have shared vision with your teammates. You're just randomly running around the map and it's like, help! Help where?
You would end up needing, I don't know if you played much like military sim games, but you have like entire like TeamSpeak servers full of people who are like, you know, actual commanders, you know, leading groups of people. You need the big comms. And they do get a jump onto Zeal again down his bottom lane. And Parivision combining nicely there to finish him off, while Emo and Baboka trying to strike back on the Venomancer. Pops a big one, but still taken down by the puck in the end.
That's really rough, actually. The focus on this bristleback. He was having a pretty good game, but so much hatred coming his way. Still pretty farmed, but not as farmed as he wants to be.
Okay, you need a full, you know, two. Oh, hang on, Emo. Okay, he's got no way to. If he had a quelling blade there.
Yeah, exactly. Instead of a fair fire, the quelling blade puck, all too common.
Oh yeah.
Now, I was as I was saying earlier, the counter in this game to a puck is really gonna come from items. Again, going on the light, and can he get out? Ooh, the shards.
The shards don't catch him.
A little bit off the mark. I think it would be a hard kill anyway, but yeah, he managed to scurry away.
And Ame Midas into Radiance.
I mean, why not, I guess? It's Alpha
TB and
Wolves.
Naga.
Yeah, you're all about the Wolves anyway, so maybe Radiance is a good choice here. Against the Naga Illusions, TB, Monkey, they're very right-click based. The evasion and mischance is going to be very useful.
Yeah, like normally would see these kind of Echo Saber, Mantas, BKBs, all the stats items.
Yeah, harpoons and stuff. But not in this game, I guess. I'm pretty on board with this. I kind of like the choice.
Yeah, that makes sense. He's going to get there. And Satanic, there, the flip side, waiting for this Naga Siren to kind of feel comfortable about making moves. And you said Manta Orchid is the go time?
Yeah. And it's going to be pretty annoying for Puck because there's going to be double Orchid. The Naga is going Orchid, and the TB already just about has his Orchid, 100 volts low. So, yeah, there's not much control against you, but these silences are really going to be annoying.
That's that itemization, right? Thinking about earlier on, what's Puck scared of? Bound Strike from Fog, but now it's Bound Strike, double Orchid, and the follow-through stuns there. And Ducalis, dead bottom, 9 class, revenge onto it. Channeling Clockwork, defending bottom tier 1.
Wukong's not really going to connect to something as he already used the stun to kill off the Clockwork, but they still push them away. But now with the Wukongs on cooldown, it's actually going to be Yakult Brothers who are thinking about opening bottom. End of the day, the Puck probably wants to get to Blink Dagger as well, though, before making too many dives. And this kind of slow play out of farming for Naga is working out really well. He's getting very, very big, and I don't really see who's going to deal with the Naga Illusions that well.
No, it's going to be hard. Like, Bat and Puck and Bristleback and have to like, go and gank the Illusions to deal with them.
Yeah. See a smoke coming out. Baboka, by the way, is going for a first item Lotus Orb on his Batrider. So, understanding that it's a good item for this game. You can get rid of the Ensnare. Even if you don't cast it before Ensnare connects, you can still dispel it. And against the TB Sunder, of course, always amazing. Not to mention saving your puck. The silence has to be removed.
The wolves! Guard block them, please. Something. Anyone. Help this mid Monkey King. 30% of his health gone from one wolf.
Yeah, I mean, they're so annoying. Now they're on the Venomancer. He puts down more wards. Oh, that Rider as well, poking.
Another bound of strike. A blood grenade thrown at him.
Good measure. Just throw one.
Oh my goodness.
Let them know. They're not welcome around these parts. Gotta protect your Ancients. Defense of the Ancients.
A super high value area to play.
So, Puck changed his mind. Oh, we see a jump on Bristle again.
Yeah, Zeal once again surrounded. This time, no backup from the Yakult Bros. No reaction. And it's been Parivision just sweeping from one side of the map to the other these past couple of minutes with this strong item timing that we're talking about. Getting the objectives and opening the map for themselves, which is...
Can they get the Naga?
Key element of this Naga Siren gameplay. No one. He's going here, and they have Snowball save Satanic with a Sunder there as well. Naga's kept alive. Puck turned on and killed. They keep Satanic up and running, and Parivision, that reaction, I wasn't quite sure what was happening at first, but they did.
Yeah, quick. That was so fast. He came in, Tusk TP'd in, and immediately snowballed him. That's why it looked a bit confusing.
You got ensnared? Do we have TPs here?
I think he sold it.
Any teammates? Do I need teammates? Do I look like I need teammates?
That's exactly why Naga Siren is a good hero against Lycan. You can just shred him. He can't do anything at this stage, and especially with this Midas wolf-focused build, it's not gonna do well when he fights 1v1 like this.
That was domination.
Yeah, and you know, this is before Naga gets the heart and becomes really tanky as well. The fact that he has been involved in 8 kills already is crazy for Satanic, having a very good game.
Yeah, closing in on 12k net worth. 17.5 minutes in. Yeah. He's having a cracking game.
Kid definitely knows how to farm. He knows his way around getting some extra gold here.
Magnum Scepter for Zeal, though. One of the big steps here for Yakult Bros to get momentum on their side. And try and get this Bristle back into a place where, yeah, front lining up in the face. Oh no, double career snipe. Oh, one of them dies.
Problem for Bristleback as well is that all these ganks that have happened to him recently, the Mage Slayer of the Monkey King has just turned off all the damage that he's returning. Like, getting 40% less spell damage out is making it so, even though he got picked off, normally as a Bristleback, you're like, oh, the enemy took a lot of damage, you know, my team finds counter kills. No, not here. Oh, Monkey just runs in and finds a very free kill, I think, as Lycan doesn't have ulti yet.
No, double damage, couple of hits. Wukong's command
DM got hit with a reflection. The last hit.
I didn't even realize. I was like, what are you talking about?
DM randomly just steals it with one reflection. I think he got one auto attack in as well.
Monkey did 99.99. It's like, you know, the labels on those antibacterial sprays.
Yeah.
The 0.001% of bacteria. That's the Turlo's reflection. Puck, face shift. Chanming dead elsewhere, but this Walrus Punch 9 class with the control they've got kills the puck mid. Yakult Bros have done such a good job holding onto this game, showing that they can be competitive, fighting back, but Parivision flick a switch and just completely control the map.
Yeah, I mean, they've done such a good job just focusing on the Bristleback. I think Bristle was the hero they needed to play around. Bristle had to have a good game and get Aghanim so they have someone to fight around. But he's just been absolutely targeted, and he hasn't had any farm progression in the last 10 minutes, pretty much. He's barely moved.
It's like when we've seen these like Earthshaker or tiny mids, right? Where there is the linchpin hero for some of these drafts is that active hero or that frontline hero. And if you're able to shut them down and delay their blinks or delay the Aghanim Scepter and Bristleback this game, you lose all of that confidence from the hero that's meant to right now be the strongest hero on the map and go do shit.
Yeah, exactly. So it becomes very, very tricky. And part of it as well is that Baboka went for this Lotus Orb build. I'm not saying Baboka is the problem. He's 3-0 and 5. Like, he's playing a good game, but he does not have a Blink Dagger. He cannot lead and initiate. He cannot start stuff for them. So they're always on the reaction side of things, never getting pickoffs themselves.
It looks like now they're going to try and start playing through Zeal a bit more. Boca and Tianming sat behind him, ready to react if he does get gone on again. But Naga Illusions have scouted them out. Parivision have smoked up and are sweeping across from the west.
Oh boy,
Yakult
they're
Bros,
running into a brick wall.
Yakult Bros think they're onto something here. They're like, oh, we can kill this TB, guys. Just bring numbers down.
Look at Monkey, he's right next to them.
Completely two-man boundless in with the Wukong's War's Punch on the puck. Stars are stunned up. Emo will jump to the right-hand side, but both supports have already died. Yakult Bros, it's time to run and hide because they're being pummeled down. The bristleback found here by the Monkey and the Naga Siren. Mage Slayer goes to work, make sure no damage comes, and Yakult Bros completely dismantled.
Yeah, they have no authority in this game anymore. Parivision are just showing that they understand the power spike perfectly, and they're gonna close this game out pretty early as well, I think. They're currently taking Roche, as we see Lycan on the other small camera here, just trying to find whatever farm he can. I like how no one just slid in as a tree. He walked right up next to them in the transform form.
Oh boy, howdy. How are you all doing? There's a freaking tree out of nowhere. Oh, Emo uses the monkey. Boundless Strike is there. What's he got? An orb, a shift. But of course, there's no blink dagger here on the puck. He's trying to juke, and he actually breaks the ankles of the Tusk, who went too far to the right. And Emo might actually just be able to slip away from this.
He's trying to get away. The monkey, though, still has another Boundless. He takes him down. No armor on the poor puck, and doesn't really survive that.
And while that's happening, Emo obviously trying to desperately scramble to that side of the map for Wisdom Rune for lane push. But now you're losing tier 2 on the right-hand side of the map. And Yakult Bros, they don't have that surprise jump. They've got to try and just walk it in towards Parivision with damage onto Ducalis. But he's glimmered up, and then your backlines are being destroyed. They do get a trade at least, but Zeal is now isolated, completely cut off from the rest of the pack. So an ensnare and a drag back in. And brings the Bristle in towards the Orchid, and the backline Monkey King stabs towards Tianming. Zeal dead, and a bonus kill. It is just bleeding out here as the Dominoes topple over. A knock-on effect from Parivision getting kill after kill, puts Yakult Bros in a really hard spot now.
Yeah, I mean, they just don't have the team fight to put up against this. It's all too difficult. Naga Siren, just very, very good pick in this game. It was such a nice read that this was a Naga game. We have not seen this hero a lot, but they show a good understanding, Parivision, in the draft.
For sure.
I like the start of that fight where Venomancer was being gone on. Ducalis is like crawling away from the Bristleback, and Terrorblade runs up next to him. Stands still. He pauses his hero, looks at him a little bit like, should I sunder my teammate? And then he just decides not to and starts running away to kill something. And Ducalis is like, well, okay. At least you saw me, I guess. It was an active decision to let me die.
It's not as though I wasn't perceived. It just
no, it's very possible Ducalis just said, I don't matter, Go kill everyone. Doesn't matter. Venomancers are very okay with dying. That's something that's always been true in Dota. He goes in, does his thing, and then the enemy also dies.
Well, lane of barracks for Parivision. 20-30 minutes in.
Is available now for Venomancer as well, so it can block whatever damage those Alpha Wolves are meant to do.
Well, they kill the Tormentor, and Emo uses this opportunity to jump in. You also dispel the Orchid. Emo lands down, face shifts and dodges. Tusk dead as the Bristleback turns his back and gets the Quills going. Lasso into the Venomancer in the back lines, but now Terrorblade and Naga. And think about opening up.
Monkey is coming. They're calling him over.
Monkey jumping over, ready with the Wukong's gonna throw it out the big circle, and the Boundless lands onto the Bristleback, taking out Zeal and Tianming in quick succession, and then Arme, nothing left to do but turn and run, and apparently call GG.
Yeah, running away in wolf form, screaming GG, GG.
Waving your white flag.
I mean, the game is over. There's nothing premature about this call. That's just a game that was already completed. Parivision, they played extraordinarily well, dealing with whatever Yakult Brothers were trying to do. No one on his Monkey King ends the game 12-1-4. After struggling a little bit in lane against the puck with the constant harassment, he still got his farm. He still understood how to connect on the side lanes.
It feels like we rarely see gotcha picks, cheese picks anymore.
Until now.
This Naga Siren, it was
kind of gotcha, wasn't it?
Oh, it totally was. It totally was. And they laned it, right? They made the active decision of pairing the lane of Naga against the Lycan, making sure they get that matchup because it's unplayably hard. Like, the Lycan Wolves don't do any damage to Naga and she can free farm. I did not expect Lycan to die level 1 though. Ahmed definitely overplayed getting too close to the Tuscan Naga there. We were paying attention to the bottom lane, but suddenly he just disappeared. There were moments though. I mean, there were moments of hope. We saw these 2 moments where they had the Bristleback just baiting and providing triple kills for his team.
But I guess then, in a way, it's always, eyes on the Bristleback no matter what. Yakult Bros have to come and defend Bristle, while the Naga then gets to 1v1 the Lycan, right? Was knock-on effect from some of these moves. Emo did get to play with some, reactive force there to defend Zeal and turn things back on him. But once it got to this point, the game was already over for 5 minutes, it felt like.
Yeah, no, it definitely was. It felt like there was nothing to do the moment that the Bristleback got this shut down and his timings were completely off. You never got to the point of having like an Agnum Scepter plus a Bloodstone or whatever to heal up. This poor little Bristle. He had a Voodoo Mask, Yeah, he had the small Bloodstone.
Yay! Didn't do much for him. Yeah, 12-1-4, 6-1-13. You called it out. Great KDA, great stat lines, but more importantly, great performances out of the draft there from Parivision. And a draft in which, yesterday, if we saw this draft and not the game, we would have been like, yeah, this team lost. Naga, Monkey, Terrorblade, that's too greedy, it's too slow.
Yeah, the draft on its own, you can feel that way, but Dota is a game where you have to also look at what they're playing against. The fact that they're playing into Bristle and Lycan makes the TB and the Naga much better, because both of them are extremely good against the counter matchups here. So yeah, they have a pretty greedy draft on Parivision, but they can get away with it here because the Naga is effectively bullying these heroes. And yeah, they just show good understanding of the patch.
Well, apparently today, a day of stomps, a straightforward, breezy victory in Game 1 for Parivision in this 2-game series. We'll come back after the break with game number 2 and see what happens.
Waking up, playing some Dota. It's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
Welcome back in 25. We've got our second series, second game about to come up on our screens as Parivision taking on the Yakult Brothers. And Wagamama, you've got a bit of a hypothesis about this Chinese team.
I'm telling you, Gareth, it's like this. Lose the first one to let the enemy believe that they're strong and then come back and win again. That's what Yakult Brothers have been doing. They've been losing the first game, the last 3 series, and then they come back every single time and win. So the script is as follows, Gareth. They win game 2.
They win game 2. And it feels like they're kind of iterating as well. It's always nice to see this kind of iteration, innovation out of Dota teams on a lengthier, older patch. And they kind of start. It's felt like anyway. They've started out, drafts kind of being a bit greedy and slow in game 1, and then game 2, they're like, okay, that didn't work. We need to play faster, and they pick a lot of fast-paced heroes.
Yeah.
Who do you think? Or what kind of hero do you think that is going to be? Like, who would you look at as a faster-paced hero here? Or do you think that's not the way they go, and they just say that Nagasaran was the bit that undid us?
No, I think it is going to be an up-tempo coming in. I do believe that, they had Bristleback, they had Lycan, which is, strong heroes, but it does feel a little bit like those heroes just want to sit and chill while someone else goes and does stuff. I imagine that we're going to see more activity coming out from the side lanes. As for what hero, we might even see something like Alchemist actually not go all the way until the final ban. Up priority him, or some other hero. I was gonna say that they need a hero like Tiny to play around as well, but Tiny of course was first phase banned by Parivision, so can't really get your hands on that easily.
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? And yeah, Alchemist, one of those kind of up-tempo carries that can play fast off a big item timing, but we'll see how it actually goes because the Game 2 draft is ready for us here as Parivision take on the Yakult Bros. And if you're just joining us, they are very even footing in the group stage here in Group B, both starting the day 5 and 3. And yeah, the Parivision now 6 and 3 with 1 game to go. This could be one of those series that cements that position in the top 4.
Yeah, definitely could be, but we'll see. They first need to make sure that they stay sharp. Yakult Brothers got a chance to bite back as we head into early phase of the draft. The PA and the Beastmaster getting banned out.
I've noticed Emo has changed his name again. You guys can't see it, but we see their Steam nicknames, right?
Yep.
Yesterday it was don't be a naughty person, where naughty person is a word I'm not going to repeat on stream.
Yeah.
And now it's do I suck?
Yeah.
So it seems like Emo's going through some things.
It's just average core player nicknames, updated to some new anime profiles and stuff as well. This is what you do.
Yeah, I guess on that topic, Parivision have 2 players tagged as a Destroyer and No Mercy. And then someone cut Serenity.
Yeah, Serenity goes along with it. Well, there will be Serenity after you destroy the enemy with No Mercy.
Ah, yes. Lycan gone, along with that PA Beastmaster Tiny. Phoenix Abaddon also removed.
Yeah, no
a bit of
attention
respect on that Lycan and respect on the Monkey too.
Yeah, no attention towards support heroes for Parivision's ban. There's different core heroes that don't want to deal with.
So Enigma is left in, that was banned by Yakult previously. And then ET, a hero that's kind of slipped his way into the pool as well.
Yeah, that's a lot of water. That's a real rehydration equipment there. Very good. Gotta drink a lot of water for these long games.
Oh, was it Satanic again?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, the bottle's bigger than he is.
Yeah. It's enough to last you throughout the day.
Well, the answer to Bristleback, still the Terrorblade. A flexible hero for both teams, being able to shift between 1 and 3. There's carry Terrorblade, you've got that Scardy and stuff to deal with the Bristleback. High armor is always going to be handy.
I think important for Yakult Brothers is that they don't kind of go down the same road of having a bunch of physical damage. You need to have some magic damage this time against the Terrorblade. You just played a game against TB and Naga. Cannot go into that trap of, oh, we can, pick these different physical damage dealers together.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I'm wondering about like Zeus as a hero. We've seen him on the rise because of Invis heroes, but he was always kind of a counter to Terrorblade because of all that magic damage. But I don't see like Tianming having played it at all recently. And Zeus has become a support, right? He's not really that mid lane go-to.
Yeah, he doesn't really fit for mid. Mid, you generally want heroes that go in nowadays, like somebody that hops in and kind of takes the focus in the fight as well. That's why we have all those Earth Spirits, Earth Shaker, Tiny, you know, all of them fill that purpose of having tons of damage and being a frontliner. So Zeus kind of just struggling in that regard, but I wouldn't put it past them to pick the Zeus even if they haven't been playing it a lot.
Yeah, you want a safe cracker, but not ones with the stethoscope and the nimble hands. You want someone with a sledgehammer.
Exactly.
Thermite. Go and blow it up.
Just some explosives loaded on that sledgehammer. Let's see what Parivision are gonna go add to their bands.
Well, like a Fallout super sledge.
Exactly.
Out goes the bat. Is it Venno again?
Venno was banned by Yakult, so can't go for that.
Right.
I'm thinking what they do want as a pairing. I mean, what's to say that you don't just pick Clockwork here, though? Clock is so nice.
Yeah, or, Ench, Pugner, the position for Morphling. There's so many of these kind of cheesy options. The Ducal is Chen. It feels like Parivision have a lot of depth. And then you just come back to, Invis heroes. Bounty, Ricky, Nyx was banned, so the other two left in.
Yeah, picking up the Bounty Hunter. Generally a good hero against Bristleback as well. It was actually Yakult who banned it out in the previous game. After they picked the Bristleback, they banned the Bounty Hunter. It's very annoying to deal with the track. You do take amplified damage, and in general, Bounty Hunter is a pesky hero to deal with. As you try and farm some stacks in jungle, he just comes and steals your stuff.
And kind of blocks out a Ricky pick, if that was ever going to come.
Yep. And with Nyx also in the ban phase already, it means that Bounty is pretty happy. It's sort of, Bounty versus Nyx is kind of double-edged. Bounty is not terrible against Nyx, but Nyx can reveal Bounty in his invis.
He sees everything.
Now it's Yakult. Gotta go back and think a bit. I want to see more Marcy's, man. I think Marcy's would overall fit really well with the style that we're seeing right now. Like, slam Marcy Warlock here. You get good team fights, you get some tempo.
Why not an ET?
Yeah, ET works. ET is definitely amazing. Just with the two heroes that you already see, I'm completely down with it. Because Yakult Brothers have been playing ET before, but they have kind of shied away from it. They won 3 games on it, and then we saw them. They did play it in Gaming Gladiators matchup. Huh?
Yeah, they played the ET a bunch.
Yeah, go for Zeus and ET. It's a nice pairing.
It is, for sure. But then the question of who goes where, right? Like, again, I'll have a look. I'll see what their Zeus has been played as, because I just can't see Tianming playing it, but I guess he can if he needs to.
Zeus
he
can
will.
go either role. Even if you haven't played much Zeus support isn't really that technical to execute. It's one of the easier supports, I want to say.
Was that they played it mid against Team Secret not that long ago?
Oh, really?
No.
The mid?
Wait, what? Whoa, no, Dota Buff is lying to me. It says Zeus drew middle, but it also says DK drew. No, that was a 5. That was a 5.
I see. He was mid a lot. Many bottle refills or something.
Just sat mid.
Yeah. I mean, why not lead to some experience?
Yeah, Tianming has played Zeus. I've looked back at the tapes. I see it there.
Okay, so Zeus and Lion is going to be the play. They definitely did what I said, bring some magic damage against the Terrorblade, and they picked probably the 2 highest magic damage supports you can get outside of something like a Skywrath. But the Skywrath even exists? I don't know. He's fake news anyway.
Fraud hero.
Yeah. I mean, I like this. Lion gives you the lockdown. You can prevent the Sunder coming out, stun, the chain stun combination that they needed, and you have all this damage now. They're locked in. Yakult Brothers, they're gonna win game 2. Descript.
The nuke damage is too powerful.
Yeah.
But another high armor hero, Dragon Knight, gonna come in. Someone that has kind of slipped from being 100% contested, picked all the time, banned all the time, into being ignored a fair amount.
Oh, you know what?
The reason for bringing him back.
You could see another hero that I saw was brought back earlier. Was it on the mainstream that we saw earlier? The Necro. Necro was played earlier.
Really?
Yes. I was very surprised to see it, because I have not seen a lot of Necro in recent times. Let me actually see how many times he has been picked this tournament. Was it only the 1 game, or... He was played 2 games. And I believe the game I saw was the Tundra versus 9 Pandas.
Cool. Radiance build, I guess, still?
Let me bring up the game because I was just kind of browsing on my phone while I was doing something else. It wasn't a game that you and I cast.
Well, Parivision is still going to go down the line of Pugna, something we brought up earlier on, keeping that flexibility between Terrorblade and Dragon Knight until that last pick of the draft super handy.
So in the game that he played,
+4 bounty, +5 Pugna.
You can never guess what his first item was.
On Necro? I can never guess.
You can never guess.
I can never guess.
You can never guess it.
Is it? Do I have questions?
Yes.
Is it an item, or is it a raw item or an item that's combined into?
It's a combined item. His first
item.
Yeah, his first.
It's Yasha.
No, you were so close. It's a Glimmer Cape. It also gives movement speed. You were close. Glimmer Cape, of course.
When you said you'll never guess, I didn't realize you were being sarcastic. You hit that very well. I thought I would legitimately never guess.
I mean, you didn't. You would never guess.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
The mind games.
Okay, so back to serious mode. The Yakult Bros, they go with Alchemist. I like that they didn't skip this. I told you that I want them to up tempo a bit and go back for the Alchemist. And they also should add more magic damage. They're ticking all the boxes here for how to approach the draft. The Pugna, though, from Parivision, this is a hero that they really know how to utilize and get the most out of. I actually do feel like Yakult have an edge in this draft.
Yeah, the strength of playing through two fast-paced tanky heroes in Bristle and Alchemist with these two nuke-heavy supports feels really good. We're looking at this, 20, 25-minute timing from both of them, and so far, nothing really seems to be completely crushing them in lanes, so they should be able to break out with their items.
The big story here is that Parivision, they have this push combo, right? You have the TB meta, you have the Dragon Form, you have the Pugna with the Blast, so they have really good tower taking abilities for tier 1 towers, but they don't have the big teamfight spells. Literally nothing right now. Yeah, Pugna Ward, I guess, but if that's your biggest teamfight spell, Yakult Brothers, on the other hand, they have that Zeus ulti to come in with, they have the Lion to burst someone, and if they get off to a half-decent start on Alchemist, I could see this being a very, very nice game for them.
Yeah, and having a hero like Zeus that gives you all that vision, so Alk and Lion can jump in onto targets who want to react, like a Terrorblade who wants to meta, Sunder, Pugna who wants to decrep, you get that element of surprise. Jump and kill quickly. Although I've got to say, Pugna Ward in this game is pretty freaking strong against Lion, Zeus, and Bristleback.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it can do a lot of work. And the heal as well, the Decrepify could also be really good for saving people against Alchemist and Bristleback. If Bristle ever goes for some form of Aghanim Scepter and try and deal a lot of damage. We have yet to see which facet he will play, though.
The ban on the Slark and the Queen of Pain covering some bases, because again, Parivision have this duo core, which is incredibly flexible. And Earthshaker, the last pick there, kind of hard to counter, and he's always going to bring you that initiation. And just, again, fast-paced, minute 20 timing. That's what Yakult Brothers are going to be really aiming towards.
Like that we saw no one there. Can see him arguing his case basically for his hero as, thinking about what's going to come out. Or if it is going to be his hero, if they want to run the mid Dragon Knight, they can. I think mid Dragon Knight kind of struggles against the Shaker, though. Ooh, the TA comes out. So no one will be the DK. DK against Shaker on mid. Still gonna go Fire Dragon.
I'm watching. I'm waiting for that Fire Dragon to turn into the green Corrosive Dragon. Emo tried it in a previous series, didn't work out well. We've not really seen it. It's gonna be Fire Dragon. He's gonna cleave creeps.
I'm calling it already, dude. I'm lifeboating away. I'm out of this draft. I believe Yakult Brothers, they win this one. It's too greedy. It's too greedy this time.
KTA too greedy?
Yeah, slightly too greedy, dude. I don't see it.
One stun gaming, also.
Two. They got that Shadow Walk.
I don't count.
It could be 3 or 4 with shards. You can make multiple teammates in this.
Blah, 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 blah.
Or,
Decrep is
listen. 9 class is going to get Shard and Manta Spell. Invis himself, Invis is 2 illusions. Go in, hit with himself, that stuns once. Hit with illusion, another stun. Invis himself again, hit again, another stun. He can chain stun people on his own, man. It happens every game. All too common scenario.
Oh, why is Zeal going Snot Rocket this game and not like compared to last game?
Because minus armor is not bad to get here, and even if he was to go Seeing Red and throw a bunch of quills, he's actually not going to end up doing that much damage into Decrepify, removing the potential altogether, and then tons of armor on everyone.
But did it not feel the same in game 1? They had tons of armor too, right?
I think it was a little bit different just because of the heroes that they had. Now, he doesn't have the same responsibility carrying the game, I think, when you have Alchemist, right? When you pair it up like and Bristleback had to be more of a carry. And here, you have the Alchemist taking away a lot of the responsibility in terms of being a carry.
And take away a bit of that responsibility. We'll see how it goes. Game 2, Yakult Bros, your hypothesis of game 2 victories. We'll see if it comes to fruition as Parivision looking to try and get the one up on their opponents who are currently tied up towards the middle of the table in Group B. Victory, ever important for both these sides. EPT points, movement into last stages of DreamLeague, the prize pool, it all adds up. That's what they're striving for. See how it pans out here in game 2 as we get out onto the map, and no early smoke from either side.
No, perhaps understanding that the Bounty Hunter might break the smoke anyway. They just drop down the Sentry Ward, try and reveal Bounty if he does walk up, but not gonna find anything with this. And we have a late possible smoke coming out from Parivision, since Bounty can scout for them. Similarly, the smoke is going to be used here. Oh, might be a fight down on bottom.
Parivision, yeah. Got late smoke, you said. Moving out. So a lot of pings there as the Bounty Hunter... Did Bounty Hunter get smoked and then unsmoked by the Earthshaker?
Yes, they ran into each other and unsmoked. Shaker unsmoked when dropping the ward, but it was not immediately dewarded and pinged, so I don't think they realized what happened. We'll see if they go and deward it now.
Oh yeah, on that radiant side of the river up on the high ground.
Yeah, he did just barely run into a Bounty, but I don't think he got the crucial vision on him. So yeah, both teams are going to have vision here.
The battle begins.
And both teams getting 2 Bounty runes apiece. Tianming and Arme up top. Into Carlos, he's going to get the double. As it appears, the Bounty Hunter is still lurking in the shadows.
Boca, they're setting a trap for him. Uh-oh, don't go up that ramp, Boca, don't do it. Oh, he's so smart, he goes away from it. Boca's such a big brain.
He knew. He's a Bounty player, right? Look, there's the tip. He's like, I know exactly what's going on.
Yeah, he realized that TA is probably on that high ground. Had a good read. He's to lane instead. Bounty will have to do the same towards that top lane, where already Zeus laying into the TB immediately.
Clever attempt from Parivision, even cleverer from Baboka. So up top, Terrorblade and Bounty Hunter lane duo. How much pressure can they put onto an Arme Alchemist?
I'm not sure they can put that much, honestly. The Zeus is just kind of reign supreme here in this lane. He's chasing after 9 class, trying to make sure that he doesn't pull and block the camp. He's gonna put a sentry last second to block small camp.
And looking at mid lane, Emo against no one. 4 and 2 for the Dragon Knight. Shaker 2 and 2. You said this is not super easy for the DK. When is it easy? When is it hard? What happens?
I think it's like at its easiest at level 1 to level 3, but I think overall as levels progress and when the bottle comes out for a Shaker, it does become more and more difficult. So we'll see how they can play it out.
I guess Shaker's always going to be pushing the lane more, harassing you more. The natural tankiness and regen of the DK doesn't count against all this magic spam.
Yeah, very true.
Shaker pushes.
But overall, no one is playing the lane very well so far, getting hits whenever he can, and putting a lot of damage into the Shaker. As for TA against Bristleback, it's pretty fantastic matchup. The lane shouldn't be bad at all down here, and you have a Pug now with you as well, so one of the best harassing supports.
Oh yeah, right. For a while there, during a lot of the qualifiers before these tournaments, we had the Bristleback first pick met by the TA kind of first pick on the opposing side, right?
Yeah, that was sort of the standard first. Top lane, bit of damage onto TB, quite a lot of damage. The chasing, one more bolt. He doesn't have mana.
And now the Blood Grenade turn from 9 class. Getting damage on the Tianming and the kill. Courier dies though as Arme swipes that one. DM going to be very, very thankful he survived it though.
Yeah, and now stunning him up. EM going in with some right clicks.
Metamorphosis up, but Arme turns with another concoction. A 9 class, Fairy Fire, Lightning Bolt, and there it is. Another turnaround and finishing blow as Tianming's going to be able to keep the DM TB. I was going to say at bay, but it's going to send him back to base.
Boy, Tianming with a big return to the lane there. Some huge kills, and we see why support Zeus is so strong. The auto attacks do a lot of damage, but that Lightning Bolt also absolutely cutting people down.
Yeah, supreme start for the Yakult Bros. And mid lane going pretty well, top lane exceptionally well. Bristleback a little behind, 11-1, but nothing compared to the Terrorblade, who has been shut out of the lane, killed, and forced to return.
Yeah, they're also already starting to stack up. They got 1 stack on the big camp for Bristleback, so they have something for him to play towards later. The lane is always going to be hard against TA, but just going to make sure that he has a comeback mechanic later.
And being ahead in laning stage always going to feel good when you're the team who has the active heroes. Looking for that timing, I'm going to be able to play active off the back of it.
Blood Grenade committed on Baboka. Can he get the range?
With the TA closing in, the Pugner hits reined in. Satanic stunned though, so Baboka gets the distance, walks back, and in fact Satanic loses his courier with boots on it. That would have helped earlier on.
Yeah, a little bit of a miss micro sending them through the Bristleback. He gets the kill, and meanwhile Lion salves up, so like nothing ever happened, and that's minus a Blood Grenade over on the Pugner. And already face boots complete on the Alchemist. The early face boots can be amazing in this lane. Mid lane, the constant battle over every single CS. So far, the Dragon Knight doing really well for himself. 19-9, you know, it's dead even here. 18-10 versus 19-9. But yeah, no one has really played the matchup quite well.
Yeah, doing superbly. On that topic, what is the Dragon Knight build this game? Mage Slayer, Blink kind of deal?
Yeah, I think Power Treads into Blink, and then maybe after that go back for a Mage Slayer, possibly. We'll see what he decides to go for, but I like the idea of him having Blink. They don't have anyone else who can start stuff otherwise.
Right, he's got to be this kind of self-sacrificing hero out the mid lane, looking at a Terrorblade and a TA in the side lanes. I need to cut the greed somewhere.
Yeah, I would argue that he basically has to be the playmaker. Or you could just triple down and say, it's fine, we're going to farm, and what can the enemy do? If we were to dive deeper into that possibility, Yakult Brothers don't have the best tower push. So greed is usually punished by push, right? And if they don't have tower push, maybe you can get away with these triple greedy heroes. We'll see.
Maybe react and hold onto these towers for as long as possible, maybe.
9 class,
and keep
harassing on mid.
And keep the Earthshaker on his toes.
No range for a stun from Dragon Knight though.
And then are we starting to see stacks in the jungle for the Earthshaker?
Yeah, plenty. But is it Shakers or is it Bristlebacks? We'll see who's going to be the one taking him.
That's the question. Well, Emo, it's not just 9 class now. Ducalis has come in, minute 6 hits, double damage spawns top. Emo runs away as quickly as possible from the no one dragon form. And that means it's an amplified damage DK looking in mid tier 1 already, while top lane, Arme and Tianming onto the DM Terrorblade. Knowing that all these supports are putting their emphasis into the mid lane, they're zapping down the TB, and a few more taps here from Tianming and Arme will secure the kill.
Yeah, mid tower though is dropping, so it's going pretty low. Glyph finally getting expanded. But this nice attempt mid didn't really yield them too much in terms of kills at least. The Dita rune, enough time I think to take the entire tower. That's a big move.
Yeah. Yeah, now Dragon Knight is, what, 13 last hits ahead? He's like a level ahead. He hit level 6 much faster than the Earthshaker.
Shaker, ulti. He's gonna get them. Kill the camp. Oh, he's not doing it?
He's stacking again?
No, not really. Oh.
Meanwhile, Wisdom Rune battle. Baboka takes it and turns onto 9 class. Trying to make this bounty hunter pay for the insolent move towards the enemy Wisdom, and he denies himself to neutral creep, wasting their time even further.
Cheeky player.
Are they stealing Ancients?
Yeah, the big camp. They're stealing the big camp away from the Shaker. Shaker is looking for the ulti.
There it is.
Not enough.
Echo onto the DK, but the decrep save, the runaway. So Echo Slam not going to be able to use to be farming the Ancients in large camp, not getting a kill. Feels sad for Emo.
Yeah, definitely not the best start for him. And Dragon Knight's gonna be very happy. I mean, taken tower, gone in, shut down a bit of the farm. Ame just stunning these illusions. Feels very safe with his ulti online.
Got his chemical rage going. So has no one done something like spectacular to come out on top in this lane? Has it been a culmination of efforts from his supports as well, or has Emo screwed up a bit?
Oh, Emo? He's dropping.
Yeah, a lot of damage from the high ground through the DK. They get to Carlos, sure, but now no one with 9 class turning on the Tianming. Oh, look at this, the cavalry arrives. Zeal coming in to defend the Earthshaker, pushing back onto no one's DK, stacking up the nasal goo and a good stun from Baboka. Low ground to high to get the kill on the DK.
Shaker's gonna be just fine as well. Reflection not enough to bring him down. Finally backing out. Happy with the kill that they got. Or the 2 kills, I should say. Getting the Pugna as well before that. But, no, I think overall he's played well. Oh, hold up, it's not done. Baboka gets body blocked. He's gonna be fine, though.
Well, Zeal has to come back down, defend against Satanic pushing. And those raindrops and the Fairy Fire paying off big time for Emo to stay alive through this.
Emo had some good trust there. He trusted that Baboka got his back, that he will deal with a Dragon Knight on his back. And then, of course, the Bristleback coming in. A little bit of an overstep. Meanwhile, back in live, top lane, they're going on the Dragon Knight. Dishing out damage to him. TP's coming in.
Yeah, they're going to try and fight back into this as Ame and Tianming a little deep now. TA trap slows them down as Satanic with a 2-shot. Double taps the Zeus into the ground. Good chunk of change there for the Templar Assassin.
Oh, no.
While 9 class gets the TP cancel. Ame, Chemical Rage, another 6 or 7 seconds left. So could get a gap as he concocts up the Dragon Knight, but he's stunned on his way through. Chemical Rage ending, and hell, they're going to kill him before it. A double kill for Satanic. That TP from the TA pays off big time, while down at bottom, Yakult Bros will get something. The Pugna dies down there to Zeal.
That's a huge kill, though, bringing down the Alchemist at this stage of the game before he has his Radiance, slowing down his timing. He's actually behind the TA in net worth at this point. So, never where he wants to be. He wants to always, you know, be ahead, get the Radiance as soon as possible. Bounty Hunter moving down bottom, looking to get what experience he can. Probably just here to try and get his level 6. Not really looking for a kill.
And Parivision showing that they can definitely punch back, even with these kind of greedier heroes. You don't expect the TA to rotate like that, or the Bounty Hunter to be in the perfect position, but Satanic and 9 class on the top of their game find these openings.
Yeah. Shaker finally does get to farm up the Ancients now, slamming it and getting a bunch of neutral items shooting out everywhere. That puts him 1,000 gold away from the Blink Dagger still, though, so not where he wants to be. 4k net worth, minute almost 11. Definitely a bit behind the ideal timings.
And pretty similar timing on the DK Blink, on top of his treads and stats items. Well, this is where Parivision, though, carving out a bit of the map for themselves. Terrorblade and Pugna taking that top jungle, the buddy system in effect, so they can cut the wave top and farm multiple sources at the same time. And this, in effect, bodyguards the TA, who's farming Ancients.
Yeah. Meanwhile, 9 class is trying to get level 6 bottom, but they're trying to use that to their advantage to catch him. Reach him with the slow, but I don't know if it's enough. The dust from Lion, maybe they can get him? No, he's holding it. The scan does connect, though. Oh, he's gonna go for it. It takes a while to bring this guy down, but no TPs are coming in. Meanwhile, mid, fight's erupting. Emo goes down.
Oh, Earthshaker gone. And Bounty Hunter still is all right.
Yeah, he just walked away. The dust ran out.
A tanky little fella.
Their damage is not really that great. The raindrop blocking the magic damage, and then all physical damage into a Bounty Hunter. He's gonna survive quite well against that.
Yeah, under tower, 16 armor. And then mid lane, how did that kick off? Was it Blink DK?
Yeah, they put the Blink to good use there and do get the kill on the enemy mid. That delays the Shaker Blink timing as well.
Right. And then DK gets to continue building into that Mage Slayer now.
And importantly, Ame still doesn't have the full Radiance. He's just about now finishing it. But 12 minutes, at least a good minute or two behind where you want to be on schedule.
But this is still the game plan for the Yakult Bros, right? We're in the formative years of this draft, building the primary items and the farming items to get to the next step, the next level. It's what would you say? Like between 20 and 25 minutes is where they're really going to hit a big spike.
Yep, for sure. I envision that their lineup should be really strong. Once they get, the Blink Dagger timing is going to be the massive component that they're still missing. But Blink on Alchemist on top of the Radiance as well, then they can start looking for these kills. And it's concerning for Parivision still. They are getting good farm, but I'm just worried about how well they can take those fights in the mid game.
Yeah, especially with, like, I guess he's not going pipe on Bristleback, but whatever, the Crimson, Lotus, the tanky utility items are going to pay off big time. And it's Parivision currently trying to hunt and utilize this Blink DK and the track from Bounty Hunter. Something that Yakult Bros have to keep in the back of their mind is, don't bleed out, don't lose too many fights or kills. As Zeal is surrounded here by 3, no reaction available from the rest of his team.
He's just TPing.
Hang on, no more stuns.
Oh no, we forgot the stuns, boys. Yeah, they used the only 2 stuns they had, the Invis stun.
One stun.
The 2 stuns they have, Gareth. He was there. Bounty provided his stun, okay?
He doesn't have a stun.
Here comes the smoke move. Can break on the Bounty.
Vision given through the Thunder God's Wrath. Bounty, the one, like you say, who's spotted. Finger of death taken
God.
down.
Yeah, he's dead.
9 class. The rat has been exterminated.
He sure has. So push him
Flushed away.
Secure their own Wisdom Rune and keep farming up. And the tower is not under any danger anymore. This is what the Parivision lineup does well, though, taking towers. They already took 2 tier 1 towers. They're looking for that bottom tower. Pugna even hanging around in the area. Only a few blasts would bring it down, but a bit too risky to stay, so he's gonna leave now.
And Satanic, who, what was it, like, I don't know, minute 9 or something, TP top to help and fight, hasn't left. TP top is like, this is my home now.
I mean,
it's farming Ancients for like 4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's the natural pilgrimage of a safe lane TA. You go towards the triangle, and then you stay there for a while.
The Holy Land.
Yeah, it really is, man. It's so much farm. Feels amazing for him.
And fully protected by his team, playing forward elsewhere on the map, making all his little outposts everywhere. And Bounty Hunter goes up top, lane ward, thinks about gating down bottom, but he's going to stick up there, providing vision and intel for his Dragonite who makes a move. And Zeal down bottom just trying to lap up the wave that he can. Try and farm through some small creeps as well.
The sneaky Bounty is tanking the Radiance for a long time, looking for a chance to go onto the Alchemist. Dragonite is nearby with a blink. Not gonna find it. As Bounty lost half his HP to just Radiance.
Yeah.
Oh, those are dream camps. Mud Golems and Trolls? That's a happy Alchemist. So much money from those 2 camps.
All the little babies.
So it looks like he's not going Blink first, by the way. He's going straight for the Mantis Style here. Get the Dispel available.
Makes sense, right?
Yeah, against Track, against the Crep, against Smeld even. Reflection.
Dragon Tail.
Yeah, you can Manta Dodge the Dragon Tail.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a whole lot of value. And even just sending in the illusions, you can maybe stop the Dragonite Blink. Oh, here's a go.
Keep on the forward. Sees no one who blinked to the rune. TA Trap trying to slow them down on the retreat, and that'll allow them to take out the Bounty Hunter. Still keeping hold of that Echo Slam, so they could go for round 2 if they spot a target to go on.
Honestly, respected a lot that they went for the easier target there. They saw the Dragon Knight, but, it's not the easiest hero to burst. Very close to tower, has Mage Slayer. It might have backfired if they took that fight. Instead, they just go for the quick kill on the support and take it from there.
It's felt like Parivision have been hitting these smaller timings a little bit faster. Now Yakult Bros saying, okay, it's time to shut down this business. We've got an Alchemist who's pretty ready to frontline, get involved, go and get a bit of chip damage on this tier 1, force them to react. And then, once that space on the map has been created, we go back and defend top tier 2, tier 1 bottom, Ancients to farm.
Yeah, Smoke though, coming in soon. Parivision grouping up. Quick Smoke and looking for the Alchemist, of course, shutting down the most important hero. He's still farming that area for a while. Oh, they might catch him with a blink.
Oh, but Arme reads it. This game of tug of war, really. Pushing and pulling as Arme feels it coming.
Good scan.
They're still going to come all the way around behind. They see the Zeus. Tian Ming might get jumped. Tries to give vision to high ground, but no one comes from the right-hand side, and they blow him up. Bounty, though, for the return fire from this Earthshaker brings him down, while Alchemist and the Bristleback chase no one and DM away. seems like Arme doesn't really want to go without... Yeah, Chemical Rage comes off cooldown now. So they'd be happy to fight, but Parivision, they decide to back up.
Oh, all those creeps. Alchemist going for the farm. Can't resist it. It's quite safe, though. They don't have the best jump on him. I think it was wise by Yakult Brothers not to chase out there. Chasing into TA with the TA traps could have been dangerous, but instead just backing. And for now, Parivision doing a good job with this, you know, draft that otherwise is quite greedy at staying very competitive in these fights. I still have that sort of looming feeling of it's about to turn, though. There's key timings coming up for Dire. Got the Mantis Tile and Alchemist now.
And that's been the key point, right? It's just like keeping this game close and competitive, not bleeding away to bounty track, making sure that they get past that 20-minute hurdle.
Oh, they're so fast to understand that this Roche play was happening. Just beelining across the map.
Yeah, Zeal sprinting right in towards the middle of them, and they found the bounty hunter just above him with Baboka's jump. Emo follow through. The final touch of damage is there from Arme. And now the Roshan takes the lead and halted while Zeal, stuck between illusions and trees, hit down quite low by the TA. Goes back up now and gets bottled on the way.
Some ulti's on cooldown though. Alec popped his ulti. No Zeus ulti, no Lion ulti. I think Parivision could fight this. They have the pipe as well, blocking a lot of Radiance damage.
Go deal with the waves first. TA clears through them. The illusion battle won by the Lion with the mana drain. But here comes no one. Dragon form up. Looks at Zeal, but wants to bypass him to go on a Lion or a Zeus, and that's where Baboka has shown himself. The jump stun, half HP Lion. Zeal still bodyguarding though and holding that front line while Arme wanders forward. Stun up the DK towards the top while DM's brought to half HP, but he's got one charges, plenty of sustain to heal him back up. And a lot of poking and prodding here with no heavy commitment means Zeal and no one are dropping low, and that opens up the Sunder to save him from the Echo Slam play, but still dead to Arme. Baboka now onto the TB, life drain tops DM back up. But losing no one's Dragonite here hurts as TA comes in and shreds Emo. So trading mid for mid, while Zeal and Tianming low, 9-class backstabs, nearly gets the kill on one of them. Arme trying to kill off Ducalis. Oh, the miss on the Melt Strike. Arme still dying though. Manta to jump away from the life drain. Decrep not going to save Ducalis here from the Radiance burn. Satanic on the run. And Yakult Bros coming out victorious, pushing Parivision away from the pit. And Arme Zeal right on top of the TB with Baboka's stun.
Wow, what a crazy fight. So many things happening. Nice decision by Satanic, getting the kill on the Shaker there, finding an opportunity. And there were nice little details too. I think it was Pugna who threw a blood grenade at the Shaker to stop his blink there.
Did he?
In a very, yeah, the first moment where he had a chance to blink, there was a blood grenade being passed on to him. It was, yeah, I think soon actually after this, when Shaker moves up, look here, he goes below, blood grenade gonna get thrown by the Pugna onto Shaker. He couldn't blink right now, but later, of course, finds the moment up higher. That was a wild brawl, but also where we sort of see there's not really enough in the gas tank for Parivision, not enough big spells. Even with Lion ulti and Zeus ulti gone, there's still just a little bit better fighting spells on the side of Yakult Brothers.
Yeah, and it's kind of dangerous that the explosive damage they have is the TA, right? The highest net worth hero doesn't want to put herself in harm's way, but might have to, because they just, no one blinks stuns, and then what's the follow through? It's nothing.
Yeah, very true, very true. And you know, Satanic played that fight as cleanly as he could. I don't think you can ask for much more from him. He was looking for some big side blades that could have maybe brought down the Zeus as well in that fight, but didn't quite connect them.
Look at this now, Assault Cuirass on the Alchemist, so even more protection against all that physical damage.
Yeah. This is a tough game for 9-class, by the way. 9-class, you know, Bounty Hunter is a hero that is very feast or famine. If you have a good game, you get a lot of kills, then you're super happy. But when you have this triple super greedy course and you're playing Bounty, you're just like, I just want kills, man. I want some gold. Still running around with drums only. Pugna gets spotted. Quick and easy takedown, and they're not hesitating, man. They're just using those abilities.
It's go time. This is their timing, right? Yeah. I felt like a broken record earlier on, but this is it. This is what they've been. This is what they've been playing 20 minutes of Dota for.
He doesn't have this spell. He can't move.
No, he's out of there. Oh, they are hitting their stride now. Yakult Bros. I mean, all their portraits, shiny and golden up at the top. They're on sprees. I are having an easy breezy time here in game 2.
They really are. It was looking quite even for a while, but now it's starting to swing more the favor of Yakult Bros and why we've been so concerned all the time. Bottom lane, the bounty is looking to track up the Shaker.
It's like also testament to how well Parivision played the first like 15 minutes though, right?
It is.
Because this game could potentially have snowballed a bit earlier, but you know, they fought back, they found little timings here and there, and they're still able to aim towards a later timing around this TATB DK tricore. Just right now, the next 2-3 minutes is going to be a bit of a slog for Parivision. Fighting around the Roche pit's going to be hard for them. I don't know if they can go and steal it or something.
9 class, he killed the courier, but the police are here. Open up. We got the Aghanim Scepter on the Shaker, so you're not gonna run away from this man. Blink and the jump.
They're being illegal.
Illegal.
You're not allowed to courier snipe. That's not allowed.
Don't be illegal, Bounty Hunter. Is that so hard to follow?
Follow the law. God.
It's one law.
The couriers aren't allowed to be killed.
No.
That's why that's the only good thing Turbo has.
Couriers are non-combatants in Dota, okay? You can't target
journalists and medics.
Yeah.
Aegis on this Alchemist. Chemical Rage on cooldown for 25 seconds, but it just feels like dodge time by Parivision.
Well, it's dodge time, but at the same time, they have this BKB timing on Dragon Knight, so they group up now, looking to go for a pickoff. It's hard, though. How do you burst people? You could try to go on the Shaker. He doesn't have BKB. He has no clue. They're right behind him. He probably feels it now, though.
And the scan misses, sadly for Parivision.
9 class.
Maybe 9 class.
Do it.
Hey.
Another.
I'm gonna call that RSPCA in a second.
Yeah. Oh, bottom lane. Zeus could be the target. I think they can just jump here.
Yeah, they jumped the Earthshaker and the Zeus at the same time. And Parivision, they found a weaselly little opening to slay Tan Ming and now chase onto Emo. And Chant Totem jump with the Aghanim Scepter, then the blink to get the distance.
Yeah. Oh, chasing into high ground.
No one. BKB blinks forward. Earthshaker has to echo. Tries to jump away now as 9 class is taken down. Satanic turns, kills Emo finally, TPing out with his BKB. Nothing to stop that. And hell, Parivision fighting into Aegis get a victory.
They do, yeah. I mean, it's sort of a minor victory, I want to say, because the double BKB and TP out, and they traded a core for a support. So yeah, you got a good kill, but now you can't really fight at all, right? With BKBs on cooldown,
yeah.
The punishment window, whether it was a win or not, is really gonna come down to what happens afterwards.
But I guess that's the point of them fighting in that location, right? On that side of the map, making sure that they're taking some kind of fight away from their base, so the immediate push to high ground doesn't come.
Yeah, but Ame just beelines across the map, takes down the tier 1 tower, realizing that, okay, now they're not gonna fight us at all. They're gonna completely dodge. So we'll see Yakult Brothers turn up the aggression.
It's not that much of a lead for Yakult Bros, even though it definitely feels like the momentum swung pretty hard into their favor. Again, good.
It's not,
I mean, showing from Parivision to just keep themselves in the game because TA is up there in terms of net worth.
They also have Alchemist, who generally wants to be more ahead. The concerning part for me is not really about net worth in this game. It's just Parivision, they have to itemize to solve so many issues. Like, they're lacking control. And at some point, I think that's going to come back to bite them. But we'll see. Mid push is already coming up onto the high ground. BKBs are back online now, though.
And that reflection can be a little bit annoying for the heroes in the back. So Arme makes sure just to stand up front. Hit away at the tier 3 tower.
Cutting every single creep wave. 9 class gets jumped.
Yeah. Finger of death after stun. A follow-up is coming with Emo's Earthshaker. Doesn't quite land the enchant totem. And 9 class going to pop the drums and sprint away. Still dusted for a few seconds. They lost vision of him, but then they see him again as he heads across behind the tier 2. They need a bit more reveal. And the stun from Baboka catches him while he's still invis.
That's space created, we call it, as bounty players. You know, they killed you, but it took a long time. They had to run backwards. Meanwhile, look at, you know, all of Parivision just kind of, they're just feeling the relief. Okay, we can get on the map. We can push out lanes, get more items. I say they have to itemize to solve this game, but they have a lot of gold. to try and find those items as well. The Dragon Knight is building towards Silver Edge, so that's going to be one component. And what's TA focusing on getting now? Daedalus next?
Damage, isn't it? Yeah.
Very standard. This is the stock standard item build.
I see Zeal there.
Yeah, he's sitting around hoping the Bristle would step forward, but instead they're going to jump him.
Yeah. I'm trying to burst him, but Emo, 3-man Echo. It starts off with a bang and then ends with a bit of a whimper. Fisher, not going to stun. Thunder God's Wrath, not going to kill, but does give Vision of 9 class at least.
Yeah,
they can't even chase and kill him.
Good stop there. The silence onto the Shaker. Made it awkward for him. Jumped in with a nice initiation, but couldn't really follow up.
The classic play-by-play caster realization of, that's a 3-man Echo, but it doesn't mean anything.
It's like a huge echo into... No. Well,
he saved the Bristle.
As a player, you feel equally sad when you see one of those 3-man echoes and then you're like, oh, we can't do anything.
Yeah, I'm sure. And overall, Hogna?
He's bounty hunter number 2. A rat. Okay, Baboka.
Jeez.
Baboka's not messing around. He wants those stacks, man. The finger of death kills.
Did you see that? So the Aegis power play there, Yakult Bros, there was a deficit.
Oh, they went minus in golds?
Yeah, while holding Aegis with an Alchemist on your team.
Yeah, I mean, they have been kind of hurdled around. Like, Parivision have been the ones splitting up a lot and farming, whereas Yakult are breaking base. So they did get racks now, though. The 5-man efforts have resulted in something. Meanwhile, Lion, again, catching the bounty. I mean, this is just a repeat, man. Rinse and repeat all the time.
And 8-21. Arme is looking to just try and finish this one off.
It's only 3 of them here, though. This is a dangerous push if they commit.
From mid down to bot.
I guess I say dangerous push,
but coming across.
What big spell are you going to be careful about? Like, oh, watch out. He's got Dragon Tail.
Reflection.
Yeah, they don't have the surprise bam lineup. Parivision are it's very slow, very honest, you know? It's like showing what they're doing. Like, yeah, they hit really hard, but there's no surprise mechanic in their team fight.
Oh, they've got to till the field and plow it and plant the seeds and grow it and harvest it.
Peasants.
Meanwhile, Yakult Bros are just like lab-grown meat. Bang!
Actually.
That's what the Alchemist is all about.
Coming in with a future tech.
From nothing. Yeah.
Oh, here to try. Can they burst him?
I don't know. That's a lot of damage from the TA, but he pops the Manta, turns around. Thunder God's Wrath gave Vision to the back. 9 class dead, zapped down by Baboka. And now Parivision on the run in their base as Zeal hounds Satanic. Blink Echo from Emo. That's a good one. TA down. No buyback available. So Yakult Bros able to follow through and keep Parivision back in their fountain while finishing off this tier 3 tower.
She does not have buyback. She bought Daedalus before this push, so that's 60 seconds of her being dead. Fortunately, there is a tier 2 tower top. They cannot lose mega creeps, but you might lose more here. The bottom and maybe even a push towards the throne could happen.
It might just. Zeal feeling very comfortable just to frontline this. No one's going to go in with a break, though. A bit of damage coming his way, but again, the explosive damage is lacking. They can't take down Zeal, and no one's in a great deal of danger. On the wrong side of the Fisher, blocked up, killed off, no buyback for him. And Yakult Bros still 5 alive, ready to play to these barracks, kill off the buildings, and crush the Radiant base with that Bobaka 2-man stun, setting up for Emo to launch himself in, propels towards the Terrorblade, kills off yet another one. Arme picks it up, tips are handed over. I thought that was honestly GG called by Parivision because it looks like that's the way it's going.
I think it's coming. I mean, it's just a puck now. What can he do? And GG. Honestly, it felt like this was the way it was going to play out no matter what. At the point, I'm so happy. I'm sitting in a lifeboat so far away from this Radiant draft, dude. I called it in the draft. I am not on board with these heroes.
You called it way before that. You knew. The hypothesis proved. There's a theory now, isn't it?
That's true. I told you before game 1 started that Yakult are going to win game 2. Yeah, they do what they do best. 4 times in a row now, Yakult brothers lose game 1 and come back strong in game 2. But also Parivision. I feel like there's some draft demon that's haunting these teams, like just whispering in their ear, like, go greedy, greed.
No, there really is, right? Like we're picking. It's kind of shades of when flexible heroes started to kind of come out on the scene. We're getting these situations where you're picking this flex and then kind of regretting it. Like, okay, this TB was flexed, but now he has to be a pos 3. We've got this TA, kind of picking up and rounding out the draft, but we've had to move the DK mid. So the flexibility has pushed the heroes away from where it feels like they could be strongest in their roles to having the backup plan be the go-to.
I think it's just easy to get lost in the sauce. It's so easy to think that, oh, we can have this and that, and suddenly you realize that, wait, hold up, what spells do we even have to fight around? Like what spells did they have to play around? There was no one desperately looking for a stun into, please God, can we burst them during my duration of stun? But when the target is an alchemist, you're not killing him with one singular setup like that. Like you need so much more.
Absolutely wild. And that keeps them tied up as well in Group B. Both of them now at 6 and 4. So it's going to get awfully sweaty in the group stage here for DreamLeague Season 25. We have potential tiebreakers or something on the cards, as we always love to see. Just watching back some of these plays, it was from literally minute 22 hit, and it was just Yakult Bros. The game's over.
Yeah.
I feel like it was one from then on out.
Definitely, I completely agree. The Timies came in, they got their items, and at that point, the heroes on Parivision, they just don't synergize in the same way at all.
Arme, 96 GPM off. Could have cracked the 1K. Feels like more of a rarity nowadays joining the 1K GPM club.
It is, yeah. It's because the side laners are also greedy, or the other heroes are also greedy, right? Your pos 3 generally wants to farm quite a bit. But Arme definitely having a stellar game here. And look at Volcam, 6-0 and 15. Zeal, 3-0 and 12. Dear God, they went hard in this game.
Incredible numbers being put up there as Yakult Brothers tie things up. Game 2 won by them in this 2-game series. They find themselves in a decent spot. So we'll take a break and come back with one of their members for an interview. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
Waking up, playing some Dota, it's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game, because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
Alchemist on Arme, proving it can be an indomitable force there in game 2. As we've seen this Alchemist ignored in some games, permanently banned in the majority of others, rarely played, but Arme showing why that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, he had a fantastic game there, just getting absolutely monstrous farm, and the entire team of Yakult Brothers were feeling pretty comfortable in that game. We also had the Bristleback dying 0 times, the 3-0-12, and the 6-0-15 Lion, who I believe will be joining us for this interview. We got Baboka, who was absolutely owning. Ring, here he is.
Great segue. Yeah, here he is. Baboka, thank you for joining us. And we've also got Jin, our translator, on the line as well to take us through this. Baboka, I wanted to congratulate you on that Game 2 victory first off. And secondly, ask you, you're a bounty hunter player, and we saw a little bit of fun between you and 9 Class there in Game 2. Did you know that they would be waiting on the high ground ready for you when you waited by the dire tier 2 mid and kind of ran away from the bounty?
就是首先波波卡，恭喜你们第2场中战胜了 Parivision 战队。然后就想问你，因为也知道你经常喜欢玩赏金猎人这个英雄嘛，就是当时第二把也看到你跟对方那个 Night Class 的那个赏金猎人有很多互动，就想问你，当时有一波就是在中路对方的2塔前，当时好像察觉到他们可能会在那个高地上面蹲着在。然后当时就走开了，就想问你，你当时是不是真的有这种警惕感呢，还是怎么样？
因为感觉大家玩赏金都一样的呀，你肯定会开局再蹲一下对面落单酱油，我感觉对面就会蹲我，然后我直接就躲起来了。但我没想到他还在那高地下面还卡我。
Indeed, as a bounty hunter player myself, I definitely understand like the mentality that the bounty players tend to have, and I did very much expect that he would try to pick off like a lone support in that position because that's something that I would probably do as well. But I didn't expect him to be there for so long, and the fact that he was also blocking me in the low ground as well.
Yeah, he was super annoying. And then game 1, you were on Bat Rider and you decided to go Lotus Orb as your first item. Could you run us through the thought process of that and why you decided to make kind of a big shift away from Blink Bat, which we usually see?
然后也想问你，就是第1场当时你玩那个蝙蝠，你当时直接就裸出了一个莲花，就是这也是一个比较不寻常见的一个出装法，因为通常蝙蝠其实都是出跳刀的嘛，就想问你当时的思路是怎么样的呢？
因为我们的阵容其实并不是那种就我过去拉一个死一个的，就是那种我们阵容是比较靠刚被活下来我们才能赢那游戏，所以我出了莲花，但是我们前面处理太差了，然后就被滚血就输掉了。
Because our lineup wasn't one where I could simply just lasso one person and then we just burst them down. Our lineup wasn't suited for that. It was more of keeping our Bristleback alive so that he can kind of cause chaos throughout all the fights. However, we didn't actually play very well in the early game, and that led to the opponent snowballing really hard, and the game just got out of control there.
Okay, thank you. Margo?
Yeah, first of all, congrats. I want to say, you guys on our last 4 games, you've lost game 1, and then you come back and win game 2 in every series. Is this hinting at you guys being good at adapting to your opponents? And are you excited for getting into a best of 3 where you can, fully utilize that? Or is it just coincidence?
就你们前几个 BO2 呢，都是输了第1把，然后在第2把扳回来的。就想问你，这是不是代表好像你们战队对就是应变能力比较强呢？能够对应就是你们无论是什么对手，他们的战术呢？还是说什么其他原因？以及后面当我们进入这个 BO3 的环节的话，是否能看到你们就是更加利用这种优势来就是让1追2来取胜呢？
我觉得前几把的话，主要是因为我们没有就是办到我们整体怕的英雄吧，就后面调整回来，就是大概分析了一下我们到底怕什么，然后就把那英雄办了就行了。但是后面怎么样也不知道，先打着这样先边打边看吧。
I feel like it's more of a case that we weren't really clear about what are the heroes that are the real threats to us that we are really afraid of, and generally it takes like 1 game to learn that lesson, and then in the second game we generally have a clearer picture of exactly what are the threats that we need to absolutely ban out, and we're able to adjust our draft accordingly. And that is kind of what has been helping us. It's hard to say what happens in the next for the best of 3 series. We're just taking the games and the series one game at a time, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, best of luck with that. You guys are doing good so far in the group stage, so thank you for the interview. Gareth, do you have anything else?
No, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, Jin. Thank you, Baboka, for having this interview with us and spending time to chat. It's nice hearing the insight into players, yeah.
好，非常感谢 Baboka 分享你的这些观点，也祝你们成绩后面越来越好。
OK， 谢谢，拜拜。
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Finding those key threats maybe takes a game or two, but I think it's a good question, right? When we get to best of 3s, you have that additional game to be like, hang on, now we're going to pip you in that third one.
No, I really feel that way. Like this team, it's not just coincidence, I don't think. And his response kind of, hinted at that as well. They're saying that, we're kind of lost sometimes in the first game, but, we find our footing a bit more. And that really should favor them if they get to have those best of 3 series, if they get to have longer time to play. So very excited to see them do well in the rest of the group stage here and hopefully get to see them in some best of 3 games.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's it for us today. We're halfway through day 3 here. We're going to pass the torch over to Ricky and Zach as they'll be taking up Falcons against Shopify and then Chimera against Yakult as your next 2 series for DreamLeague Season 25. So make sure you stick around for more Dota 2 or even head over to some of the other streams. There's tons of group stage matches going on. So for myself and Waga, we'll see you tomorrow.
Waking up, playing some Dota, it's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
DreamLeague Season 25 is brought to you by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, and 1xBet.
Hello gamers, welcome back here to DreamLeague Season 25. My name's Cryptic here with Z Quixotics. It's the midway point through the day. You got some new casters and we got some more Dota coming up next. Zach, it's gonna be a fun series, man, but of course, as always, how you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm ready for the day. We are kind of at that deciding stage of the group stage where this is where teams are qualifying or unfortunately being knocked out. And that always adds a little bit of extra tension to the game, some excitement for the viewers and for us, the casters.
Yeah, it's always fun to watch people's hopes and dreams shatter right before them.
Love it.
That's like the reason I got into esports. So, yeah, Team Falcons, Shopify coming up next. Really excited to see these two teams. And I think Falcons, people are pretty familiar with Snake and Crit. Malrine, and Skitter. These guys are really strong, but have been kind of more, I would say, mild in this tournament so far, at least from what we're typically expecting out of Falcons, right? Like, this is a team that is pretty much always either 1, 2, or 3, through playoffs and everything. And right now they're on the cusp of not even making the playoffs. So we'll see how this series is going to turn things up for them. But we do have a little video, actually, featuring the team. So let's go ahead and take a look at Team Falcons.
Team Falcons are here, and you know the drill. They're the best team in the world. They've made no roster changes. They win everything. Yada, yada, yada. Wait, what's going on? Falcons got 6th and 8th in their last 2 lands? They lost to Gaming Gladiators? What is this, 2023?
As Gaming Gladiators take the series 2-0 and knock Falcons out of the competition.
Did the other teams finally figure out how to beat them? Did they get bored of winning? What's going on, guys? While Team Falcons are still undeniably a very strong team, they've been struggling a lot more than we're used to. It's very possible it's just a bit of a dip and they'll be able to recover. But the reality is that these are the 2 worst results Team Falcons have had since formation, and they happen back to back. I fear what might happen if they continue on this path. Will they replace Skeeter with Watson? Will Crit go back to NA? As you can tell, it could lead to catastrophic events, and that is not a timeline I want any part in. Being the DreamLeague winners 3 seasons in a row, this could be the moment for Falcons to rebound. Good luck, guys. For the first time since this team was created, it seems like you need it.
Dang, those are some harsh words from Avery, but sometimes the truth hurts, I don't think he's entirely wrong. This is the first time we've really seen Falcons bleed at all. I don't know. How do you feel, Zach?
I mean, it's true, but also, to be fair, the bar is so high for Falcons.
Yeah.
Right? Because they came onto the scene just absolutely destroying everybody, and they maintained that for so long. It's what everyone's come to expect. But if you think about the history of Dota, how long has a team remained at the top, right? It's very difficult to stay at the tip-top peak of competition for more than about a year or 2, I would say. So Falcons with just 2 tournaments where they start to dip down, is that a sign where they're starting to drop off? Or, sometimes you just slip up a little bit and they could be right back in form. I think that's the scary thing about playing Falcons, right? You look at it and you're like, well, they're not as good as they used to be, but I know they could still do it. I'm still scared, right? It's not easy even if they don't look in their best form.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Even if they're not in their best form, they're still a top 8 team, which is crazy. Their opponents are going to be Shopify Rebellion, the somehow NA team comprised of Yopaj, Hellscream, Scam, Tomato, and now Pakaz. It turns out the only thing the NA team needed was another South American player to kind of bring out the street Dota, to bring it back to home, as we like to refer to it. So I'm really excited to see how they're going to play. I've been wanting so badly to watch one of their games. And now we finally get to, so this should be really interesting. I don't know. How do you feel about this whole Pakaz to the offlane scenario?
Like you said, I'm looking forward to seeing it. Even though this is our NA team, we actually haven't gotten to see them play since they swapped in Pakaz. It's nothing crazy for Shopify. I guess Bulba. He's always looking for like these carry players who are interested in switching to the offlane. Where I feel like Shopify has this like really technical laning stage into very efficient farming. Recently, it seems like a more early game focus, but I don't know. I guess that's the idea of grabbing Pakaz, which I believe we have a head-to-head to show these offlaners, because I actually think this one's pretty funny. So, of course, we have carry Pakaz now becoming an offlaner. ATF is actually one of the rare offlaners who actually had a brief stint as a carry and then, back to the offlane. So I'm curious how this is going to go, right? It's a very potentially different idea of what your offlane brings. ATF, I'm going to say more traditional offlaner, even though he is actually one of the most carry-esque offlaners out there. Pakaz, as a carry,
you could see the numbers, dude.
Yeah, right? He's only switched over to offlane recently, so I still feel like we're going to see some carry tendencies from him, which, I have to assume is what Shopify wants. But what does that mean in terms of, I guess, the meta and how they play? That is what I think a lot of us are still looking to see. Like, how do you fit in this hybrid carry offlaner into your lineup?
Yeah, and one thing I will say that is just really cool about the arc for Pakaz. Like, he was a pretty well-known, like, good player for a while, and then it was really that 2023 run with EG when they moved to South America and kind of built the all-star team, right, of South America. And then Pakaz suddenly just was seen as like the best carry in the world for like 6 months. And people started taking a lot of notes from him, and you're like, okay, he's gonna just stay carry, right? And then here we are now in offlane, and it's such a weird thing that it is not the first time or the second time, not even the third time that this has happened. So it's just a really interesting arc we see from players. But enough talking about the potential of these teams. Let's go ahead and jump into the draft here for game number 1 and see what they're actually going to be playing. There's the man himself, Bulba, hard at work.
I had a nickel for every time this team took a carry player as an offlaner.
You'd have at least
3 nickels?
15 cents. Yeah, you'd be so wealthy.
Maybe more. I don't know. I'm not sure. What about mids to offlane? Because Sumail did that for a bit too. Although I guess that was back to old EG. Anyways, this game, we had the Monkey King opener. This guy's gone around, I feel. Like at the start of 7.37E, everyone, banning Monkey King insta first pick. Then he dipped off for a little bit. He's kind of back where we've completed the circle of the meta. Melee heroes are still very popular. Guess who's good versus melee heroes? It's the Monkey King.
And I think the other thing too is we talked about it yesterday with when picking Monkey King feels strong versus when it's not. And that is like a pretty big deal for this hero. Part of the strength, I'd say primarily the strength of the Monkey King pick is the flexibility. Whereas if you were to pick it in phase 2 and you look at the draft and you're like, well, it's pretty much mid. Like if you reveal your supports, it's probably not going into the carry role because we don't really see carry Monkey King all that often. It can be done, but it's really the flex between the support and the mid lane that makes it such a good pick early on in the draft. Otherwise, if you reveal it's pretty much our mid, it can get punished super hard. So I like the decision. If you're going to go for the Monkey King, pick it early and then, be comfortable moving it around.
Yeah, I think your ideal lane for a Monkey King is domination, right? You're versus that melee hero you can really beat down. I do think thanks to Simian Stride, you can play a losing lane and then just rotate a lot. But for that playstyle to work, your side lanes have to be good so that you can get back into the game by showing up in the side lanes. And that's easier to set up for yourself when you pick him early. If you pick him later, that better already be in place. In which case, the late Monkey King pick can work, but we do sometimes see where you try to counter pick, and then they actually pivot, and now you're in a losing matchup and a losing side lanes, and then it just completely falls flat. For now, the draft is still very open, so we'll see if that actually happens one way or the other. Looking a little harder as we see that bounty hunter come out. That usually signifies that you're looking for some strong lanes across the board so that you can play fast, get that track gold early. And that means if you don't win your mid matchup and you're trying to go to these side lanes, they can be potentially strong side lanes that you have trouble making plays in.
We've seen Crit play the Bounty Hunter a lot. It seems to be his go-to for if it's in the pool. Now, that being said, Zeus seems to be a pretty solid counter. At least from our limited view of how many games we've seen, the Zeus counter into the Bounty Hunter has proven to be pretty good. We're going to see the Clockwork grab here as well from Shopify. A very solid, like 5 position who can... 5 or 4 position, right? That's the benefit of these 2 supports. Either of them can play the safe lane or the off lane. So very solid support duo, I would say. Good initiation and good team fight.
I agree. I was wondering if we would see the Nyx Assassin potentially. He's got the easy break for Bristleback once you get the shard, and then I think the Nyx Sense is really cool versus Bounty and Ricky because you sort of just have the winning edge. Like if we're on opposite sides of the map, whatever, we're both doing our thing. But if we're on the same side of the map, Nyx might see you and you don't see Nyx, which I think slowly leads you to eventually be able to find the favorable fights. But looks like that won't be the case this game. Instead, we'll have that tiny, very likely the mid hero potentially against that Monkey King. You kind of do fine. Every time Monkey King gets a little too close, you can avalanche or toss to break up the Jingu. And in the meantime, you just, you hit pretty hard yourself with the tree, a little bit of extra attack range. And that blink avalanche toss combo that will get pretty early, that's really strong with the bounty hunter to find those quick early game kills.
I love how 4 of the 5 most picked heroes are in this game right now, and the 5th one is banned, which would have been Pakaz's hero. Like they just pick Abaddon first overall if it's in the pool for Pakaz recently. So interesting that these teams like just feel so confident in these heroes. I will say I'm surprised that Clockwork and Zeus have, maybe not Clockwork. I do feel like Clockwork is probably the most stable support you can pick in any game ever right now, but besides maybe Phoenix, right, or Batrider, I think Clockwork's the next, and Phoenix Batrider are almost always banned. So not super surprising there. The Crystal Maiden is a little bit surprising. I know Snake King likes this. It's really good against the Clockwork lane if it's going to be Clockwork in the off lane. You now see the Doom come out. A pretty solid pick. Does block a couple options here in the carry role if they don't want to run Bristleback here for Skitter, if this is going to be a Mars Bristleback. We don't really know for sure, but you still actually have the option of pivoting Monkey King to the safe lane if it is going to be a bouncy Bristle off lane, and you want to pick maybe something different for mid if you think it like fits your team better. But I do like that Shopify has a lot of options between that like 3 hero opener, right, in terms of how they want to play the lanes.
Yeah, the nice thing for Falcons that they have the last pick, so you get to see what Shopify is going to reveal here, because technically you could move your Monkey King around, right? If you want to try to punish this Tiny, that's the nice thing about the Tiny. He pretty neutral matchups into whatever mid ends up going there. So
good Lifestealer ban.
Shopify's got to commit first, one way or the other.
A Lifestealer ban would have been pretty devastating, unless they wanted to grab it themselves, right? You could have put the Monkey King mid, grab Lifestealer, and it would have been okay, I think, but it's not as strong in lane against someone like Bristleback as it is against Doom, right? Because Bristleback can just go Snot Rocket and then play distance.
Mm-hmm. Maybe you could grab someone flexible as well, like Dragonite, so you could move around. But I feel like Dragonite and Monkey King are a bit weak to the same things, so maybe there's a better example of that that's not coming to mind right now.
There's Gyro still in the pool. We have like Clockwork already. You could put the Zeus on 4. I feel like Gyro is just safe. We know Tomato can play it. His Morphling is also still in the pool. There's just not really... Like, you could pick the Morphling, which preemptively blocks Gyrocopter as well, right? So you have that possibility.
10 seconds remaining.
The only scary thing is always playing, like, the Morphling into Tiny. You'll always have to be careful about where that Tiny is on the map. But outside of that, it's a pretty good Morph game.
Radiant team ban.
Prompt for that. TA Terrorblade taken out.
Worried about minus armor?
I mean, they have a... Especially the Terrorblade, high armor. Very annoying for the Bristleback, who just kind of wants to, like, go straight through you, you know?
Yeah.
One of the better early game heroes. Especially, like, you just pop meta and reflection and you just stand your ground while he's still building up the stacks.
That's a...
Take that, Monkey King!
That's a very heads up ban of, like, they would move Tiny to Skitter and then pick Huskar mid. Like, they would do that, right? So...
That's Chris Smiles like, we were totally thinking of doing that.
They're like, bummer. We don't get the freebie mid lane anymore. It's smart, right? We don't really see Tiny flex to the carry role all that often. Against Doom, it seems kind of odd, but Tiny doesn't really need to cast a lot of spells as a carry. He just whacks you with a giant tree. It does burn a lot of HP, especially as you get, you know, max level and Infernal Blade and stuff. We'll see, though, where they want to go. It's going to be the Earth Spirit, so they will take the Monkey King into the safe lane. I think that's fine. They're kind of predicting this to be the Bristleback for Amar. And with a Bounty Hunter as the 4 position, you should have plenty of time to get your Jingu stacks up and play around that in the lane. Maybe it forces Crit to just drag, and then you're just kind of 1v1 Monkey King versus Bristleback, and I don't think that's too rough either.
Yeah, you could end up moving this Tiny and this Bristle around a little bit. So whatever this last pick is, I want it to win its lane pretty hard. That's the value of the last pick. But I also think it's very important when you have the bounty. You want at least one hero that is really strong to play around and find these kills. Lycan is not the hero I was thinking of, even though Alpha Wolves is really good later on. That's a bit of a slower hero than I thought they were going to go for.
They are upping its priority, though, so it is going to be Skitter on it. So they are going to try and just give him the priority to really rush that Midas and get some space and then get Alpha Wolves online. But you are right, it takes some time. They are going to run Bristleback mid to dodge the Monkey King matchup, which is a little bit interesting.
Yeah.
I feel like for Yopaj, he's perfectly okay with this on the Earth Spirit. Like, Earth Spirit's attack animation is super, super strong. You can secure last hits easily with the Boulder Smash. Typically, Tiny crushes that matchup. So this is some sort of... I have to imagine a Monkey King affecting the lanes more than anything. But overall, draft-wise, where are you leaning right now?
I'm not sure. I'm being thrown a little bit here with a mid Bristle offlane Tiny. Now, if the Alpha Wolves do come online, I think Alpha Wolves plus Bounty Hunter's really annoying, right? He finds someone. You have like 3 invis units scouting the map essentially, right? You can have all your wards removed by this Zeus, but you're still gonna get vision to find favorable fights. And then if you do find a support, Track plus 2 Alpha Wolves hitting you is probably just a Zeus kill, and there's not much he can do about it if he's not near teammates already. So the mid game does sound annoying having to deal with all of that. But I wonder if you can just have a stronger early game on Shopify, especially looking at this Monkey King, right? Because, like, how much can he punish these melee heroes, especially because Bounty is not the strongest laner, and you actually have a Zeus on your team. Or it was a Zeus 5, right?
Yeah.
I blanked on that. Either way, Zeus or Clockwork are both very strong 5s to potentially set up a Monkey King to get killed. So it doesn't. I actually don't care too much.
It's Hellscream.
Yeah, okay, it is 5
Clockwork.
Zeus.
Yeah, so it's 5 Zeus. I am very excited to see how this is going to play out. I've been really looking forward not only to seeing Shopify's new roster, but we haven't had the chance of covering a Falcons game in quite some time. And I really wanted to see Crit's Bounty Hunter because I know he has had so much success on this hero. And I'm finally getting to see it. I love the drafts from both teams. I'm excited. The one thing I am trying to decide on is whether or not this swap of the Bristleback and the Tiny is going to pay off. You know, I think that's the big question, is how this mid lane specifically is going to go for Malrine. Because I feel like for Yopaj, it's pretty much the same game plan. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 1 here of Shopify versus Team Falcons. As both teams are smoked out, the early boots pick up, then drop just to get that ward placed ASAP.
I find it pretty interesting. Falcons does that extremely consistently. But
free money for Pakaz there. He just gets his Devour going ASAP. That's kind of cool. Typically, you don't really see Dooms go Devour level 1 all that often, depending on the matchups. Like Infernal Blade sometimes is really good.
Doom, man. Any extra GPM.
Yeah, it's like sometimes the Infernal Blade is good or the Scorched Earth is good, but you're against a carry Lycan. You have summons in the lane that you can just eat now. So why not? And he's already going to get the bonus gold before the lanes even start, so he's happy. He's chilling.
Yeah, I think it's a fun idea. I'm up for it. It will mean their lane's a little bit weaker, but you're also laning into the Lycan, who is not that strong of a laner with Alpha Wolves anyways. So I feel like top is just a farm fest. You know, both of them are like, yeah, I'm totally, I hit my Midas timing. I'm good to go.
Ooh, Hellscream actually does manage to get the rune bottom. So one thing I was going to mention earlier about like what we've seen as counters to Lycan's Alpha Wolves from the support position a lot of times has been things like Glimmer Cape, but you're against a Bounty Hunter, right? And so if Crit is the one scouting them out playing with the Wolves, you don't have the safety of Glimmer Cape anymore. So it does kind of limit your options as a support here in terms of how you can itemize to deal with them. We may see Midas, which is something that some people have gone for. We may see just Ghost Scepters, but we won't know quite yet.
Do you think Alpha Wolves are scariest when you have to deal with them? Like you're split up. Oh, Monkey King, your courier is not far enough under the tower. Crit just snipes that at the edge of the tower.
Ooh, that hurts.
Alpha Wolves are the most annoying when you're like playing across the map and you can just be, the support has to deal with it on their own. I do think a Bounty Hunter draft does want to play together a bit more. So it might help them deal with these Alpha Wolves so they're not just being killed off. And that way you can maybe delay the Ghost Scepters if you want to in favor of, you know, these momentum items, the buffs to help you out.
I am going to be keeping my eyes on this off lane because I really don't feel like Amara is going to have the best time. Zeus is such a great hero at harassing nowadays. He's against double melee. They're actually going to go in aggressive. They get the level 2 from Yamato, and there it is. First blood into the hands of the Monkey King. And this lane's pushing, so they will have to freeze this outside the tower. But they might be able to just shove this wave in.
He's back in time, so at least he doesn't miss too much out of all this. They'll eventually hit their level 2s. I do expect Shopify to have a good time down here. I don't know if I expected a kill so early. Top, maybe going for a kill of their own. Snake King hits a couple power cogs. Should be okay under his tower, but that's a lot of damage. He's got like
the wolves
5
help
tangos.
out a lot. Yeah. When Hellstream gets that like battery assault and you just run the wolves in there, it really does kind of save the Crystal Maiden. But they do have a lot of regen here on Hellscream, so he's wanting to just get aggressive again. And now they're going to find Crit in the bottom lane. The Lightning Bolt there will reveal him. He drops a ward up on the high ground, or a sentry on the high ground. Doesn't really get anything out of it. So that's 2 kills in this bottom lane. It's going quite well here for Shopify. Just free farming here on this Monkey King.
Does shove in the lane, I guess, so at least it'll bounce back again for Amar soon, but this is a little bit of the question mark, I feel, when you have these bounties and you want a strong start, you want to be able to rotate. It's like, okay, bottom lane's not going great, maybe mid. This is a bristleback mid. It can be good, right? It's a little out there, but it can be good. I don't know if it's the easiest to set up these early game kills though, right? I feel like this bristle mid wants to farm up to a certain point. So I'm gonna assume Falcons is going for a little bit of a later timing. Otherwise you would put, I feel, the Tiny in the mid lane to get the faster blink dagger, get things going. It's literally just a slower start in the off lane, but the scaling might be better. So maybe not the early timing I would expect from a bounty, more mid-game with the Alpha Wolves.
Hey, Maureen is crushing this mid lane. Playing very well. Forcing a lot of regen out of Yopaj, and okay, that's a cheeky play there. Steals the water rune, kicks the Bristol away. Crit is here on the high ground, though, just to annoy him a little bit. But it does deny the water rune to Maureen, and Yopaj being at such a regen disadvantage so far in this lane, this will help out a little bit.
This was over before it started.
Do you have a creep ability? No, not yet, actually. He's just been content to eat wolves and whatever creeps show up in the lane.
Oh, that is not what you wanted. Not respecting the amount of damage coming out from those bristleback quills. Level 3 quills now as he hits level 5. And Yopaj just gets completely blasted there.
I guess, to be fair, how often do you have to practice this lane matchup, Earth Spirit versus Bristleback mid? You're probably usually the one over leveled compared to the Bristleback.
Really good rotation from Crit there. Yeah, that was a sick bait. They were kind of like setting up for a potential run at Snake King, and Crit was just sitting there invis on the side, but Skem is now making his rotation here, as well as the Monkey King, and Skitter not likely making it out of this one. Yep. Boundless Strike to secure the kill, and he'll just go right back to his lane.
Surprise early rotation from Yamato. You usually see these kind of movements closer to like level 6, where you can maybe take the tower off of that. But this time, early with the catapult. Maybe some early tower pressure is the plan. And Tiny's not really a hero who can punish you that much for this while you're gone. He really doesn't have the greatest wave clear. But he is building up a big creep wave of his own with the catapult, so Shopify will have to get down there.
This is the Magnetize here. Hellscream's going to get on top of Snake King, but they need to make some space to get Maureen away from him. The Boundless Strike connects. They get him. 2 heroes dead, but Yopaj falling once more to this Bristleback. They do manage to get a fresh D ward in the process. So overall, a win there for Shopify, and there will be an Amplify damage rune bottom. Some space and recovery for Amar, though. He went from 6th in the CS charts to 1st. He has been left alone here for a little bit.
Yamato, though, goes around the map, gets several kills, now makes his way bottom just in time for a huge creep wave.
Yeah.
He's going to be very farmed to start. Already about 4,000 net worth at... We're not even at 7 minutes yet. That is really good. It's very scary when we look at the fact that Falcons has 3 melee cores and actually 4 melee heroes in total. And Crystal Maiden's so slow, short range, practically a honorary melee hero as well.
He has Treads, Orb of Corrosion already done, and now is going towards the Diffusal. So he's playing a very aggressive Monkey King here. And like you said, he's into a bunch of melee heroes. That Orb of Corrosion and that Diffusal will be so value this game. Amar trying to get back towards his tower. The toss away will help out as they TP in the Crystal Maiden. Who got that Wisdom rune? I'm assuming
Snake King and
Snake King got it. Okay.
So 1-on-1 for each.
So here's the big thing to watch out for is Yopaj with this amplified damage rune. As soon as that magnetize is off cooldown, he's going to want to use it. It is really strong to be able to get a multi-hero magnetize with that amplified damage, and it looks like they're all coming top. The rotations are there. Hellscream will find this courier, and they will sniff out the defense coming from Shopify and back away on Falcons, it seems.
It looks like
8-minute power
Shopify got an observer ward out of that.
Oh, the roll in, amplify damage, magnetize immediately dropped. There's a shield rune as well for Yopaj. He's just going to keep it ticking down. They do manage to get themselves a quick kill here onto the bounty, the Crystal Maiden in exchange. The magnetize actually expiring here. Kind of surprising. They would back. Oh, he had 1 stone left. Never mind. That's why.
Yeah, not enough to play more aggressive. Otherwise, that would be the perfect time. Amplified damage and a shield rune. That is a very scary Earth Spirit to deal with. So pretty fortunate for Falcons that he doesn't have enough stone remnants to play more aggressive around that.
I think he like double dropped.
Maiden kill though, at least.
Yeah, I feel like he might have double dropped a remnant at the very beginning of the magnetize, which is maybe why he didn't have enough remnants. But either way, he gets the shield rune. This will protect him for a while here in the mid lane. And top side there, looking for this Lycan. And it looks like they may have found him. Yeah, nice 4-hero rotation. Scouting out with the Monkey King here once again. He doesn't even have ult, right? On this Lycan.
The Lycan? No, not yet. He's 5 3/4. Pretty close. By comparison, Yamato is 7
almost
and
level
a half.
8. Oh, nice tower deny.
How much damage do the wolves even have right now? 38.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Mid lane, they've got the Doom. They're going to throw it immediately onto this Bristleback. They just need to get a little bit more damage out. And yeah, with that magnetize should be more than enough. Even the Thunder God's Wrath, no escapes for you, Malrine. And this should open up the mid tower with no Bristleback to defend. Fortification here to delay it, but I don't know how you mount the defense here. All 5 members of Shopify in the mid lane.
There's no defending this. This is a very dead tower.
And they actually get the 10-minute rune as well there. So Yopaj has gotten every power rune. Amplify damage, shield rune, now arcane.
Big stacks being cleared up by Malrine. He is working on the Ags. So that's what Falcons has to play for now. They just have to slow things down. You need Aghanims on Bristleback. The Lycan is not really so much about the items so much as hitting like level 9 and level 11. That's when the wolves start to get a lot stronger. Currently at level 7, so still a while to go there. And the Tiny went Echo Saber, which is almost done. Oh, actually, he could buy more components. He's not, so maybe he has decided, like, I need this Blink Dagger as soon as I can.
Ooh, nice toss into the Crystal Maiden. The roll comes out just in time, though. Gives him the distance he needs to back away, but he responds with an Arcane Rune, and Skem is here, just dumping the damage here into this Crystal Maiden. They will turn back around the roll and will be able to catch the Crystal Maiden in a 1-for-1 trade. Magnetize not yet off cooldown, but Amar stuck inside the cogs, surrounded by the side of Shopify. And another kill here, potentially. Blade Mail will find at least the return. Yamato actually finding a solo kill on the backside for crit. So a 3-for-2 as Malrine goes bottom.
At least they got a track kill on the Zeus, and then I guess the clock. So like a 3-for-2. All things considered, I guess that's not too bad.
Yeah, it's pretty even, actually, because it's the 2 track kills.
Yeah, and it actually brought more heroes for Shopify up here. Still, I don't think Shopify minds too much the fact that their cores get to be so involved in these kills.
So the Amar Tiny living so long there. They are smoked up on Shopify.
There.
hoping to find somebody. I guess we'll try and go for the freebie maybe against Crystal Maiden. They have that good ward scouting heroes out. Instead, it's just going to be a quick Wukong's command with the Diffusal and Snake King hobbling back towards his tower. No chance of escape. Crit.
See some pings mid. He does have Doom available again.
Hookshot comes in. They didn't see the Doom. You're right. They saw the clockwork, but like, it's just a clockwork, surely, right? Roll in from Yopaj, magnetize onto 3. The Thunder God's Wrath now opening up a potential follow-up here to this Bristleback. And need just a little bit more damage, but Malrine will make his way back to the base. Dust connects from Pakaz, but no real follow-up here. Crit got a little bit too far away.
Still another very clean kill. You get the Tiny, use your Doom. The spells are being used off cooldown for the most part. Pretty efficient play from Shopify. The lead is not massive though, like a 2k lead. Part of this is the bounty hunter track helping to add some extra value. Some of this is just Falcons always being known as a team that gets a ton out of the map as much as possible. And looks like they're getting a monkey.
No way. He gets the kill with Dust. All right.
Okay.
You know,
I can't believe he got that kill first.
It's still a really rough death for the Monkey King being caught out here in the bottom lane, but the fact that he does get a solo kill is pretty wild. But big win there for Falcons. It's a track kill onto the most farmed hero, or previously most farmed hero.
But that was a 7 kill streak on the Monkey King as well, so very worthwhile.
They see the TP coming in from Snake King. He's just not looking good for that. Clockwork dies to Alpha Wolves, 100-0. Avalanche toss from Amar. Needs to be a little bit careful. Skem as well as Yopaj are nearby, and now in comes Yamato. Does have that Diffusal, the Wukong's command, and no more mana here for the Tiny. Well, nice stick, but not enough. All right, is he level 11 on the Lycan? I feel like he has to be if he just killed the clock.
10.
No, he's only level 10.
10 and a half. But that's even the level 5 Alpha Wolves are starting to get pretty strong. So one more level to go. This is, I think, more of the timing that they're going for now. The blink on the Tiny is done. He stopped buying the Echo Saber to get this blink at this moment.
I think Crit assumed they had Dust, and they didn't. So he like turned around and was like, oh, I'm just going to throw some spells, but it didn't really be necessary. Nice Wukong's command. Big Doom here as well. Or not Wukong's, Magnetize plus the Doom onto this Bristleback. It should be enough to finish him. The Avatos coming in here from the Tiny, doing some work. Amar's actually going to get a kill there onto this Doom. And Malrine lives, just barely.
Yeah, that's not too bad. Yamato almost died too, but manages to get the Boundless Strike just in time to get a full heal there. So that's Falcons getting into Alpha Wolves territory, right? That is fully online now. He hasn't been fully involved yet, but as we see these Alpha Wolves running down the Zeus, right, this is just going to start happening more and more.
Have a toss from Amar into the Bristleback. They're trying to just burst down the Earth Spirit, and they will have him distracted by the Wolves, legitimately. And now Skem stuck around maybe a little bit too long. One more root, and he's dead. There it is.
Dead.
Yeah, good stuff.
That's balanced.
Boundless Strike, Wukong's command. We've seen this one before. Love farming on the corner of the map and diving a tier 2 mid and killing a hero with a summon.
It's a lot funnier to watch when it's not you in the game, I gotta say.
Yeah, the thing is like, there is no counter to this at all outside of like being farmed as a support, so it's kind of rough. Now Yamato bottom lane here, he will get his Jingle, but he did pop that Boundless Strike, and the Wolves are just killing him. They get another kill here onto this Monkey King, and suddenly Shopify, their entire lead is gone.
Yeah, I didn't see the initial, well, hold that thought. Pakaz with his Glimmer Cape, looking for a sneaky Doom. It's not up yet, actually. 10 more seconds.
They are bringing the numbers, though. They need to be careful. Malrine has so much damage of his own. There's going to be the magnetize, the hook shot in. Hellscream's got him. Pakaz, though, just needs to get away from crit. Will try and turn back the other way as Skitter. He's popped that ult, trying to chase him down. Pakaz, he's going to live. 40 HP. Well, at least for now. Unless he can get the TP. Scam. Is he going to make it? The Avalanche not in time. The Zeus just chewed through by this Lycan, and now we'll grab the Earth Spirit as well. A 2 for 3, a big win for Falcons here once again, and Skitter has overtaken everybody.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Shopify ran into Bristleback just a few seconds sooner than they were expecting because Doom was not actually up. So although they do get the kill, he's able to return so much damage back that his team makes it back in. Gets a bunch of return kills. Doom almost dying as well, barely kept alive by the Glimmer Cape. Uh-oh, that's kind of a serious one.
It's awkward. Hopefully nothing serious, though. We'll see. Yeah, it's one of those things like watching a Lycan farm on the corner of the map and then suddenly just get like 700 gold for killing a hero, technically, like when it's 0 commitment from him, is wild. Like this, and he's done it multiple times. And now he's just level 13. He's almost got his harpoon. The times we live in for Dota.
The idea is that I do think there's a curve, right? Where Lycan starts off fairly weak with this Alpha Wolves build. He becomes really, really strong, arguably broken. And then as the game goes later and later, it starts to drop off again because the summons no longer do any scaling. At some point, it becomes easy enough to kill them. But the idea is, while they are in this really strong state, you cement your lead so that you never reach that end point where you drop off again. I wasn't sure how that would connect with the bounty hunter. Like in the draft, I was saying, okay, I'm thinking of a playmaker, something early paced, and they get the Lycan. We do see where they struggle, right? Where I'd say the first 14-ish minutes, it was Shopify taking control. The lanes were going well. They were moving around the map. But Falcons being Falcons maintain their farm pretty well and eventually hit this timing where you have the level 10, level 11 on the Lycan, the Blink on the Tiny, the Ags on the Bristleback. And I expect them to play really fast now while they are in this peak strength of the Alpha Wolves, get a bunch of track kills, cement that lead, and try to close out the game before you have to get to the point where Alpha Wolves starts to drop off.
Yeah, and so thinking about it that way, it kind of begs the question of the Monkey King itemization-wise. Would you rather have something that is more farm-oriented, or is the idea here you need to be able to fight them while Falcons feel like they are the stronger team, and then your hero eventually just outscales as well? Because we're seeing like what is typically like the mid Monkey King build, right? Which is this Diffusal and the Mage Slayer.
I liked the idea when I saw it originally, and I saw them building up a lead. I thought it looked good.
Those 2 deaths hurt a lot, though. Like in the bottom lane, those really hurt him. If they had taken the tier 1 tower, maybe those deaths like don't happen, because it would have been more difficult for them to rotate. But
like if Falcons wasn't so good at maximizing map farm, I think we would see Shopify have, you know, more like a 5K lead in the early game against most other teams. But Falcons really kept it close enough that they had enough strength to get return kills to stay relevant and reach this point where, you know, now we're at an even game, I'm going to say. But it feels like Falcons is in control right now. Yeah.
I mean, we have pretty much identical net worths on each role. The only real difference is this Aegis now on the Bristleback. But you are right. It does feel like Falcons are the stronger team right now. We say that, and they're going for a wraparound here on Shopify, seeing if they can find someone. It's going to be the Thunder God's Wrath to scout this one out. Yopaj doesn't connect on the Wukong, or on that Magnetize. He's really trying to find this Tiny, and they just lose their Doom at the start of the fight. They're going to grab crit. Boundless Strike hits Malrine, but again, he's got that Aegis. Skitter gets outside of that Wukong's command ring, and Yopaj on the backside. Really nice silence. The Magnetize ticking down 2, but Malrine continues to push it up here on this Bristleback. He wants to burn the Aegis. He's going to, but he gets the kill in the process. Now, can Yopaj escape is the question. I don't know. He has no more stones, so Snake King will live. And it's a 4-for-1, a very costly fight here from Shopify.
Amar's fast reaction time saved him there. The fact that he was able to blink away just as the Zeus ult was thrown to try to cancel that very blink. Oh, and they actually one more kill before they go.
Oh my gosh, he doesn't make it. The Wolves were scouting him out. They actually broke his Simian stride with like one auto attack, and he couldn't actually get away. But
so right
this
here,
just felt so forced.
Yeah, this is post Tiny blink out. So you see how far they chase trying to find him. They land the Doom. Sure, he can't do anything. He's out of the fight. You're all chasing so far. Even Yopaj rolls after it. And that means the backline, sure, they find the kill onto the bounty. That's a big commitment for just the bounty hunter, you know? And now Tiny comes back in. He's like, yeah, I'm no longer doomed. I still got over half my health. I can avalanche toss the squishy supports, pick up some easy kills. And Lycan, who ulted at the start of that, he's just been running around chasing with the wolves, and then he's finally like, yeah, I can finally hit people with my wolves. I'm ready to get kills.
He had to swap the alt cast there on that Boundless Strike to try and get away, and unfortunately didn't happen in time. They will find themselves a kill onto Malrine, though. He gets kicked back into the danger zone as now they look for more. Skitter's gonna pop the ult, maybe get aggressive. They actually chop the tree.
Tree break
of the Monkey King, and he's dead on the backside. Wukong's not available now. All right, Yopaj, what are you gonna do? Can he get away? He's gonna kick, roll. It's enough maybe to get the distance. A Doom comes out from Pakaz, Thunder God's Wrath into the Infernal Blade. It should be enough here to find the kill with that Shiva's Guard, absolutely. But Skitter is still so damn strong. His ult is expired though, so he can't be kited around. They will be able to roll away. The Glimmer Cape buying him a little bit of time. He looks for Pakaz, doesn't get it, and gets punished instead. Pakaz though, gotta be careful of the wolves. The roll. Is it enough to get him away? It will. Pakaz will live.
Dude, this insane movement speed from Doom. He has the Sanjin Yasha phase boots, drums, and he's actually still holding onto the Faded Brooch. I don't know if that's intentional or not, but it means he is so fast to actually outrun the wolves and get out alive. Let's see this fast it goes to. I want to take a moment while we have some downtime here. We got 4 Glimmer Capes right now. Yeah, 4 Glimmer Capes and a pipe done for crit. So 3 Glimmer Capes in the pipe onto Falcons. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Glimmer Cape from Snake King at some point, but they might decide 3 is enough. This is the recent trend with the Glimmer Cape being realized how useful it is. And on the enemy team, we see, right, Magnetize, all of his spells really, Zeus. Those 2 alone kind of warrant it, but there's a good amount of magic from like Clockwork and Doom as well. And so the way these Glimmer Capes synergize just makes them such a good early fighting item, which is exactly the style Falcons wants to go for. They don't want to wait for BKBs and bigger items. They're like, yeah, 2,000 gold, easy with the track. Like, let's just keep going nonstop, fight, fight, fight. And we can use the Glimmers on ourselves, on each other. The passive magic resistance makes all the barriers even better. So that's kind of why some of these fights are taking a long time, even though we have such high damage heroes like Zeus. It's just because they have so much effective health versus this magic damage.
It's funny seeing the Crimson Guard picked up on Pakaz here as a potential answer to the Lycan, I suppose, right? Like the wolves being able to just kill supports. You do have the Ghost Scepter finished up on Zeus, so it's a little bit more difficult for him to find the kill, but they are smoked up. Gonna see who they find here, and it will be Amar's. Flare comes out, hookshot off the mark from Hellscream. That's not what you wanted. The roll will connect, though. That Vessel burning him down. He's got no BKB to get out of this, and with Pakaz showing up, they will abandon the Tiny. Now, Yamato, he's looking aggressive here. Crit. He's going to lose his courier. He knows he actually collides with him. He pops the dust. Heads up play here from Yamato. Looking to just get himself a freebie. That is real attention to detail.
Yeah, that's really nice. I also saw a scan, so I'm not sure if he like bumped, scan to confirm, or like scan to check and then happened to bump. So he's like, oh, he's definitely right here. I don't know what order that happened in, but really nice plays to pick up an extra kill. Roche is not quite up yet. There's still another minute before it could start to spawn. Otherwise, I was going to say they're in kind of a good spot to go set up for it. I mean, you could, right? Go place your wards ahead of time. Now we got a close one here. This one's exciting.
Yeah. The gold lead is somewhat insignificant at this point. Now, that Ghost Scepter is going to buy Zeus some time, but no real escape. They will get ran down here. Now, the question is, who's going to take the fight? The Magnetize is out onto 4. The BKB out from Malrine will make this really difficult. A nice Wukong's command is going to find Snaking. The Orchid doing a lot of work, but he needs to be careful. Amar goes in, tries to toss him outside of the ring. Yamato needs some help and fast. He's not going to get it. Burned down by the Wolves, as well as the Quills. 4 dead on Shopify. No real way for them to... They just didn't have an avenue to get in with the Doom, it looked like.
Yeah, perhaps I just jinxed the game right there. But the Doom is very important to prevent just the spells from I'd say either the Bristleback or the Tiny. Like, you need to take one out of the fight and then have the Magnetize going the whole time and then slowly get the damage out from like Zeus and Monkey King. Otherwise, I think without that Doom, Falcons does win over time. With the Alpha Wolves constantly chasing you, the Malrine Bristleback stacks building up, Tiny being able to keep going in and out of the fight with the Avalanche tosses. You have to take one of those out of the equation. What was this Roche spawn? About a minute more to go.
All right, I mean, they found Malrine here. I don't know if you have the damage to secure the kill, but he is kind of stuck in a rough spot. They need to help, and there it is. The rest of Shopify will surround him. That is a huge find from Hellscream.
Good Zeus ult. Just to confirm, they wanted to make sure they weren't overcommitting on a Bristleback, and then the rest of the team wraps on them, but they saw everyone else was further away, so they could commit that hard. It does mean they should be able to move up here. Roche will spawn before Bristle's up again.
Magnetize is out. You could get the Doom off. The question is, who do you gets caught by the Avalanche? The Doom comes out way too late. You've already lost your Earth Spirit. That is not what you wanted. And now Pakaz got to find his way out of this one. I don't know. It's going to be a lot more difficult. He does have this ice armor. He's fairly tanky, but that Doom has now already expired on the Tiny. Yamato will just TP home. Very close, though. Almost breaks it. Hellscream not going to be as lucky. Shopify could not make up their mind here, it seems. Just similar to that other fight.
I think a moment of, I don't know, indecision or miscommunication, but some of Shopify had gone back while some moved forward, like Yopaj and Pakaz moved up, while like Skem had to go back for mana. So they were actually a bit scattered. And so when Yopaj gets found and the Doom comes out, that's it. The rest of the team wasn't even close enough to do anything else after that. So despite it being technically 5-on-4, it really ended up being like a 4-on-2 in the favor of Falcons there, which allows them to get the kills and now actually even secure Roche. So that looked like a window for Shopify to start reclaiming some gold lead, but actually just ends up continuing to go Falcons' way.
Yeah. Not only did they get the Roche on, they managed to recover their own Wisdom Rune as well. We are seeing a Disperser come out from Yamato. Now, I mean, we haven't... Are there any BKBs on Shopify? I don't think there is.
I saw like Shiva's. We only do Glimmers.
Yeah, it's like we have like Shiva's Blade Mail on your Earth Spirit. Yamato has opted for a Disperser. Like, no one's going BKB this game at all.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing you would need BKB against Falcons for is the Tiny Crystal Maiden to some extent, but I don't think she's as big of a concern.
Speaking of Crystal Maiden, gets caught here. Boundless Strike comes through, and that'll be a nice kill. But the question is, can you actually stand your ground? There's going to be the Wukong's pulls in from Skidder. He's doing so much damage with the Wolves here as well, but the heals from Yamato as well as the Crimson Guard reducing a lot of damage. Malrine, he's in pretty deep, but he's got that Aegis. He's going to be happy to commit it if he needs to, but it looks like he might survive anyway. And now Yopaj in some trouble somehow getting the roll out, but it's a slaughter here. Hellscream flying through the skies, somehow TP's out. Oh, man. Did he just didn't have mana for Doom, I guess.
Think So, I mean, the Monkey King lived for so long. He had so many like barriers being thrown on him, but unfortunately, it's not very easy to beat a Bristleback in a long fight. Those usually actually favor Bristle more than Monkey King, especially when you factor in how much farm each hero has, right? There's like 4,000 more net worth on Malrine, practically an extra item he has over that Monkey King. If you swap that, maybe Monkey King does end up with the kill there.
Trying to find some way to defend their high ground here from these wolves, from this catapult. Not looking good. The tower is taking a beating. Dude, that evasion lasts legitimately like 4 seconds longer than I feel like it should last.
The hightail?
Yeah, I feel like it's actually the same duration as a Wind Ranger's wind run on like half the cooldown.
Yeah, that stuff's whack. Should lower it. I don't even think it's the main issue with Alpha Wolves though.
No, it's not.
It's
I mean,
good, but
yeah, you just can't deal with them in any, like you just walked them into the high ground and they just tanked a tower, a creep wave, and 3 heroes for 7 seconds.
Ooh, little bit of a slip up on the toss back. That might be a Doom kill to start off this high ground siege. But you still have 2 minutes on the Aegis, so they're just going to sit behind Malrine. Kind of see why the Glimmer Cape is necessary, how much damage the support Zeus is doing to Malrine.
Yeah, it unironically, that and Infernal Blade are like your 2 biggest damage sources into this Bristleback at the moment, and we'll see if they can keep it going. They are going to try and back away here, most likely. Ooh, that's an aggressive 4-staff in, maybe looking for a Doom target. Bound the Strike, roll in from Yopaj. They can kick him back onto the high ground. Wukong's as well as Doom will be available. You've got to stun him immediately. Do they get the connection? They do. Bristleback goes down. A good find here from Shopify, but they're all kind of low. They committed a lot here, and those quills did a ton of damage. Bound the Strike out here from Yamato does connect, but in comes Skitter here on the Lycan, looking to find the kill here onto the Doom. Nice kick up onto the high ground from Yopaj. Will get them out, and now Monkey King can continue the chase. The dust here sees Amar. The Zeus will connect. Bound the Strike. 2 shots the Crystal Maiden. Crit in trouble as well. Amar stuck inside the cogs. Who will get out? Looks like it's just going to be that bounty. A really nice hold here from Shopify.
There was an aggressive 4-staff on the Doom trying to push him out of position. I have to imagine like a toss combo was planned for that as well, but it ends up backfiring. This is a pretty tanky Doom under his tier 3. He's got Cloak of Flames, the Crimson Guard, a Glimmer, Phase Boots, Assault Cuirass, and he even has like status resistance from SNY. So he's not an easy target to kill unless you isolate him. And you end up overcommitting onto that.
Dude, that Crystal Maiden took 1,100 damage from Bound the Strike.
That's a lot of damage.
It wasn't even Jingu either. That was just a flat Bound the Strike for 1,100 damage. He has Nemesis, so it just bonked her. That's pretty good. Oh, shield rune for Yopaj. That's a pretty big pickup. Especially with how much tankier he's gotten. Now has the BKB, even getting some armor in his neutral item. That is the one thing that's going to be a big difference here for Shopify. We are actually seeing it make a difference in the last fight. How much more armor they're picking up in their itemization. And looking for Malrine here in the mid lane. They pull back. He immediately pops the BKB. We'll be able to roll away for now, but Doom's been caught. The question is, do you want to go in? No, he's going to get caught here from Skitter, the Crimson Guard, as well as that Disperser actually bailing him out for now. They do get a nice Avatos here onto Hellscream, but both teams kind of going back and forth a little bit, looking for the perfect initiation, but no one's really finding it. In comes Tiny, gets caught. Silence will pull him back. Both teams, a little bit game of a cat and mouse here. The Doom is so tanky, dude. You were right.
You can't really go for him. He also has ice armor, right? I think you mentioned that earlier. I forgot to include that in the list of reasons this guy is insanely tanked. 75% physical damage reduction. That doesn't even take into account the damage block from the Crimson Guard. And this is a little bit of
really
a
smart
downside.
itemization.
Yeah, when you stack your damage types, right? Bristle, Lycan. I'm willing to throw Tiny and hybrid damage, but it is a lot of physical damage. And so you're able to just buy all these armor items and protect yourself versus pretty much every core hero on Falcons.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
We'll see if they can keep this going. For now, they're going to find Yopaj bottom. He's forced to BKB and roll away just from the rolls as he sees the TPs coming in. So I think that's his first BKB.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Arcane Rune will get scouted top, as well as a handful of bounties here on the bottom side. That's, call that the value meal.
Yum.
That's a lot of gold, Jesus.
They call it the value meal. You just said it, man.
That's true. It's more value than I thought. Nullifier done here.
I just processed what I just said. Dang, that's a lot of gold.
Ooh, hook shot in. They found him again. No BKB. This time he gets it off, though. Never mind. He's just going to walk away. That Doom not going to be super useful. The Lycan just solos the Monkey King. This fight's over for Shopify. They need to hightail it out of here, but completely caught off guard. Yopaj will be next. Scam likely to follow. This is a disaster. What happened to the Monkey King? Nullifier, I think.
Yeah, he's got a very aggressive build and a Nemesis curse, so if you just focus him, he's actually not that tanky. You need to survive 4 hits to get the Jingu, and in that time, Lycan ran in with the Wolves, had the Bloodthorn, the Nullifier, the Harpoon, and just went to town on the Monkey King before he could really react. It's led straight to 2 barracks, maybe even 3. There's the Fortify. Oh, if you get this Doom as well... Holy crap! That
might be game over.
Biggest Bloodthorn proc I've ever seen.
I mean, that's mega creeps. It's actually 100% mega creeps. They're gonna have to like fort, but any more kills at this point, which a great toss back there on the Hellstream. He's gonna get the Nullifiers thrown onto him, trying his best to make his way back to the base, but no shot at all. Shopify crumbling here at the tail end of this game, and yeah, that's gonna be another death to follow it up. They panicked. They straight panicked.
All right, you know, earlier I was saying the dangers of leaning all in on physical damage a bit too much. If it does work, it has insane building damage punish potential that we see here with the Megas off the one fight. They're gonna try to defend the very last barracks.
I mean, they're going to go in. Yopaj has the BKB, drops the Magnetize, but they're just going to wait this one out. Wukong's is going to expire. He sees Skitter coming. He's like, I know what happened last time. I cannot let this happen again. Yopaj will make his way into the fountain barely. But there it is. Mega Creep secured. They literally built 20,000 gold in a minute and a half.
It's the dangers of the build Yamato went for. And I can't really fault him for it because he did need to bring a ton of damage for his team. But that one slip up from Shopify that he was a bit on his own. The teammates weren't near enough to use all the auras on him to keep him alive. Yeah, that cost them potentially the whole game. They're going to fight to the very end, trying to contest this Roche.
Yeah, they were praying they'd make it in time. Absolutely no chance at all.
I think they're going to try to find anything here, and if it slips up, we'll see the GGs come out.
Yeah, I mean, they get Wolf Bite for Bristleback now, so yeah, good luck. You couldn't kill this guy previously. You needed a few more ways to prevent. Well, the roll in, they're going to see Tiny as well as the Bounty Hunter. Maybe you find the just take what you can get scenario here, and yeah, that will be a kill on to crit. But your tier 4 is about to go down in your base. You have to come back.
Let's start theory crafting here.
Okay.
Kick back.
Yes.
Into Fountain. Always good. Zeus support. Really good at holding Megas, actually. Even has the Shard already, so he can actually hold Megas quite easily. Doom's already got the Crimson Guard and a Heart, so you can prevent chip damage on your tower and your Ancient. So in terms of holding, you certainly have the potential to do so.
Ooh, nice hook shot away. What? Harpoon brought him like kinda back. That was very strange. He doesn't have detection anymore on Yamato, and now Amar turns it around. Avalanche toss, a lot of damage. Boundless strike though to connect. Amar's gonna get punished for this one. That being said, Yopaj looking like he's also getting punished on the backside, getting ran down here from Skitter. The roll up to the high ground though, Wilkin to safety. Who do you doom here? You're stuck between two menacing wolves. It looks like they will throw it onto Malrine at the end of the day as he's trying to hobble away on the tail end of the BKB. Snake King falling low as well, trying to burn him down. There's gonna be another nullifier out. Snake King 30 health is gonna be enough. That's all he needs, and now Pakaz needs to escape. Okay, never mind, not enough. Skem snipes him with the Aghanim Scepter. Pakaz now in a lot of trouble. The buyback from Amar starting to really matter, as the Doom won't be the only casualty somehow for Shopify, as they do get the, oh, I guess they bought back on Hellscream, so.
Still, the Doom, using Doom on the Bristleback is part of the reason you're able to win that fight. Without Doom, maybe you can just push here to at least take out this tier 4. I guess you're scared because you don't actually know if Doom has buyback. He's actually just short a little bit of gold. But if he buys back and he doesn't have Doom, I don't know if that's as intimidating.
See what they can do here.
I want to play it safe.
Yeah, I think they're very comfortable just kind of looking for potential tossbacks with Amar, and if they get one, then great. If not, the Wolves and Tiny will kill your tower. So, with the tier 4s being taken, here's your wolf bite for Amar, and now he gets to work on this throne. It's exposed, no fortification. Yopaj tossed, dying in just the animation. Wukong's command is out. Bloodthorn doing some work here, but they just turn around with these quills, stacks up the damage. There's no way you're killing this Bristleback now. There's the nullifiers out, the frostbite to hold him in place, and goodbye, Monkey King. There's going to be the GGs, and Falcons will grab game 1 in a... I mean, they felt like they were in the lead for the second half, but my God, that one team fight just broke Shopify's back.
Yeah, I mean, that's the scary thing about these Lycans and Bristlebacks. Even Tiny's got a lot of building damage, right? You have to be so careful of what fight you end up losing, because that's your base gone if it's in front of your half of the map. Looks like Falcons still, though, very serious about that. That game was maybe a bit harder than they were expecting, so it looks like they're still full focus, thinking it through how they can improve and make sure game 2 also goes their way.
Yeah, I don't know where the adjustment needs to be made, because I feel like their draft is actually good, and it was doing really well in lane. Specifically, Pakaz was super farmed on this offlane Dune and shut down Skitter. But they had a lot of casualties to the Alpha Wolves in the mid lane, or in the mid game, right? That 15 to 20 minute mark. He ended up getting like 3 solo kills with the Wolves. They get an extra pick off onto Yopaj because they were distracted by the Wolves. And the build from Monkey King just ended up not paying off. This was a very much like, I don't know. It's like a feast or famine build. You either like kill the entire team with this, or you die instantly, and Skitter, well, finds him at the best possible time, kills him in just a second.
I'm not sure if the Mage Slayer ends up being worth it. I think the idea is for the Tiny and the Bristleback. And I don't know. I don't know if that ended up being... Is there some item instead that gives you like some armor and damage, like another agility item? Maybe like just plain old SNY type stuff that maybe lets him be more survivable while still doing damage, because we kind of saw, right, when he just got killed by the Lycan, like that's where the Mage Slayer doesn't really do anything for you, and you end up in this pretty squishy build until that BKB finishes at the very end, but a little bit too late for that.
I have to think part of this is the idea that you have really high damage supports, and so he doesn't feel like maybe he needs to go for like the ultimate late game build, going for things like an early Battle Fury, and he'd rather fight early to play alongside like his Zeus and his Clockwork or Spirit Doom. Like the lineup makes sense in that regard, but going late game into Falcons, the Monkey King's net worth kind of just fell flat for the last 10 minutes of the game. Like, he really did not accelerate his farm very much. Whereas you see the Lycan, as well as like the Bristleback, they never really slow down. Like, they just stay at the same pace the whole time. And Falcons walk away with the victory.
Yeah, I think harder than they expected, but ultimately played their draft quite well. The Bounty Hunter and the Wolves finding the right fights, and then maybe even a more explosive end than they expected, but they do seal the win off of that huge fight in the middle of the map.
Yeah, I agree. I think this was a really fun game. Definitely living up to our expectations when we saw these two teams coming together here. They're tied in the middle of the group, so this series could very well decide the fate here for one of them. If Falcons get the 2-0, it puts Shopify in a really awkward position, hoping that they can even get a tiebreaker for tomorrow. But for now, we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with game number 2 of Falcons versus Shopify. Stay tuned, everybody. We'll see you in just a bit.
Waking up, playing some Dota, it's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
Welcome back, everybody, here to Dream League. We are jumping into game number 2 of Shopify versus Team Falcons. And game 1, I mean, it lived up to the hype. It was super close, very back and forth for a while. And then it all falls apart in one fight. Falcons push 20,000 gold off of it and into a full Mega Creeps secured. It was kind of shocking how quickly that game came to a close.
Yeah, I think I was thinking back on it because it did feel very close. I think there's just a couple moments where Shopify was like, you make a very small mistake and a team like Falcons will punish you hard off of that. This is why it's so tough to play versus Falcons. But one case of that is like, I think it was the second Roshan where they found a kill on, I don't even remember who they found the kill on. I think it was Malrine, the bristleback. And then it's like a 5v4 as Roche is coming up. But Shopify just splits a little. Instead of like all moving as 5 up, they're on slightly different pages. Like 3 of them go back to heal, deal with lanes, some move up, and then you end up losing that fight, lose Roche. They're just cases like that where it's a very slight mistake, but Falcons is more on the same page, faster paced, and they punish hard on that. And this is where Shopify, it's a little difficult to fix that in between games. I think they had a good start. I think they had a pretty reasonable draft for, like, this is what we want to do. We want to meet them in the lanes, build a quick lead. They did that. But in the early game, they also had some slight mistakes, right? Like the Monkey King dying with a 7-kill streak, some slight overextensions. You know, they felt baited to go. They find the Tiny, they doom him, they try to chase him too far, they lose a fight there, right? These small instances, the heat of the moment, decision making, it's tough to fix that, but that seems to be where, to me, Falcons ended up pulling ahead.
Yeah, I think you're right. Actually, a lot of really good points there. The second Roche was really a problematic one. Like, they tried to find an opening with the Earth Spirit and the Doom. They get both caught in an avalanche. They don't really find their target at all. And then, yeah, it turns into kind of a snowball effect there for Falcons. Enough of game 1, though. We have a game 2 draft now underway. So let's see what's going to change here, as first pick will be for Falcons. So the Alchemist, Phantom Assassin, the Bristleback, and Dawnbreaker all removed at the moment. And from Falcons, they have chosen the Monkey King, the Abaddon, and now the Phoenix. Now this leaves first pick for the Magnus. All right.
Very fun. This is a hero that can move around a little bit. I feel like that's one of Falcon's strengths. So they share so many heroes between their players. Magnus being maybe one of the more recent additions to that.
Okay. A little bit of a Lycan here for Shopify. I didn't really know what I was gonna say there, but I mean, steal this hero away. We saw it last game. It's a menace to deal with. That being said, it was picked much later in the draft when you saw the supports, and I think that is a big part of Lycan being successful or not, is whether or not he can abuse the supports or even a core with the Alpha Wolves. But we'll see what they end up doing here. I think right now they're just gonna flex this between the safe lane and the off lane. Pakaz plays a mean Lycan as well, so I think they should be fairly comfortable with where they want to put this.
Yeah, looking at the bans, Pakaz recently switching to the off lane, right? I have to imagine there's only a certain amount of heroes he feels super comfortable with playing at the international level, and some of the heroes we've seen them pick for him is the Abaddon, Dawnbreaker, I think Bristleback was in there. Lycan is also one of them, Night Stalker's another. So maybe with some of his hero pool being banned out, they're like, we don't want to lose all the heroes. Maybe we just grab the Lycan. We know how good Alpha Wolves is. They're going to have to deal with it in the draft. Maybe that leads to some openings. What is this? The Bounty Hunter taken out. Falcons does not want the same thing to happen to them. The Bounty Hunter plus Alpha Wolves. Very annoying combo.
It is, yeah, because just being able to track a support and run the Alpha Wolves at them is really problematic. Like, it eliminates the ability to just rush Glimmer Cape on the supports. And that's typically how you deal with Lycan at like the 15-minute mark when he's online, with like level 5, potentially the level 6 alpha wolf shortly after, the supports just have to glimmer and run. It's your only play. So when you have a bounty hunter that eliminates that option, it allows the Lycan to find a bunch of freebie kills, which is exactly what happened last game. So it's a heads up play here from Falcons. Now they could do something similar. They could pick like a Riki or a Nyx assassin here if they wanted to have an invis scouting hero for the Lycan.
We haven't gotten to get our Riki game still. Yeah. Yeah.
I know Hellscream likes the hero a lot. They've picked it quite often on Shopify.
I am pretty open to the Riki Lycan lane, since Lycan just wants to farm and you can just creep drag for him to start. I will say though, Riki support seems better when you have a little bit of a stronger lane to work with. But I think if you just drag farm to them, it can work. You're just going to need something else to do, because if you fall too far behind on Riki 4, it does start to feel pretty bad.
So the Clockwork come back out, just a reliable support, of course. Hellscream played it last game, but it could very well just be the 5, so doesn't reveal a whole lot. I do like the Riki into Magnus as well. Like you said, being able to smokescreen like your ally as they make a play can prevent the RP from coming out, or at least cause him to like panic and need a BKB before, right? So it does kind of add a little bit of mind games into the Magnus. It's also more minus armor against when you pair it with the Lycan.
True. Everyone wants to buy a Glimmer Cape nowadays as well, so you don't like that BKB, having to deal with that. Dude, we're gonna get to see it. Let's go.
Finally, yeah, for Crit this time. So he just played a game of Bounty Hunter. He's very familiar with playing the Riki as well. And again, I feel like this is a little bit of a deny pick. I think Shopify actually really would have benefited from this hero, so I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't pick it up while they still had the option. Maybe you look for the Nyx assassin now and rely on Nyx sense to try and maybe punish this, but they will pick up Snake King's Enchantress as well. Okay, now I think the Nyx is actually looking pretty good.
Yeah, I would be very up for it. Or Zeus. Zeus could also be good.
Yeah, they will go for the Zeus.
Nice.
So exact same support duo.
Yeah. Enchantress and Riki are relatively squishy, ignoring the Glimmer Cape meta that's going on. Almost necessary now versus this Zeus, who will provide both the vision to see the Riki, but also the early nuke damage to kill off these supports. Very useful versus these invis heroes like Riki, Bounty, Nyx that have been very popular lately.
This will force Zeus to rush Force Staff. But if he's having a good game, he can get it well before the Riki gets his defusal. Like this, Riki does not farm well. That's one of the biggest problems for this hero, and we are really in on the minus armor. A Slardar now picked up here. So this is something Amar likes more than other players. It might force the Lycan into the off lane, which is pretty nice. Lycan does not want to play in that safe lane against the Slardar. And you have that Magnus flexed to either the carry or the mid lane still available. So some options here for Falcons.
With Invoker being shown, you could just trade farm with the Magnus. Dude, what if we saw... before Riki support became a thing, we used to see mid Riki very rarely versus Invoker in particular and Pucks, and then it was really helpful when you would have like Magnus empowering you to speed you up. Falcons could maybe do something, surprise mid Riki, bring it back, pick a new position 4 here.
So many banned heroes from the last game. They're really changing things up. But yeah, you're right. We did used to see the core Riki. I think it only works when you have a hero like Magnus. I think I've said this a few times in the past, that core Riki really struggles like post defusal, whereas yeah, you can get some kills, but it's not enough to continue scaling because the hero just doesn't have good wave clear. Exterminator facet helps him kind of kill creeps, but you really need the cleave from the Magnus because you can't really afford to change your, like, to go back for a Battle Fury and then go for defensive items. Like, the hero is too squishy to allow that. So if they wanted to do it, I think Magnus is the only hero in the game that enables it, but they will probably go for something that's a little bit safer. And I like the Pango and Beastmaster bans, eliminating a really difficult mid matchup and game matchup here for the Zeus and the Invoker and the Pango. And then, of course, the Beastmaster, which maybe they're afraid of carry Beastmaster here.
Yeah, that was a fun one to see. I think it's just the idea that Magnus could go in multiple lanes, and because of that, you're just trying to think of like, what are your worst matchups? What if it's carry Magnus? What would be an offlaner that wrecks us? If it's mid, what's all that? Well, I guess they're not that worried about a different carry coming out since they didn't ban any of those.
We'll see what
Or
Falcons
they're not too worried
reveals
about
here.
what carries could come out.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Fortunately for Shopify, they do have the last pick, so they get to see it.
Okay. Safe lifestealer pick here for Falcons. I actually don't know if it's that great of a lifestealer game. Lycan can be pretty difficult for the lifestealer to deal with, especially if he ends up grabbing something like an Orchid, like we saw last game. But I think when you pair it with the fact that there's a Slardar and a Magnus already in the field, it makes it really powerful.
Yeah, you also have a great delivery system for the Infest ganks with a Ricky. But even the blinks from, like, eventually I'm sure Slardar and Magnus will have blinks. You could get some great surprise ganks going early to speed up your farm. They seem pretty happy with their draft on Falcons. Might not be bad versus... but you don't like to build BKB or MKB, and that Ricky smokescreen is going to be so annoying for you.
Yeah. I'm trying to think what you can pick here that gives you, like, it has to be an agility carry. You need something that's super high armor that doesn't lose to the Slardar lane, that has a decent matchup into the Lifestealer. Because your Lycan is going to struggle to the Slardar for most of the game. Okay, Morphling. That's a good one. Wins the Slardar lane, agility carry, high armor, and wins the Lifestealer matchup. This is actually the perfect Yamato pick.
Should do pretty well. You do have to be careful of the smoke screen. That can catch you off guard in the early game where you just get silenced in this AoE, and you prefer to go Manta to deal with silences like Orchids and all that coming out. But smoke screen being just persistent on the ground might force out a 4-staff / Hurricane Pike earlier rather than the Manta, which you want for the farming speed. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see what he ends up going for. Maybe he just chooses to play at high strength versus crit so that he can just walk out of the smoke screen.
Okay.
That's my only concern. Otherwise, like, throughout the game, I do think it will be good. But if you just get caught off guard by crit, one of the best roaming players out there, right, then maybe you don't get to reach that point in the game where you do outclass all these other heroes.
I love that Crit and I have the exact same Ricky set. That makes me happy. I feel like I'm now as good as Crit.
It's like you're in the game.
I feel like I really am in the game. This is going to be a very interesting game number 2 here from Falcons versus Shopify. We're going to see Yamato on his signature Morphling, Skitter on his signature Lifestealer. It's going to be a definite slugfest here, I think, based on the Falcons draft, right? Malrine on the Slardar, Magnus for Amar here in the off lane. Like, they should have a pretty good time of farming, but I think overall, Yopaj, how do you think this matchup versus Slardar is going to work as the Invoker?
You have a really good damage, and you don't care that much about mana. So, like, one of Invoker's most annoying things is just EMP burning all your mana, as well as, like, oh, you have any kind of buff, I'll dispel it with Tornado. Someone like Monkey King. Slardar's is just, as long as I'm in the water, I get the bonus, and it's mostly, like, in terms of last hitting and harassing, it's just, you just hit people. You don't actually need the mana. So That actually might be a cool way to circumvent like what Invoker usually does to win the lane, and then the fact that you just have more damage lets you get denies. At least for the start, Invoker does scale up in damage pretty quickly as the universal hero.
Well, what did you expect?
All right, well, we'll see what happens as we jump into game number 2 here of Falcons versus Shopify. Mallory's going to have 70 damage level 1 in the river. That is pretty wild to think about it. Now, Invoker, the highest damage gain per level of any hero in Dota, always goes for this like double Wraithband tread, so it won't take long before Yopaj passes the Slardar in the damage thresholds. We'll see how well Malrine can kind of weather the storm. Like once we get to like level 2, 3, 4, 5, stuff like that, I feel like the Invoker should start pulling away. But if he can do fairly well on those first couple of waves, I think Malrine should be okay, at least holding the lane down for now. Offlane Magnus, pretty standard pick we see nowadays. The Max Shockwave allows him to CS fairly well, but Morphling, not a really good matchup for the Mag. He should have a pretty free lane there, I think.
The battle begins.
Oh. For the rune, Yamato's going to grab it. Nice Thunderbolt there from Skem to open that one up. So it will be 3 runes for Shopify to start this one out.
You won't escape. Not what you expected?
I think you'll get what you need from this offlane for Falcons. I do think Ricky can just do a lot of different annoying things that Zeus is not the greatest at stopping, creep dragging, things like that. He likes to just bully people in the lane. And Amar is pretty tanky. Like once you get to Skewer, I think it's pretty hard to die. Though I guess a cool lightning bolt like timing could interrupt that.
Interesting idea bottom here. They're just going to drop the cogs, go Howl level 1, knowing that you're against the Enchantress, and just beat down Skitter, since he has no real way to kind of out-harass them at the moment. Huge creep wave built up here in mid lane. Yopa is seemingly trying to harass outside of clearing the wave, but Malrine CSing quite well. 6 and 2.
Yeah, it looks like they both focused on harassing each other a bunch. Very low in the mid lane already.
God, I love the dagger effect on the new Tricks of the Trade. Thank you, Val, for that one. Adding cosmetics to Ricky is like one of the weirdest things, because at some point in the game, you just stop seeing them.
You get to see him in your little animated portrait at least.
Yeah, that's why I have the crimson helmet. That's the only thing that matters. Oh, Skitter getting body blocked up here. Nice micro there from Pakaz. They did drag the wave back, so like you said, they kind of can just do this with the clockwork and do their best to try and avoid playing directly into the Enchantress. It's working.
Yeah, and eventually, like, the start of this lane's pretty annoying for Skitter having to dodge, like, power cogs and stuff. But eventually, you'll be fine as a life stealer. Critting a lot of damage. Actually, Blood Grenade. I don't think it's enough.
It's not enough. Too tanky, but Amar needs to be careful. Does have a shockwave, at least, to try and turn this around, and Crit might have something to say, but both hero, or all 4 heroes kind of getting low for the moment. Ricky does have a salve, though.
I think they want to try to... Okay, never mind. I thought they were trying to, like, surprise snipe a Shockwave plus Blink Strike to finish up a kill.
Skem? Yeah, I was saying, you're sticking around way too long. The 2 Blink Strikes were up, plus the Tricks of the Trade. You can't play against this hero at 0 HP. So that is first blood for Crit. That will mean they can get the Lotus as well, as you can no longer contest without the Zeus. That's a big win for this offlane.
Zeus and Morphling both love to have the early Lotus as well, so
yeah,
pretty great timing to get that kill. In the bottom lane, where did it go to? Looks like Hellscream has it. Oh, the point I wanted to make. So Enchantress can move around pretty early. It's just, can your carry be left alone? Skitter on the Lifestealer will be perfectly fine on his own once you give him a couple levels. And I think that's really helpful when you have a hero like Ricky who he's going to be annoying, but his early game can be weak. So when you can get an Enchantress and all her creeps active early on to help Ricky maybe find some kills or pressure early towers, I think that goes a long way to set him up for a good game.
I am curious to see if Shopify is going to be able to start recovering these lanes, because right now your mid lane Invoker should start pulling ahead now that the levels have kind of caught up. Like Maureen had a really good start. This off lane for Bakaz is not going to get easier, I think, and that's where things kind of worry me a little bit. And top lane, looks they're getting aggressive here onto Yamato once again. Now Zeus is coming up here. And Amar is CSing a little bit better. He was struggling, I think, the most at one point, but we'll see how long I think this Morphling decides to sit in this lane. He's likely to just go for a Vlad's and kind of jungle lane over and over, you know?
Yeah, it's not the easiest to be kicked out of here by just the Magnus, but the smoke screen is what could maybe add a little bit more threat, where it's like, oh, I got caught off guard, now I can't waveform or attribute shift, so I just die. Yeah. For now, though, until crit hits level 4, you are fine to just be in the lane. And as long as you're under tower, I think you're also okay. Maybe you like have enough sentries in the lane as well, so you... or sorry, Ricky's not even 6 yet, so actually, who cares?
True. Maureen's itemization for the mid lane actually works out really well. He's picked up just some casual armor against the Invoker, which will reduce just so much of the physical damage output that he has. Combine that with just the river buff, and he's set. Now, big rotation in mid, both supports. Good Deafening Blast and a really good cogs here. That Cold Snap's going to heal up this Invoker a decent amount. Now, Crit will lose his life in the process. Maureen should be okay. Sunstrike not going to connect. Off the mark there from the Invoker. Is this Quas Exhort?
He has 1 point in Exhort, so it's 3, 2, and 1.
Ooh, that's a haste on Skem. Does he have Heavenly Jump? Okay, no way. He doesn't do it. Oh my God, he baits himself. There's no way you give up that death.
Second, I think caught off guard by the size of Slithering Crush a bit there.
I mean, he ran in. There's just no need. Skem some really unfortunate deaths this game. Not only the first blood to the Ricky, but now a second one to the Slardar. Both, I think, avoidable.
Another dive now.
He's got the rage going. Hellscream should be fine once the battery assault can connect, and yeah, he'll make his way out. Snake King trying to tank the tower. Now Skitter, they really want this catapult to stay alive, and it will now as the creep wave crashes in. Skem rotating on in to maybe offer some support here. The Enchantress would be a great find. Howl is out. And now that they see the Zeus, they will trap the Enchantress inside the cogs. Good wraparound from Hellscream. They will punish the aggression here from Falcons.
Now Reen's actually TP'd in here. Should be able to just run in to get Bakaz.
That's a freebie. So this is max crush. Yeah, 4-point crush by 7. This is what you pretty much always want to do on Slardar. The reason being is you just get to the shard at the 15-minute mark immediately, and then suddenly you can one-shot creep waves. So it is a very, very big power timing.
Yeah, he's got the Soul Ring preemptively to just spam crush to farm. I mean, it's good even before you have the shard, but like you said, once you have the shard, your farm speed goes up a lot.
Yeah.
He's actually thinking about continuing to play aggressive. He knows Bakaz.
I mean, he's going to find Bakaz. He's dead. It's like there's no way out of this.
So much damage.
The slow from Crush is insane. Max Crush is very good.
All right, can he get out of here? Because he actually doesn't have a TP, and he has now run into Hellscream.
I don't think so.
Looking pretty dead.
I mean,
Hellscream first, though.
Yeah, Hellscream, if he died, would be a really nice grab, but that kill going to Yopaj is quite nice. It did make space for them to get the bottom tower. You still did kill Pakaz, so it's probably a worthwhile trade, honestly, for Malrine. I don't think he really cares all that much.
I think so. I can't say I'm super familiar with like the mindset of a mid Slardar, you know, whether you feel okay trading your life for that stuff, but it seems all right for the amount of movement it took from Shopify to clean that kill on their own triangle. And now using that space to get the Morphling.
Yeah. He did not expect the rotation in from Malrine. There's going to be another jump here. Hellscream on the backside should go down to Malrine as they try to finish off Amar first, but now you're surrounded. Nice deafening blast. The miss chance, is it enough to keep him alive? No, it is not, but Yopaj in so much trouble as he just gets dove down, finished off by the Ricky. Skitter gets himself a kill onto Skem. 4 heroes dead on Shopify as this game is falling apart and quickly.
Invoker with the Wraith Bands, you know, has got some extra armor, so he lives a bit more, but he's just so slow. You just can't get away from Ricky and Slardar. Cheeky Fortify to buy a bit more time here. Right now, so Morphling is doing okay, but your offlane Lycan. So we were earlier saying, okay, how do you deal with Alpha Wolves? One of the ways is to punish Lycan in the early game. And so then the timing of the Alpha Wolves just isn't as strong because by the time the Alpha Wolves are level 5, level 6, the supports can deal with it. They'll find Enchantress, get something going for them.
Very much needed, but he also almost solo killed the mid tower with a troll summoner, and it still dies. So I think you're perfectly okay with that. Another kill on the top side. Yamato's like, all right, I'm going to take Slardar. I'm tired of this. Throws the crush out. We'll try and chase down Skitter, looking for the bash potentially. Will he find it though? Skitter trapped inside the cogs, but just pops the rage, walks away. Yopaj. Dude, Crit is level 7. That is wild. He's been part of so many kills. And he's almost to his defusal. This is terrifying for the side of Shopify. That defusal is going to hurt them so much.
Anyone working on a 4-staff? Hellscream has one queued up, but it is very, very far away.
Yeah, I feel like Zeus has to rush 4-staff. It literally has to be his first item.
He's getting the Arcane Boots first, which I think is reasonable. But then, yeah, I think you gotta do the 4-staff. The thing is, at this rate, it's gonna be so slow. You could probably finish Diffusal and then the Shard on Ricky, which is already good for the negative armor, but not being able to use abilities and items on teammates, also very problematic.
Yeah. The bottom lane here, they are looking for their opening, and it's going to be Pakaz and the Lycan. Ricky jumps in, gets the find, trapped inside of that smoke screen, and just 2-tapped by Malrine.
The downside,
top lane, they're
we were
looking
saying
for
in the draft,
Skitter, but they're not going to get him. Go ahead.
Yeah, in the draft we were saying, you know, Lycan's good, but you usually see it later in the draft because you want to know it's going to get through the laning stage and the Wolves are going to be able to do something. I say the Alpha Wolves are fine this game, but they punished him in the lane with this Enchantress and Lifestealer pick. And because of that, he's just in full recovery mode. He's not the one terrorizing you with the Wolves. You're chasing him into his triangle, into his jungle. And sure, he's got the Midas, but he's just off the map, like during all of these plays going on right now.
Wow, it's just not even close. The Enchantress not even threatened at all. Skem now in trouble. 2 more kills into the side of Falcons, and Shopify, your damage problems are showing. The Ricky is doing more damage than the Invoker at this point.
To be fair, he has the Corrosive Haze and Empower on his side. He gets a little extra help in doing the damage, but yeah, that's a bad spot to be in. Posh feels like he has to go for the Manta to remove Corrosive Haze. But honestly, like once you get the Shard on Slardar, it's not that hard to reapply between having your ultimate and then applying it with Slithering Crush.
It's that plus the defusal from the Riki though, now that it's pretty much done.
That's fair.
Like if he can't get out of smokescreen, his game is non-existent. So it's at least a dispel if he saves for the if he saves for the defusal, he can at least like get outside of smokescreen and like Deafening Blast or Tornado and maybe get some distance away. But the item progression on Shopify is so slow right now.
They're being squeezed on the map right now. Like, Morphling did okay in the laning stage, but because the Lycan struggled, Lycan has to fall back to very defensive farm. And that's actually where Morphling wants to be right now. So we see them kind of having a moment of confusion, like, where do we go? Because continued to be hunted back here. They know this is like the only place he can be.
He even scans himself, but there's an Invis rune on Malrine and the Riki walking right into him at that moment. So very unfortunate. Sunstrike connects. They do see crit, but can they actually find anything? Malrine would be a great kill, but I don't think you have the damage. And instead, crit just kills the Zeus on the back lines. Hellscream's going to be next. Both supports are dead. It really feels like Shopify has no idea how to deal with this game right now.
I think this is a lineup that had to do well in the lanes, and that's always a tough ask versus a team like Falcons. I'm trying to imagine where it turns around. I guess it's Alpha Wolves, right? You need to get to the point where they're really strong. He's at level 9. When you're at level 11, they'll be at their max, but I mean, he's the same level as Riki, you know? And that's the missed timing a bit when you have such a rough start.
And my next point, who does he kill? Name one hero on Falcons that actually is threatened by Alpha Wolves this game. Right? That's the problem with the overall first pick Lycan. They pick 2 supports that are not susceptible to the wolves at all. One's permanently invisible. The other has untouchable. And then you have 3 super tanky strength heroes with mobility. I don't think it's going to matter. I think the Lycan has no game. They're going to find Amar here on the top side, and this will be a nice kill, assuming they can finish it up, and they do. Goes to Hellscream.
I will say, if Riki has used his spells and you have vision on him, he can be killed by the wolves. He is not that tanky, but that's just a lot, right? Like, Riki being invis gets to choose when he goes in or out. So if you see wolves in the area, you know, you don't do it. Or you go in, you see the wolves, you're like, well, it's okay. I have 2 blink strikes. I have smokescreen. I have tricks of the trade. Odds are I have one of those abilities to save my life.
Yeah.
And buy enough time for Cloak and Dagger to come back off cooldown. So yeah, it's not easy. It's at least doable if you're ahead, but
yeah,
when you're now 5K behind at 17 minutes, yeah, this is looking pretty tough. They're just gonna have to play the delay game.
Exactly. It's not an insurmountable amount of gold. They do have a Morphling who is definitely the best scaling carry in this game. We talked about in the draft, it does check pretty much every box that they needed, but you're playing up against a really farmed tri-core from Falcons, and, you know, Snake King typically transitions as a core from the Enchantress, and you have a Riki as the 4 position, so it's going to be difficult to find the right fights. On they jump onto the high ground, they're going to find Scam Skewers right back into the hands of Malrine. A quick crush to kill him now. Invoker, I don't know how he got out of that one.
Crit just barely missed him with
okay.
The smoke. Oh, courier kill. There's chainmail on that. It's a bit of a problem.
Crit again, looking for more.
All right. Instant ult will let Crit know that there's a sentry there. At least he gets away, but yeah, it doesn't feel good to have to use the ult that way.
I mean, Pakaz and Yopaj are kind of recovering, right? They're somewhat on par with Amar. Oh, they're going to find a Clockwork here in the mid lane. Skitter comes in as well. Nice tornado, EMP, but Hellscream's dead. And of course, both these heroes can easily dodge that EMP. Yamato with a Manta to get away from Malrine for the moment. Will be able to waveform to safety, but there's your Infest delivery. Get Skitter right on top of that Zeus. They get themselves both supports. Now looking for more. The blink to RP from Amar. He is Agi shifting for the moment. Another really nice tornado stuck inside of that smoke screen. No escape this time. They get the big target. A really good find from Amar.
I have no force staffs. As soon as someone is slowed in smoke screen, you're done. Starting with the clockwork here, can't really use any spells until the very end. They're, you know, a bit too late. Then they keep going because they have such good chase potential. You know, Yamato waveforms out for a moment. I don't know where did he even get spotted? Is it this ward on the cliff? No, that's their ward.
No, it's just Amar guessing.
Just Amar sees it.
Yeah, and
oh, they have a ward top. They might have seen him in that area.
Oh, I see. Yeah, you're right. There's a ward on the left side. So
either way,
they see him. Yeah, I don't think he saw, like, the second he blinks in for the RP is when the Agimorph came out, so it was kind of perfect timing. Amar here gonna get found. Sunstrike off the mark, but Hellscream will still find the kill. Yeah, he was like still 10 seconds away from his Manta being off cooldown, so it was just a really good grab. Tormentor's up here, Yopaj sitting invis. They will know he's there, of course, as the Tormentor reveals him.
Pretty low. He's got 40 seconds on the Aegis if they really want to push this. But I think without Amar, you know you're in the lead. It's great to steal the Tormentor, but if you just trade Tormentors, it's fine, rather than risk losing a fight on the enemy's half of the map.
All right. The Midas, I mean, it's paying off for Pakaz. He's getting there. Slowly but surely, he's getting there. I don't know if he's going to catch Malrine or Skitter anytime soon, but he's finally passed Amar. Tormentor still an option. The Aegis expires. They're going to go ahead and try and just burst it down. It goes to crit. Big tornado. EMP Deafening Blast connects. Ricky's out of mana. Skitter pops the Rage to dodge a lot of this out, but that means that Rage is going to be off cooldown, and in comes Yamato. Infest blink away. Will get him to safety, but they've left Malrine. Does he get denied? No. Almost, actually. That would have been real rough. Snake King TP's out to safety. Really, really good heads up there to infest the Ricky and just double blink strike out. Very good stuff.
I think we're securing the shard. That is worth it. It's a little painful to lose Malrine, but overall, you now get 2 shards to grow your lead. It's actually really good for both crit and enchant. Oh, it actually goes to...
Oh my god. That's so good, actually.
Yeah, that one's good too.
I don't think you care all that much about Snake King Shard. Like, he can buy it, but the Ricky Shard is the one you really wanted.
Yeah. Yeah, getting crits is the most important part. Now, I will say for Shopify, Zeus, one of the best supports to sit back safely and just blast out creep waves. And then the lightning bolt helps you maintain vision, where sometimes you're losing and you just completely dark map, you know, that's really rough. At least having lightning bolt to help you try to scout out the enemies gives you something to play around.
A blind hook shot there to try and find an opening, maybe catching Malrine here on the side, but a huge RP onto 2. Can they burst the Morphling? They can. Yopaj in trouble as well. Hellscreen trying to TP out. Yopaj will not be as lucky. That is a disaster. They have so much vision down here on Shopify as well, and they're the ones that get caught out.
Yeah, a little bit surprising on that. I guess those wards just went down, so maybe just not reacting fast enough as you get that information. I guess you also are kind of slow. Well, they did see it. They tried to go in on, was it Slardar or Magnus?
Yeah, they tried to get on top of the initial target.
Yeah.
And then Amar just gets a 2-hero RP.
I'm a little surprised on that.
Oh, crit. Does he know on Hellscream? He does not, and that gives them all the vision they need to disengage. Hook shot this time will connect onto Snake King. The minus armor might be enough, but no. The Infest to save him. Another smokescreen from Crit. They just back away. Both support ultimates down. They will try and grab themselves the tier 1 tower. But the Manta, it's not enough. The secondary slow from that shockwave holds him in place. Pakaz now has to pop that shapeshift and hightail it out of here. Now Zeus, he TP's out next to the Riki. Yeah, he Manta's off the defusal and then just gets caught from the Magnus slow.
Yeah, they have a lot of tools to try to keep you in the cloud, and once you're in the cloud, you're screwed. They are working on a Hurricane Pike on Morphling. Invoker, I think, is doing the same. So they'll slowly have some tools to at least help themselves. Can no longer help teammates. But by the time you get it, you're going to be like 15k down, which means you still might die very shortly after having to use all your defensive items just to get out of the smoke screen.
It's going to be a very difficult avenue for Shopify to get back into this game. I mean, the net worth lead just continuing to increase from Falcons. Seemingly no answer for Skitter on this lifestealer at the moment. Or Malrine, and he has an Aghanim Scepter and 70 gold, so you might just be selling an item here. Maybe just sell the Windlace, buy the Ags.
I mean, they have to do so much itemizing just to deal with the Riki. You can't even begin to start itemizing versus some of these other cores.
Look at the wards from Falcons on the map right now. So much vision dedicated to the top side as they know the Roshan's going to be spawning up here. They've got one on the kind of medium hard camp area, one inside the base, and then one outside the Roche spawn. Giving them all the info they need on where Shopify could be. It's not a good sign when your Morphling gets passed by the Lycan. I mean, Lycan being able to farm is really important, but your Morph should be near the top of the net worth. And he has really struggled this game thanks to that smoke screen. And they will get to work on the Roshan. They know that this is happening, but not willing to respond. Now, meanwhile, Amar mid lane under the cover of an Invis rune might find Yopaj, and he will. Just this. Oh, he dodges the RP, but I don't think he gets out of it. I mean, a nice play from Yopaj, but doesn't end up mattering. They bring the numbers. Aegis already claimed into the hands of Skitter. It'll be Roche banner as well.
That was still sick. I don't care if it dies.
Has a full AC now on this lifestealer. Good luck, man.
Yeah, it's time for some NA math. How much negative armor are we at here? 5 from Smokescreen.
20 from
Corrosive Haze. Yeah, 20 once he hits 18.
Yeah.
Which
Snaking.
Very close.
Gets grabbed in the bottom lane. That's not bad. And they will drop the puddle topside, get to work on the tower. The fort comes out, but counter fort here will delay this. Tornado to clear the wave. Yeah, they're still going to get the tier 3. They do get the tier 2 bottom, and maybe Pakaz stays there to split push. It's hard to say. Now they're TPing everybody back in. There's going to be the shockwave skewer. They've grabbed Hellscream very easily, and they will disengage now. They see the rest of Shopify here in the base. They still have not scouted this ward sitting on their high ground. There it is. That ward has been there for so long. Banner gets dropped. Will help protect the creep wave for the moment. That range barrier just dies so fast. Skitter, seemingly unbothered. Yamato will get the waveform away here. EMP does not connect. So we'll give the moment to break the banner, though. God, they have to be so careful on Shopify.
think Falcons will be content with that. You open up top. Something Shopify has going for them is that the Lycan Shard keeps the lanes pushing out. So now that you have one barracks top, it will push in, I think. I'm pretty sure that'll balance out the wolf that occasionally goes up there. We'll see if they want to commit further. They actually are still staying in the area.
They're trying to get a smoke wraparound, hoping to maybe find one of these heroes straggling behind, but Falcons have to know something's going on. They're going to run right into Snake King. I mean, not the best target, but if you could burst him at the beginning, it wouldn't be too bad. The Orchids caught the Ricky. Pakaz trying to chase him down, but he doesn't have the catch. Skitter trying to make his way with the Infest, will be able to escape, and the only hero that's dead is this Clockwork. Yamato standing his ground here, needs to get away, but there's the RP. It was ready and waiting. The Meatball can't help him. Skewer out from Amar will give them all they need, and Skem will be the next to die. That is likely the game. No Morphling for 40 seconds. Falcons still on the enemy high ground. Should get this lane of barracks for free.
Buy some time. The tier 2 is still up bottom, so you can't get the complete megas like we saw in the last game. But 2 barracks is certainly a great place to be versus this annoying Zeus Invoker high ground.
They're just gonna fake
snipes Skitter with snipes the Aegis.
Yeah, but you know,
distracted doing so.
Yeah, he is sniped in the process. Hellscream gonna force staff and try to run, but yeah, there's just no shot. You're level 19 on Maureen, like you said. The amount of minus armor just from Corrosive Haze alone, it's too much.
I think when everything comes into play, I think it's a clean negative 30 armor.
That's nice.
Looks like a very, very safe play. They're going to back out. You know, thinking of the group stage as a whole, if Falcons secures this 2-0, that should be moving on to the next stage. Of course, you could win more, get a better standing and all that, but safe approach, just make sure you're into the next stage. I can appreciate that. Because Shopify's lineup, actually, in the same way last game, we saw a very explosive, base is just gone. You have 3 right-clicking cores on Shopify. So if you somehow throw and they make it to your base, you could lose a lot of building at once. So just take the slow steps to secure this game, secure yourself, the second group stage.
Yeah, if Shopify gets 2-0'd here, their only hope is that 9 Pandas beats Falcons 2-0, which not likely based on the current standings, you know? We're going to see Shapeshift come out. They have some vision here. Maybe snaking would be fine, but you really need a bigger kill. Maureen standing inside his puddle. Know that he's way too tanky for them to deal with, and now Hellscream just getting ran down, killed by the wolf, actually, that's stolen by Snake King. Yamato's hiding in this tree line, trying to find some opening. Falcons just don't care. They're like, yeah, do whatever you want. We're just going to walk at your base.
We have enough creeps. We can keep going. This is a weird position. You might see this when Roche is up. Roche is still down for at least 2 more minutes. You gotta get back to your own base. Hellscream TP'd out to rejoin his team. You have to run back in, and by that point, you might have been megged already.
They have no TPs on anybody. They all TP top, and then
Fritz standing in the back to break this.
Mega creeps. EMP's gonna hit Maureen, but yeah, here's the backside of the fight. Pakaz just dead before the fight even breaks out. Now Hellscream hook shots in, tried to offer some support. Yopaj doesn't do any damage. It's really just the Morphling. Gets caught on that Agi shift, dies once again. That's gonna be the GG. There's no way Shopify can hold this one up. And yeah, a full team wipe. Seemingly not breaking a sweat here on Falcons, all starting with the first blood for crit on the Ricky.
Yeah, I mean, they had a great draft into very clean execution. I'd say kind of what we expect for Falcons. Again, the very high bar set for them, right? But they are just such a strong team in the laning stage, and it feels like anytime you give them the lead, they very rarely let it go.
Yeah, this was one of those moments where it's a little bit unorthodox to just see Slardar mid, but it works so well. This freebie of a kill hurts so much because Slardar just got more than he should have, right? Like, Invoker didn't ever threaten this hero. He comes to lane, he buys like just a casual ring of protection. He has 70 damage at level 1 and like 7 armor and like 6 regen. Like, he actually just could not harass this Slardar out of the lane.
Yeah, many great finds from Amar as well, helped by the scouting of Crit, of course. It was just so difficult to navigate these fights, and some of the desperation plays, like the wraparound, that can succeed to find the backline, specifically Amar, right? If you can take him out so that you remove RP, great. But both times we saw it happen, first it was Snaking standing in the backlines with the Enchantress, like, who cares if you catch me? And then the second time it was Ricky in the back, right? That's, I'm invis, I've got the smoke screen, go ahead, run into me, I don't care, right? We're going to get a good initiation with Amar and reveal all your positions. So just very well executed. Again, you get the lead, never let it go from Falcons.
Yeah, this game was very straightforward from them. There was not an answer to this Slardar in the mid lane. He finished the game 16-2-13. Absolutely beast performance from Malrine in mid. Skitter obviously deathless on 6-0 and 11. But it's really a team split on the damage. Like the lowest amount of damage is Crit at around 12,000. The highest is Malrine at almost 20. So each of these heroes doing a lot of their own. And, you know, Shopify just really did not have a way to answer this at all, unfortunately.
I'm really glad we got to see the Ricky. It's been rising in popularity, but you and I just have not gotten a chance to actually get to cast a game of it. Crit put on a fantastic showcase here of why this hero is good. Its laning stage is honestly not that bad since you have Exterminator to secure range creeps, or you just creep drag and it's like, you know, whatever. You get through the lane, and then just the permanent invis scouting, the utility on smokescreen makes it so difficult. Like, if we actually look at the itemization on Shopify, all 3 cores are like, well, I guess I gotta get the Manta. I might need like a Hurricane Pike. Like, this is all just for the Ricky. It forces so much out of you depending on what hero you are, which unfortunately for Shopify, you know, maybe a bit of a weakness in the draft. These are 3 cores that do similar things. Like, now that Invoker's this right-clicking build, so they all have very similar items, which does not give them very many different angles to approach the fight. You know, it's like, we right-click. And that's what Smokescreen is so good versus.
Yeah. It really is. It is one of those abilities that has power crept its way back into the meta. And Falcons take the series 2-0. Now, this will push them up to 8 wins, which is very comfortable to be in. Now, 9 wins is the guaranteed advancement to the next phase of Group Stage 2. So they're very close. They just need to win 1 game tomorrow against 9 Pandas, which I think they're capable of doing. Let's just be honest about it. I think that's fairly likely. Shopify has to 2-0. Ooh, cool. So Falcons, the only way they get a tiebreaker here is if they lose 2-0 to Pandas, and if Shopify 2-0 Bet Boom, and then we may get a tiebreaker of some kind. So it's not an easy avenue for Shopify. It's not in their hands anymore. And I think you're really happy if you're Falcons.
Yeah. Well, Shopify does have to get the 2-0 themselves. So, like, some of it is still in their hands, but the rest, it's just kind of how the group stage sometimes go. I think they had solid ideas on Shopify, especially in, like, game 1. I think just the couple mistakes cost them that game 1, and then game 2, maybe that one was a bit of a more out draft, I would say. That it seemed like a tough battle the entire time. And I think we have an interview ready to go right away. Perhaps the man behind that draft. We got AUI. Congrats on the win.
Thank you.
So I got some questions for you. Game 1 was pretty close, pretty back and forth for a while. But you guys managed to, it really just turned on its head with one team fight at the end there. Was it like itemization that was your guys' strong suit, or do you think your draft, like overall, was just better?
I mean, I think our draft was good, but like we did something very stupid and we put the tiny offlane versus Monkey King instead of just putting Bristle back there. So I think like they had like a good chance this game. I think like our lanes, because of that, like we didn't have a ward on the game. Tomato was playing Monkey King pretty well, I'd say. I think it like went worse than it was supposed to, but I think if stuff was more standard, then it's very hard for them to play this game. Like they just have nothing for Lycan Woes at all.
Yeah. Okay. So that's what we were wondering. Like the bounty Lycan combo seems really strong. You deny that to them in game 2. Yeah, we were really curious about that tiny offlane. Was that who made the call for the offlane tiny? Was that something Amar specifically wanted, or was it Malreen's like, no, I want the Bristol? Like, is it just, you know, sometimes it is what it is?
It was a combination of me and the 2 youngs, 3 idiots, not understanding the game, and we just all said like, this is what we want to do, and it was just bad.
Okay, it worked out, but all right, lessons learned, I suppose. Zach, what do you got?
Yeah, I want to ask you a little bit more about the state of the game with the patch being kind of delayed, yet the meta is still developing. How do you feel about that? Do you like it when the patch just holds and you just get to keep coming up with these new ideas? Like we're now seeing Glimmer Cape, Riki, Abaddon, PA first picks. Like none of that was at the start of 7.37E.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's just how Dota will be. It's like a complex enough game that like when some new stuff gets introduced, it's gonna snowball and keep leading to new stuff. Like we took this like starter mid from Laurel, it looked pretty good, and like this hero was like considered unpickable this patch like at the start of it, and now it's pretty good. Same for like someone like DK, like you could not get this hero, and now like a lot of teams are beating it or playing it late picked. So I like it. I think that's just, it's like not something that's new to like in Dota, right? Like there's always stuff that gets discovered months after the patch, but it's a bit stale now, you know, still.
I got you. So when you think a patch is close, do you still find yourself diving into these new ideas, or do you lose some momentum on that, thinking the patch is close and you're like, I don't really want to try to find new ideas?
Like closed? Like it's just like a long patch, or?
Yeah, like as we keep thinking the patch is right around the corner, does that mean you
sorry,
want
the
to
patch
just...
yeah, my bad. I misunderstood.
No, you're good. Yeah.
I mean, we just have no idea when the patch is going to be. Like, some time in the past, like Valve would tell some people and like ask for stuff, but honestly, they haven't really done that recently. I think it's like a bit more like fair to the pro scene if they're not asking some people this stuff now. So we just have no idea when the patch is. So you have to just pretend that there's no such thing as a patch coming.
Gotcha. Then a final question for me, team mentality thing. In the group stage, in any group stage of a tournament, as you reach the point where maybe you're qualified to the next set, does that change the team atmosphere at all? How you guys approach the remaining games? You guys are close for it this time. I don't know if it's quite there. I'd have to look at the numbers again, but does it change anything from how you guys approach your final games?
Not really.
You just want to win, try your best, no matter what. No change in like exploration now that you're safe?
I mean, maybe a bit more experimental picks now that you mention it, but like honestly probably not. Like if you want to experiment, it's probably better to do it in scrims anyways, so I'm not sure. Like maybe if we're like a less experienced team, like it's more exciting to like try out new stuff or something, but you know, we're just here to do our jobs.
Got it. Full professional, full performance the whole time. Got it. Thank you. Riki, you got anything to wrap us up?
I mean, I feel like I have to ask about the Riki hero. It's been one of my favorites for so long. It has been dead for years, like outside of little glimmers of its popping its head back in. You guys have made it look incredibly good. Now, is this something that's like it requires a specific draft, or like Crit seems to love these kind of invis roaming fours, right? With the Bounty Hunter and the Riki lately.
I don't know. I think the hero is just pretty solid. Like right now, it's pretty hard to contest like some of the stronger safe lanes. Like, you know, these Warlocks and Phoenix, like it's very hard to craft offlane that's actually gonna pressure a carry. So I think a lot of people have gone a bit cheesier in the offlane. Like you can watch like Tundra, they're always playing like some getting away with some double melee and stuff. I think that evolution of the meta has just made these other fours like more viable, because if you can cheese your way out of them, like oftentimes they're just higher value than some of the stronger laners.
I like that. Yeah, we've been seeing that a lot. A lot of the kind of just avoiding the lanes if they can, almost. So interesting idea. But congratulations, you guys got a really important series to get the 2-0 here. You guys only need one more win to guarantee your slot in phase 2. So yeah, best of luck with your series tomorrow, and thanks again for the interview.
Cool. Thanks for having me.
Cool. Take care.
Bye.
Yeah, really, AUI is such a just chill dude, but also like really insightful, I think, which is why I love having him for the interviews. Just giving us a little bit of info into like kind of that team mentality of like, yeah, we're professionals. We're here to work. And we just want to walk away with the W's, and I don't blame them.
Yeah, we were saying at the start, right? The bar is so high for Falcons. So it's like, yes, of course we need to be performing really well. We got to be winning. We got to dominate the others. Business as usual for them. And I like what he kind of mentioned at the end, where there are a lot of strong position 5s right now, such as the Zeus in the last game. And so if you can dodge it, that the point of a strong support in the lane is to be strong in the lane. And if you can't do that, you're often weaker at other parts of the game. So these heroes like Ricky, Bounty, just avoiding it. Very, very cool idea. Though I will say in that one, I actually think they just met them in the lane that time. But like Crit mostly stayed in the lane and they just kind of outplayed, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, Crit getting a first blood realistically when it probably shouldn't have happened, right? Skem, he saw him like pop the salve and the clarity, and he's like regenning back to full on the Ricky, and Zeus did not respect that at all. And as a result, he gets first blood. That kind of snowballs his ability to be more active in the lane and be more active on the map, and ends up getting a really fast defusal. And that's like worst case scenario when you're playing against this hero. You really cannot afford to bleed kills to the Ricky. He enabled so much of their draft and just shuts down Shopify, like Morphling, Invoker. None of these guys could get outside of the smoke screen.
Yeah, smoke screen was so good that game. So good. But also enabled by the fact he had so many teammates to keep them in. Like we saw Magnus, exactly. Like, oh, you think you want to leave the smoke screen? I don't think so. Skewer you right back into the center. They just played really well around it.
Yeah, really well done. So we have one series left here today, and it is going to be Chimera taking on the side of Yakult Brothers. We're going to go to a break, and we'll be back with our final series of the evening, everyone. Stay tuned. We'll see you in just a bit.
Waking up, playing some Dota, it's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game, because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
DreamLeague Season 25 is brought to you by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, and 1xBet.
We're into the final series of today, everybody. It is Dream League Season 25. My name is Cryptic, here with Z Quixotics. It is going to be Chimera Esports taking on Yakult Brothers. And yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. It's a big series for Yakult Brothers here. They have been looking pretty good so far in this event, but this could be the series that puts them over the top and gets them into that Phase 2 group stage. We'll see what ends up happening. But Zach, what do you expect here from these two teams?
I hope something weird. It's actually pretty big for both of them because it's maybe a twist to what people would expect, but Chimera Esports is actually doing quite well at 6-4. So they're maybe overperforming compared to what a lot of people are. So whoever, you want at least a 1-1 here, if not the 2-0, to just get yourself in that group stage 2.
Yeah, I think we covered one of their first games, right?
Yeah, the drafts from either team I feel like they don't fully follow the meta. Like DeHawk plays some of the stranger offlaners, I feel like, and then Yakult Brothers seems to be in this exploratory phase. We got to see a Jungle Veno the other day, which I am hoping we get to see again.
Do it again. Yeah,
that would be the best.
So Chimera, like you said, they've actually been on kind of a burner in this group stage, sitting at 6-4. Same with the Yakult Brothers. I will say, Group A, there seems to be much more of a separation from the top and the bottom. Group B is way more condensed. We have 3 teams at 6-4, Gaming Gladiators at 5-5, and Liquid at 4-6. It's really Avalice and Boom are the 2 teams that have not really had a great showing. They're not out yet. They can 2-0 their final series and maybe force a tiebreaker. But yeah, Chimera, Yakult Brothers, this could be the series that gets them to Phase 2 of this group stage. We'll see how Yakult Brothers can do. As like you said, we saw them yesterday with a very fun draft of the Jungle Veno. We actually got to speak with Bobica after the interview, and it was hilarious. He's like, yeah, I basically just like griefed a pub. That's what I did. You know, it was good times.
But it won me a professional match. So how bad can it be in the pubs?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was cool. And I'd love to see it again. I think if we're going to see it, it makes more sense here because their final opponents tomorrow are going to be Team Spirit, which has been looking very dominant. And part of Jungle Veno working is that your offlaner gets by, and I don't see Spirit letting that fly. Like, how dare you think you can 1v2 versus us? So I think if you're going to pull that off, it's going to have a better chance working here versus Chimera Esports. And I think it's really important for them to pick up. I think they're going to want a 2-0 here because Team Spirit, even winning a game off of them right now, they're looking so good. It is not something you can feel comfortable about.
Yeah, that's a very good point. The Yakult Brothers with that final matchup into Spirit, if this series goes poorly and Spirit is performing at their best, they could go from 6-4 to 6-8 real fast, which would be a very, really rough final, day and a half for them. I think this team has a lot of high skill and potential, though, and I don't think that'll be the case, but it's something that they really need to focus up in this series, have solid drafts, and bring it to Chimera. And I'm excited for that. I do think Chimera has surprised a lot of people. I think this is about where we would have expected Yakult Brothers to be based on their performance in the last couple of events that they've been in. The fact that they've been kind of this rising threat from the Chinese region, I guess potentially even from Western Europe in the recent qualifier as well. But they're gaining steam. And I like to see that a lot because there really has not been there hasn't been much coming out of the Chinese region in a bit. Like, a lot of the teams have kind of fallen flat, even these all-star rosters. But we're finally getting it.
Hopefully. You never know with Dota. Sometimes patches change a lot, right? Like, certain play styles work really well for certain regions. Sometimes is very hero specific to the different players. So, you know, they're like a grandmaster on certain heroes that just aren't in the meta, and it really stifles your ability to like draft cool things when you're having to play your, you know, your tier 2, tier 3 heroes. So that's the cool thing about Dota. It feels like we certainly can't predict the patches, but we certainly can't predict how the pro scene ends up shuffling out with those patches. So who knows? Maybe the next one, it brings in a new region, you know, the playstyle, the endless fighting of SA or SEA, right? Maybe suddenly that's rewarded. That would be a fun change up.
That's true. Would be indeed. I'm happy to say we have a draft finally underway here between these two teams. Let's go ahead and see what they're going to be bringing to the battlefield. It's a first phase ban of the Alchemist, the Abaddon, the Elder Titan. Actually, something we've seen more out of Yakult Brothers than some of the other teams. Definitely a Tianming classic, something he loves to pick. The Beastmaster ban. All right. They do not want that first pick or first phase Beastmaster to lead into the jungle Venno that we've seen. Bristleback followed by Phantom Assassin, and the final ban coming out from Chimera.
Yeah, the PA ban. Chimera's been doing a lot of first pick PA or Abaddon, Bristle. So I think the other thing they picked pretty early is Enigma, but I think that was a 9th pick. Curious what they're going to go for here. A lot of the supports are available. So they've played Phoenix a decent amount and picked it pretty early. So that could be a very safe opener. It's just such a solid laner. You can move it 4 or 5, and your team fight's pretty set with the egg. I think that'd be a safe way to go about it.
You still got the Magnus, the Lycan, the Ricky bounties. Nyx Assassin has kind of disappeared, which is interesting because he's such an annoying hero. But I think in the pro play, I understand why teams are opting more for the Bounty Hunter or the Ricky as opposed to the Nyx Assassin.
I think the Nyx still has his place, but we have been getting into a faster and faster meta, and Nyx has a weak laning stage, which we could say for many of the roaming heroes like Ricky and Bounty. But then at 6, Nyx still doesn't even pop off. Like, you need the Dagon, and you need the Dagon at a good timing, and then the Nyx gets terrifying. But if you don't hit that, there's a sharp drop off in power that I think Ricky and Bounty Hunter don't suffer to, especially with so many people buying Glimmer Capes nowadays. It's something else painful for the Nyx Assassin.
It's going to be a Gyro picked up here from Yakult Brothers. I was thinking they might grab the Lycan there, but Gyrocopter, pretty good at dealing with the Phoenix. It deals damage to everybody in these fights thanks to the flat cannon. It allows you to still focus the egg. So a solid grab. Now, you can pair this with plenty of supports. The primaries have been things like Clockwork and the Ogre. There's the Lycan ban. It's such a good hero into the Phoenix. I really thought they might have prioritized the Lycan, but I guess not. The question, will they ban the Night Stalker?
I feel like Phoenix has something against it, though, because you get like the daytime with the egg.
Yeah.
And I think the Fire Spirits is actually really good in the lane versus the Night Stalker.
The Clockwork ban. Okay. Makes sense. I just want to see it again so bad. I just want to watch Bobica jungle on Venomancer for 20 minutes, take top net worth, and see Zeal running around with a Midas on Night Stalker for the same 20 minutes.
Why is it so satisfying to watch 6 Plague Wards all go jungle creeps? Why is that so fun?
Dude, the Venomancer had a Gatling gun. I had no idea.
All right, this Gyrocopter pick, I mean, that could just be your carry. We've seen that a ton.
Yeah.
You could flex it. So this next pick coming up here, I would expect a strong support that could be your safe lane duo, but you could flex if you had to.
I like the Morph ban. Really protects the Gyro. That definitely makes me feel like it is going to be your carry. And it is going to be the bounty hunter. Okay, makes his way into the game.
We just kind of touched on that with the interview with AUI. Phoenix being such a strong laner, maybe you don't even deal with it, you know? You just go creep drag with the bounty, do all these weird laning shenanigans.
The heroes like Bounty and Ricky have really good base stats, right? As opposed to some other supports, right? Bounty's base stats are some of the highest in the game. So he is really annoying to deal with as a lot of supports to punish.
Yeah, I also think the track is really cool with Gyrocopter because flat cannon is actually quite wide. You just have to see the opponents. So if you get a couple tracks before the fight, Gyro doesn't really even have to go out of the way to hit everything with flak.
Yo, that's a cool idea. It's actually really annoying for it. You don't have a support that stops Spirit Breaker right now from the 4. You have to pick a 5 that can reliably stop Spirit Breaker. The good one is Clockwork and it's banned. And Gyrocopter hates this hero so much. It's too tanky to burst. You just charge, then Nether Strike, hope for bashes, and your Gyrocopter doesn't get to play the game. So it really delays his damage in the fights. This is actually a really cool idea from Chimera to deal with a potential carry Gyro. I'm curious if they want to keep it in the carry role or what they can come up with to actually stop the Spirit Breaker here. It is going to just be the Ogre pairing, so not a very reliable way of dealing with Spirit Breaker, but we'll see. Maybe Bloodlust will be enough.
Spirit Breaker is also very annoying for the bounty, just because you're charging him. He doesn't know, thinks he's invis, but you stay focused as the Spirit Breaker, and you can still. You don't even have to complete the gank. Actually, you can just know where he's going. But if you do want the gank, you just go until you hit him. Easy dust. And then you just have whatever follow-ups from your teammates. Dawnbreaker coming out, so that's a nice combo with the bounty. The lane won't be as strong as. Like some other pairings, but I think seeing Dragonite and Phoenix, you already know that is such a tough lane to actually get kills into that we'll just farm through the laning stage rather than go for early kills. And then later on, the Solar Guardian combo with Bounty will be good, but also protect this carry Gyro who just wants to, you know, I'm gonna sit here, I'm gonna hit things with my flat cannon, and when they jump me, you guys need to protect me. And that's where the Dawnbreaker ult will come in.
Dude, Chimera's draft is so good. Like, this draft is a ridiculously strong. They have no answer for the Storm Spirit quite yet. It's going to have to come from the mid lane. Likely to see Invoker puck bans here to protect it. Those are like the two primary ones you don't want to play against. Invoker now removed. Yakult Brothers, you probably ban an off lane here. Darkseer is a legitimate threat since you have Spirit Breaker. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like you have to respect out the Darkseer ban. Otherwise, it's going to be way too much.
Radiant team ban.
I give it a Bat Rider. Interesting. Are they thinking offlane Phoenix?
Or the Spirit Breaker, a core Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, 3. I mean, I'd be fine with them upping the Spirit Breaker's potential at this point. Because your off lane also does not answer this hero. So he charges, he's gonna hit. No, it doesn't matter what hero he's going for. He's gonna connect. So if they want to up the priority on this, give it position 3 and pick another support, I'm totally okay with that.
Dire team ban.
Get rid of Doom. That's actually a really smart ban. I did not realize it was still in the game.
Yeah, that'd be really good versus the Gyro and the Dawnbreaker healing. And I feel like you need a mobile hero in the mid lane, something like the Puck you mentioned, that is good versus Storm, but also can't be easily ganked by the Spirit Breaker, whether it ends up being a core or not. You don't want everyone to be weak to the charge, you know, and give him too good a game. So if you had picked someone mobile and then the Doom comes out and dooms you, that would have been a cool response. Oh yeah, look at that water. Let's go. Stay hydrated, kids.
I just took a sip of water. Thank you.
Good work, Ricky.
Yeah, I'm trying to stay hydrated. Very important. I'm gonna be shocked if they don't go for the puck ban here. because it is like the one hero Spirit Breaker kind of actually would struggle with, as well as the Storm Spirit. It's really good against Phoenix. If they did it, would you put Dragon Knight mid and a safe lane Storm though? It's actually doable.
I think Storm is way weaker to Dawnbreaker though than the Dragon Knight would be.
You think
But
so?
maybe.
With the Vortex? Okay, they ban it. Okay, I'm like, unless they're really trying to cook something here, I think you have to ban Puck. Okay.
I don't think you want to have to take Vortex that early is the thing, just to sidestep that kind of thing. Yeah, banning Puck, way easier. I'm trying to think if there's something else. You know, maybe we'll see a Tiny come out. He's not the mobile hero I was thinking of, but you do have the Avalanche and Toss to kind of mess with the Spear Breaker, and then Storm, you'll lane okay into. You do have to deal with the Phoenix, though, which is very annoying. Whoa! Off lane
That's gonna be
natures
really
to pair
fun.
with the Spirit Breaker.
It could be 4 natures though in the core Spirit Breaker. It could be either or. I think Ember Spirit looks pretty sick here. But go for the Tiny anyway. Okay, so you are correct on the Tiny. It is going to be the Hawk on the Nature's Prophet. Yeah, so we've seen him do this in the past. He's, like you mentioned right at the beginning, he plays odd off-lane heroes. Not stuff that you typically see. It's going to be the Natures, 1J on the Spirit Breaker. This is a really interesting draft from Chimera, but I like it a lot.
If you aren't winning, I think you'll struggle. Maybe that sounds
fair.
obvious, but like if you do well in the lanes and you just go, you know, like charge this guy, zip this guy, TP in with natures, right? Fantastic. Keep up that momentum. As soon as you start slipping up and Emo can blink Avalanche Toss off of Baboka having found someone and tracked, and then like the Dawnbreaker comes in, I think you're really going to struggle. So I'm really looking at the lanes. How do things start? Is there any like sneaky first bloods? Things like that. Because I think if you fall behind, it's tough to get back in the game, especially with where Nature's Prophet is right now. Like, this hero has been nerfed a lot, and it can still work, but it needs to work from ahead. It is not a recovery-based hero.
Maybe I'm putting too much faith in the Spirit Breaker. I do feel like this hero is going to be a big decider in how this game is played. But the mid lane, you are correct in the fact that like a lot of this is going to come down to Emo's blink timing and how well he can play with the bounty hunter. So this is going to be a very, very tense game. I think for a while, it's going to come down to those big item timings, but Chimera with a really fun draft. It never disappoints with these guys. They've managed to play their own style of Dota through this group stage, and they've put themselves in a pretty good spot. We jump into game number 1 here of Yakult Brothers versus Chimera Esports. Take a look at some of these facets. You're gonna see the afterburner for the gyrocopter, which I like quite a bit. Normally you see it against like melee offlaners, but it's a Nature's Prophet. So how do you feel about that as opposed to say your secondary strikes?
Sorry, I'm just processing your question because I was thinking about something completely different.
It's all right. It's all right. You can come back to it.
I am kind of open to it because if you get onto Nature's, like you can do a lot of damage. He has no form of escape, but having the summon to absorb some of that, does kind of put that question mark on it. Maybe another potential use of it is that you see a lot of heroes that are going to get to you, like the Spirit Breaker, the Storm, maybe a Blink from Dragonite, Nature's TPing in. So maybe once they go on you, you want to be able to get out of there with the Afterburner. I would have expected the secondary strikes, but maybe he has an idea for it that I'm not thinking of right now. I actually wanted to mention, speaking of the lanes needing to go well, you want a good start. Phoenix actually committed to a Dust of Appearance at the start. This is very rare to do. But versus Bounty Hunter, who very frequently takes Shadow Walk, and you don't want to have to use one of your limited sentries to kill him, this Dust is very all-in, because it's a lot of money to spend from your first 600 gold on this potentially useless item, unless you can get a kill. So I like that he smoked up. They're trying to like find him walking in. And I think Lorinov had his smoke break, so he knows. Oh yeah, he's literally looking at Bobica right now. I want to see them try to kill him, but they're actually a bit scattered, so maybe it's for the lane. I really thought they were going to go for a first blood attempt together on this.
I agree with you. It makes sense, right? When you see the dust come out that early, but one benefit you have, and this could be part of the reason, is the Nature's Prophet from the offlane being able to globally rotate. So if the bounty hunter is caught out of position, you have Dahak who can TP in and maybe help secure the kill onto the bounty hunter. So that might be some of it, but you're right. Committing that gold out of your initial stock is a little rough. Dragon Tail? They're literally just like, do we dust them? No, okay, we won't.
They were doing some math there.
I mean, they had Blood Grenade too, like maybe, but Bounty Hunter's base stats, we talked about it, very high. Really good move speed, armor, everything. So not an easy hero to grab.
No, he even has Windlace too. So I think
he'll never catch
the
him.
dust would slow him, but you just hit to break your invis, and then you would just be faster than everyone. And I think you might eventually kill him, but you'd be really late to the lane by the time you get it, and it would take both heroes chasing. So I can understand, you know, just save it, maybe level 2 on the natures, maybe the charge in from Spirit Breaker, and then you go for it. I can't believe Tianming got such a good trade without any abilities there, actually.
I think a lot of it was Ame as well. Got some damage into the gyro, from the gyro. But he's gone flat cannon level 1. Ooh, 1J. He just wants to drag. He doesn't want to... Oh, well, he also kind of wants couriers. God, I love this new set so much. It was one of those ones I wish I had gotten, but it's okay. It's just such a slick-looking space cow, you know?
Yeah, it's a pretty cool one. And this is the first time I'm seeing it in the pro match as well.
Yeah, I've never seen it in a game yet.
It's not been a very meta hero. Some teams do take it. It's just not all of them. Ooh, range creep getting caught by the tower does mess up this creep drag a little bit. One of the downsides of the Dire offlane, I feel like this gap between the tier 1 tower and then the triangle makes it pretty tough to bring the creeps through there into like cut off the next wave there.
Yeah,
in this case, for example, in this case, the range creep died, and so you actually see 3 melee creeps walk forward. Otherwise, you could potentially kill the entire creep wave. Like, it's completely different losing the range creep that fast.
Yeah. You decide, right, what you want to do, how many creeps you want to let through this time, and you don't get that choice.
On the other side, we got the same thing happening. See Boboka grabbing a creep wave. So, lots of alternate laning to start this game.
God, level 2 Ignite. Dahak's going to love that.
He can at least
Big
TP home, I suppose.
Yeah, he's holding his point for now. But you're right. He will likely just TP home. I'm kind of surprised he's gone for a Null Talisman, but I guess with the spam you use for Nature's Call, it's worth it.
Maybe more right-click damage as well. You know, your Spirit Breaker is going to be in front, being your tank. You want to just be able to poke for free.
Mid lane looking pretty even at the moment, which is kind of expected.
Yeah, there's a couple different item builds from Tiny where the end items end up the same, but like what order you get them in varies. I'm curious how quickly he wants to try to get to his Blink Dagger, like how many items he ends up skipping or not. Because I do think his team... Yeah, his team will have a hard time doing anything until he has that Blink.
In the offlane, Zeal's not having the best of time here, CS, but I mean, a slightly better time than Dahak is, at least, who just keeps getting Ignite spam and flat cannon spam. So we'll see if he's able to make a rotation somewhere on this Nature's Prophet, right? Like, that's what's kind of the benefit of picking this hero is you need to get a global rotation in, and it's definitely not working well in this offlane right now.
Okay,
He has to TP.
Yeah, he actually makes it back. Oh, actually, Panto came in here trying to punish this deep play from Ame. Afterburner coming into play here.
Here's the charge. Yeah, they're going to get him. With the rotation back in from the Hawk, he has the bonus damage. One more auto attack is going to do it. And first blood for the Nature's Prophet.
You were doing very well. I'm very proud of you.
Tip to Tianming in that. This play actually started because Nature stepped up a little too far, and I think they were on slightly different pages because Ogre threw the blood grenade and wanted to commit harder, but Gyro was actually walking back at the same time. Then they decide to go for it, but that is what led to them chasing all the way behind the tier 1 at the tier 2. Whereas if they'd just been slightly more on the same page, maybe they do kill the Hawk at the tier 1 tower. Now, I'm trying to punish TA2000 since the Phoenix did leave to get the kill bottom. It's going to be okay with that Dragon Tail, but at least pushed off the lane for now. They still have the dust from earlier. But Baboka does have boots now, so it's gonna be pretty hard to kill him no matter what. Well, I say that. Actually committing the dust would have gotten the kill here if Baboka did not immediately TP, so good call. Recognize he cannot get out of that one once the dive connects.
Yeah, really good stuff. I think right now, you're still not really answering this offlane Nature's Prophet struggle bus right now. He has 10 CS. He at least got the first blood to kind of help him out a little bit, but he needs a lot more than what he's currently getting.
Yeah, some of this goes back to the fact that they're just weak laners, first of all, Spirit Breaker Natures. Cool combo later on, but the lane is very weak. That's why they had to do the creep dragging type plays, and that's where any small mistake actually ends up being quite punishing, such as like the range creep getting killed by the tower.
6-minute power rune spawns. It will be top side. Goes to Lorinov as he grabs an illusion.
Not the greatest one, but at least you're going to take it away from Tiny.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Zeal's in kind of deep. Looks like they're going for a wraparound here with Panto. I don't think you can get the kill, but they will TP in the Spirit Breaker, maybe with the help of Tianming coming through. Nah, now they're going to turn it around. Look for the Phoenix. Very easily killed. So much physical damage between these heroes.
Actually got chain stunned a little bit there. He had the dive available, I think.
Yeah, he did. All right, Bobica with the stack into the Wisdom Rune. I'll be happy to grab that. Now, Panto is doing fairly well on XP. He's struggling net worth-wise after that death, but level 4 maybe, or close? Yeah, very close.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is under
This is where a little bit on the back foot, especially that Nature's, but if you can start connecting a couple plays, zip into the TP, charge, things like that, they can easily pull this back. For now, though, it looks like Yakult Bros is going to continue to grow the lead. They find a kill on the Phoenix with the rotation to safe lane.
That's so unfortunate.
Emo actually kind of coming in, being aggressive, and stealing some of that stack.
They like scan to try and find the Dragon Knight. The scan connects as the Phoenix TP's in, and they go back there like as Ame's coming through the portal, and it turned out it was just the Phoenix. He just dies immediately after TPing. So that is a rough one. Phoenix will have a very slow walk back to the lanes. Ame gets the credit for the kill. And this bottom lane didn't actually get pressured from the Nature's Prophet. It didn't make it into the tower, so nothing lost on the side of Yakult's Brothers. Looking pretty strong so far.
Well, I don't know. Maybe it's intentional. Ame has 2 blades of attack. I don't know if that was like a misclick, you accidentally buy 2, or if this is some next level big brain build.
I could see it being both, right? It can build into multiple components, Chrysalis and Falcon Blade, right?
But he's got drums queued up.
Yeah, but also drums. That's the other part where I was a little bit confused. I don't know.
I'm up for it, though. It actually is a lot of early damage. And then, like you said, maybe it's the Crystallis Falcon Blade. You have Chop Shop. You know, it's been a while since that came out. We kind of stopped thinking about it, but you can do creative stuff with Gyro. Maybe this is his idea for it.
I think part of it is also just how this lane matchup works, where he just either you ignite the Hawk and then you just flat cannon and try and kill them, right? So Bobica here in some trouble. Wrath of Nature. Yeah, I saw him throw it. That deleted that bounty hunter. So very good find there. Now 1J has charge and Storm still got plenty of mana. They want to look for Ame. A little bit afraid of some potential turnarounds as Tiny is going to TP in here. Ignite is out. Shield rune expires. My goodness. All right, that toss damage. You need to be careful. Emo looking for an opening. Getting some glimpses of the Spirit Breaker, but not enough. They've made it outside of the vision. Fountains are actually managing to scout Lorinov, though, as the charge is going to come through, as well as the Dawnbreaker. That is really rough. 2 heroes dead. 1J just coming in to, you know, I guess die alongside his core.
Maybe they're not even done. Oh, man. Yeah, like 80% health.
Amplify damage, Tiny, baby. Here we go. That's the rune you're looking for.
That's huge. With that sequence of events, he had gotten the phase, the soul ring. This is where it usually takes some time to finish up the blink, but actually with all those kills, he's now sitting at 1,600 gold, so that blink's going to be very fast. Yeah. So that stun coming in perfect to interrupt the charge. Get an easy double kill after that.
They are looking aggressive here in the mid lane. The Sunray doing quite a bit of damage. Tian Ming goes down. Emo won't be able to walk away up onto the high ground. Bobica nearby, as well as Ame smoked up on the backside, trying to offer maybe some sort of a bait play here. They're going to look for 1J. The toss comes out, and a very quick rundown. Ame credited the kill.
Emo is at 1850 gold, man. This is such a fast phase soul ring blink. Should be done by 12 minutes at this rate if there's like a camp to go do. Maybe it looks like they want this tower, actually. That could be another way to get it.
Yeah, and the flak is, again, it's so value with just this flat damage he's picked up on the hero. The toss will finish off the tower. Tian Ming, actually. One more little love tap. The Hawk has the Vessel done. Now, this is something we've seen a couple times out of an offlane Nature's Prophet, going for, like, the Vessel. That item has kind of popped up a little bit, and part of this is the Glimmer Cape meta, where we're just not seeing BKBs anymore. So Vessel kind of comes back as a much more value item.
I think there's also been an uptick. Yeah, there's been an uptick in early fighting and high healing heroes. For example, this game we have the Dawnbreaker or Phoenix Dragonite. I think that's also part of the reason Glimmer Cape is good, because the magic resistance gives you more effective health on tanky and high healing heroes, which
smoked right under a ward.
Leads back to the Spirit Vessel.
A 3,000 gold lead for Yakult Brothers right now. Pretty much all on the cores, though. So they're feeling pretty good.
This is where it takes explode, though, because you have the track, and this is such a fast blink. Now, it did get revealed, I think, the blink in the mid lane, so they know it's coming. But that doesn't mean you can just not do anything, so you can still end up being killed, such as 1J. Scouted out here.
He gets the bulldoze off. He's a tanky boy, but not tanky enough. There's your first track kill going the way of Bobica. Now the follow-up. He's trying to TP out, will not make it. Can you find anything else? I don't think they want to try and find anything else.
Yeah, I think that's okay. Technically, Bobica worth a little bit more with the track gold. I think it's about even. And that was Chimera having to TP into their own tier 1. So you kind of get more out of the map from that. I suppose with that said, Dawnbreaker, Spirit Breaker, and Natures, there are a lot of kind of global heroes this game, so maybe Chimera can get more out of the map when they have to make these types of plays.
They're going to threaten that 14-minute Wisdom Rune, and I don't think Chimera will be here to stop it. Now, there is a charge from 1J. He was looking for the Dawnbreaker. And your Nature's Prophet can't go for the other one, so this will just be double Wisdom Runes for Yakult Brothers. I feel like Chimera lost the timing there a little bit. So they should have been able to play for these. Mid lane. Bobica scouted out from Lorna. Vessel will help assist in that kill. There's a regen's bottom, and it will be denied. So, well, I say that. They are going to be able to give it to the Tiny. He's making his way over.
It's very nice. Tiny's early game, the blink, of course, but his farming and his playmaking is heavily controlled by his mana usage just because the spell combo is amazing, but Tiny is a rock without a lot of mana, so you're usually limited.
Very nice D-ward there from Tianming. Right as the smoke comes out too, we're going to try and catch him there, but will not be lucky enough to do that. And he's just going straight Midas. This Ogre Boy is going to scale. It's also, you know, a way to deal with Nature's Prophet, right? When we see the summon of the Treant, having that helps out a lot. Avalanche, toss into the Fire Blast, Dawnbreaker to join, and goodbye Storm Spirit. Very good combo coming out from the side of Yakult Brothers.
A little bit more gold for the Midas.
Avalanche, toss. They get TA2000 right next to the gyro. He is not making out of this one. The call down will be more than enough to lock him in place. This is where your offlane Prophet is really struggling.
Yeah,
he's just gonna farm.
It's really scary to show up anywhere. You want to be the second one to show up, but it has to then be Lornoff or 1J starting things, and they're trying, but it's just not easy when Yakult Brothers is this strong. Like, who do you go to when they have the bounty scouting you out? She ends up being bottoms. A little unlucky for Lornoff these last couple of runes. They end up with a haste on Tiny, so he's going to look for more once again.
Yeah, this man is too big to die. And too much HP. They don't have the damage on Chimera quite yet to deal with him. Maybe when the Nature's Prophet gets his shard, you combine with the Vessel, you might have the magic damage to actually kind of slow burn this hero, but you would need a pretty heavy commitment. Like, Phoenix would have to be there. So we'll see what they end up doing.
Does have it. They need to get some tier 1 towers, because right now it's a bit tough to make a play and then everyone could just TP in. And you're not winning direct 5-on-5 fights anymore. You need these pickoffs.
Bobica charged up, Dust connects. Storm Spirit kind of overshoots this huge Avatos into the Dawnbreaker again. Massive punish coming through from Yakult Brothers. One track kill. They're waiting for it to come off cooldown for the second. Oh, that is the worst case scenario for the side of Chimera.
They're feeling forced to try to find these plays. That's kind of exactly what I was saying, right? Anywhere you make a move on this map, there are easy teleport points to show up. Especially because Dawnbreaker doesn't need to add to the time. She just ults in.
They have a gem? Or is no, there's just still like tons of sentries in the triangle there. Wow. Well, with this, Ame is really pulling ahead on the gyrocopter. We've seen Dragon Knights outscale the gyro in the late game just because of the sheer raw damage that this hero can do once he has like Daedalus and stuff, but you're starting to fall quite far behind. They're going to go for another smoke play, this time onto Zeal. With the Nature's Prophet should be no problem at all. The Dust is going to catch Bobica on the backside. The Vortex for the second kill. Ame thought about helping, decides never mind, then goes back.
He's pretty close to his Ags. Oh, I think he's literally finished it while finishing that bottom camp. So yeah, he does not want to jump into a fight right before he finishes that item.
And this is what we typically see out of teams playing against the Dawnbreaker is you gank the Dawnbreaker. There's no chance of the chain stun like we've been seeing onto the Storm Spirit if it's the Dawnbreaker you're ganking. So this that call much better from Chimera. They get themselves a decent amount of gold back their way.
What was that tier 2 doing there? There was like a tier 2 in the middle of the lane that everyone was pinging to go get.
Lornov? Does he not have a TP? He does. Okay, no, he has stick. He's fine. Yeah.
Whose was that? Oh, I guess the fact that it's on the Falcon floor. So I guess that was Yakult Brothers tier 2 token that Chimera Esports has now picked up. Not
Unlucky.
the end of the world, but it is a bit annoying because there are some tier 2s that are very helpful to get and to boost your, like for example, Tiny, solve your mana issues with potentially a tier 2 item, boost your damage even further. I don't know if they have all their tier 2 tokens quite yet, but we're gonna see who ends up getting left out.
Tian Ming has his Midas online. He is very happy.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They did see Bobica under the ward sentry there near the mid lane, or near this bottom lane. So Panto drops a sentry up top. Okay, they actually get some vision. Here comes the charge. In comes Lornov as well. Blood Grenade is out. It actually cancels the charge. And they will back away. What revealed them? How did he see Panto?
I'm not fully sure.
Oh, Dawnbreaker's passive. That's actually what it was. The last second
right.
of the Dawnbreaker. Okay. That's funny. So I was like, there's no way. They don't have a ward. They didn't have the Watcher. I was so lost. They're just going to smoke up again. 1J will pop the smoke. He's going to get Avatos in place, taking a lot of damage. Does have a charge to try and get back to safety, but nah, Gyrocopter will find the kill. They did at least take the Tormentor, but they will lose another Wisdom Rune to the side of the Yakult Brothers. I don't think Nature's Prophet is looking for the other one.
It's actually there, but it's pretty risky to send your way over.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That's an Ags on Zeal.
That
there's about a level or 2 difference between the supports. Fortunately, Ogre's level 12 is maybe not, you know, you don't feel like completely decimated by that, but he will get richer, I suppose, with his Hand of Midas multicast going up, which maybe that'll pay off a little down the line.
Absolutely. Mid lane, Emo. Gonna get scouted here as the smoke comes through. The charge doesn't connect. Great avalanche, and there's the Dawnbreaker Ags, but the Spirit Vessel from Dahak doing way too much damage. The egg is out looking for Zeal. Dragon Tail's gonna connect, and now as well, they get 2. That's a huge find from Chimera.
Just a little bit too far from the rest of the teammates to get close to save them.
Yeah.
Panto very pleased with how much damage he did in that fight.
I mean,
yeah, the avalanche came out just in time. I actually thought maybe there's a chance they make it in time to do something, but yeah, Sunray and Spirit Vessel, just too much damage to the high health of Tiny and Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, he had 2 full duration Sunrays. Panto,
No
what
way.
an escape there.
Panto.
That is big.
He's feeling it. A master Phoenix player here.
All right.
Okay, finding these kills has started to pull things back for Chimera. And we mentioned how like the mid game combo, the global potential is very strong. They were suffering in the early game, but the fact that they managed to find some of these kills to start to get back into this is a pretty good sign. You still need to do it, you know, maybe 1 or 2 more times, but they could get themselves back on track.
We're starting to see the Nature's Prophet start to gain some momentum as well. Like, he was the one who was really struggling. Now, he's definitely a utility build. He's got like the Vessel, the Curse of the Old Growth, and now Glimmer Cape. Going for the Aghanim Scepter. He's about 1,000 gold away, but that, you know, because we don't really see BKBs that often anymore, the Ags actually pays off quite a bit here. So we'll see.
If you have vision of Dawnbreaker as well when she's trying to ult in, that would be massive.
You just instantly root her. Yeah, that'd be nice.
Yeah.
They are going to go in. TA2000 pops the dragon form. Emo going to get caught on the backside. A great egg on top of the team. Dawnbreaker's ult trying to keep him alive, but again, the Phoenix damage is too much, and now Ame trying to stand toe-to-toe here with TA2000, trying to get away. The Bloodlust move speed is enough. Lorna, he has his eyes on the prize. It's the gyro. They get him on the backside with the Sprout from Dahak. Tianming will go down as well. Mobico will survive, but a 3-for-1 and a big win for Chimera Esports.
These last two fights,
crushing it.
He's feeling it. These last two fights, they keep finding the Tiny. Tiny is not getting to go through the cycle of avalanche toss, throw someone out of position. They are killing him first, and we're seeing exactly why Phoenix is so strong versus the Tiny. Sun Ray damage is fantastic. The Fire Spirit slow is good. Tiny can never kill the egg. It is such a strong support pick versus that Tiny. Of course, a lot of this is Lornoff and 1J as well, initiating on the Tiny so that you can just line up the Sun Ray for the full duration to do the rest of the damage. But great job so far finding how much. It's so funny to see the Spirit Breaker Bull Rush after charge. I'll never get used to it.
They're trying to set up something on him topside here. He will need to sniff this out. Does see some heroes showing on the creep wave. Emo, though, closing in. 1J has the bulldoze back up. Pops it, but yeah, they get the catch. Great use of the Orchid and the Avalanche.
This might be Roshan. And they're heading into the pit. I don't think you can really stop this on Chimera. Lornoff. Oh, actually, he has a regen rune. I was going to say he has no resources.
Yeah,
so,
he just ran down to pick that up.
They're TPing top. But Roshan's...
They're not making it.
Yeah, it's about to die. So maybe just getting in position to look for a pickoff as they maybe leave the area.
Grabs a shield rune. Ame will have the Aegis for this next fight as he's queued up the BKB finally. So he will have that likely as either the Aegis expires or slightly before.
Radiant's middle tower is under
See what they can get done with the Aegis. Because right now, not only do you have the global rotations, the Dragonite matchup to Gyro is typically Dragonite favored. This game, you do have a Bloodlust to help you out, so that might change the math a little bit. But the later the game goes, I think Chimera Esports draft, scales a little
looks
better.
Really scary. Yeah.
Yeah, the idea of the bounty is usually a stronger mid-game timing. The late-game value of the bounty is not as strong. The fact that it's only a 2k gold lead for Yakult Brothers at 27 minutes, the way the game started, I think Chimera has managed to pull themselves back into this. And you need to get a lot done with this first Aegis.
The supports on Chimera scale incredibly well in this game. Like, eventually, Spirit Breaker, if he wants, can buy a BKB, and then once he has that, he just removes the gyrocopter from the team fight. Like, you don't actually get to play the game. So, I'm curious to see where he ends up going. He has plenty of itemization options, but we do see the Aghanim Scepter now finished up on the Nature's Prophet. As they are smoked up. Yeah, he is actually, well, we'll find another hit. Dude, they have gotten so many runes for Lorna lately. They have the gem as well.
2000 on the hunt, finds Ame. This is the perfect target.
Yeah, that's huge. Now, can they actually kill him in time before the team arrives? Okay, it seems like it's no problem at all. Nether Strike Egg definitely going to be coming here anytime soon. Can they actually beat up? Oh, a weird force staff interaction gets to the low ground, but they still get the kill. They finish the job. They take down the bounty with them. Tianming, Zeal on the run. The charge through is going to connect onto both. The dives continue, and boy, oh boy, Chimera wipe the floor with Yakult here in this fight. Looking for the tier 2 tower now. That Shadow Blade reveal from TA2000, absolutely perfect.
Anto, great egg timing as well. So the Aegis, like you said, that force dive interaction almost made it mess up, but still manages to connect the stun on the gyro after the respawn. So they get 2 kills in a row right outside the enemy base. So straight to work on this tower, and you got your little greater treant here with the extra building damage. So there's the tower.
Look at it go.
How much do they want to push this? Maybe just gonna let the greater treant get to work
Come on,
as the
bro.
respawn comes in.
just a third of the, or a quarter of the racks, you know? No commitment. That's not bad. So big items now coming out for Chimera after that fight. That was like a 6,000 gold swing. They have a Daedalus nearly completed on the Dragon Knight and a Parasma nearly done on Lorna's Storm Spirit. So these are going to be absolutely huge damage boosts, which they don't seem to have damage problems.
So long as the fight goes in a certain order, yes. Which Tiny has not been able to find these Blink Avalanche tosses to just remove heroes from the fight to start.
Yeah.
For like, I don't know, like 10 minutes now? Which is strange. That's usually what Bounty gives you the edge in. Being able to scout invisibly. Usually you find the fights you want to.
Did Bobica buy his own gem, or did they somehow... I don't think they stole it, right?
No, that's
his own gem. Okay. This would be devastating to lose, honestly, for Yakult Brothers. If this gem gets taken away, the map shrinks to borderline nothing. And TA2000 running in Invis here, seeing what he can find. Gets tracked up, though. Very fortunate there for the Bounty Hunter to scout that one.
It's actually true for both teams. If either team loses the gem, of course, the Bounty Hunter, it becomes much more annoying to deal with the Bounty Hunter. But then you can't track the Dragon Knight either, who's got the Silver Edge and he's constantly looking for kills. So the next engage, or whenever it happens, if one team can steal a gem, should just have vision advantage.
That's nice. There's a ward on this high ground back here that they still have not scanned with this gem. It's providing so much vision on where Chimera is. They're actually going to smoke on the low ground here, see if they can get the opening here onto Lorinov. He does have a BKB. The Avalanche comes out. The BKB connects, though. So he's going to be able to turn this fight around. Looks for the Bounty Hunter here in the center, trying to finish the job by himself. He gets it with the help of the Sunray. Panto gets the dive away. I think he dove right over the gem, or over that ward. They know about it. He gets the kill, but now Emo punishes him for sticking around. A 1-for-1 trade.
Who's holding the gem now then? Ogre. So yeah, it was a little scary when Bounty was dying with the gem, but they did manage to retrieve it. So Bounty for Phoenix, kind of okay, I guess. There's some creep damage in the mid lane in the meantime, but barracks are not quite dead yet.
Well, goodbye tower. Tier 2 bottom lane gets finished up here by the Dragon Knight. We're closing in on a butterfly for Ame, which obviously is very helpful. We'll see how much that ends up impacting their survivability in their fights, but one thing I actually saw earlier that I forgot to point out, they sprouted the egg.
Oh, that's cool. Just hide it.
Yeah, there was like a team fight like in that mid lane, the really big one that like first went Chimera's way. It was like half sprouted to block off the gyro, and then the egg was right on the corner of it as well. So they really could not get to it.
Yeah, and if your gyro's not hitting it, the other heroes are not very good. Dawnbreaker, Tiny, even like Bounty and Ogre. I mean, I guess you have Bloodlust to help you out, right? But clearly we're seeing it's not quite enough if the gyro cannot hit the egg.
Yeah, who gets through the, like, who breaks the trees to get to it, you know?
Yeah.
That's actually a legitimate problem that they, you know, if they're doing it right on Chimera, if you sprout the egg, all you need to do is potentially block one auto attack and bait Yakult Brothers in, right? So we could see, you got to keep it, we'll keep an eye out for it if it happens again. But
there's an amplified damage, bloodlusted Tiny with Conda. on the hunt. But
And Shadow Walk.
esports dodging them out. Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, Shadow Walk, even better. You can hit them and then do the avalanche toss combo.
Just casual 800 damage. Hero walking around the map, lumbering around the map. I think
Don't
more
mind
appropriate.
me. Unfortunately, he cannot find anybody, so doesn't really get much done with it.
Clean up Tormentor. It goes to Tianming. It's not the most useful this game, but if it blocks like a big Dragon Knight crit, I think that's good enough. It's better than nothing. You see a Halberd being queued up from the Spirit Breaker. That'll help out quite a bit.
Smoking, trying to protect this ward. Unfortunately, that's an illusion.
Unlucky. Well, they're going to know about it. All right. Smoked up now. Still trying to find something. That is an MKB. Okay, never mind. That butterfly will not be impacting the Gyro's survivability all that much now. Assuming it's the Dragon Knight that gets to him. But it seems TA2000 has not really struggled in finding his targets in these fights. He's actually closing on his 25 talent as well. He is so high level, actually. 24 and almost a half compared to the 20, almost 21 on the Gyro.
And he survived all of these fights. He's 4-1-5, so coming out with a ton of XP.
I mean, they know Roshan is on the table. They don't want to give this one up this time. Nature's Prophet, of course, can just split push, force them back mid. There's no tier 3. So like, Ogre has to go back to Midas these. Otherwise, you're going to lose that entire lane of barracks. Roche, it starts. The roar is out. That's going to give them the damage amp. They just jump right in on Lorna. They get the Dragon Tail. Oh, boy. Ame's dead to start it off. Emo's going to join them. And now Zeal falls right down on the egg. That is the worst case scenario. People forget about the roar damage amp. It was still on the Gyro when he got the initiation.
That was really good timing from Chimera as well, because no matter what, even if that fight didn't work out, they shoved in mid, and at that exact moment, they start the fight, because they know Dawnbreaker wants to clear mid, and instead she's forced to ult into the fight. You win the fight. They TP home. They manage to defend mid barracks, but you can easily see where that fight goes longer. You lose mid barracks anyways. Now they come in with the Aegis. People are still dead. They're going to get the barracks anyhow, and looks like top lane is next. There is potentially the last fortify. I don't know how you drag this game long enough to get another fortify.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen. Not with the Nature's Prophet summons. They will go ahead, finish off 2 lanes of barracks. I mean, Mega Creeps, technically not secured, but you are against a Nature's Prophet. So good luck. This is all I have to say there. Suddenly a 14,000 gold advantage. Dude, Roshan's Roar is 25% damage amp.
It's a lot of damage amp. Bounty is good because Track, one of the reasons he's good is because Track gives damage amp, and he's only at 12%. It's like double value Track on your whole team.
Yeah. I mean, they just died so fast. It wasn't even close. That was such a great wraparound.
Yeah, we are at the point where Dragon Knight is outscaling the Gyro. You just hit really hard, and the flat cannon does a lot of damage in the full team fight, but your single target is not as good as Dragon Knight's.
I mean, they're going to try to initiate on a TA2000, but they don't have the damage quite yet. Ame's on the backside. He's all alone, though, trying to find an opening. Hightailing it out of here with that BKB, but there's the egg, the second Sunray. He gets the kill. Zeal will follow him. Panto has played a perfect Phoenix game. And that might be the last nail in the coffin here for your Yakult brothers. They have nothing left, and even the Tiny getting found here from Dahak. The Vessel is out. He's trying his best to get out of here, but your base is exposed, and TA2000 has his eyes on those Mega Creeps. They will buy back now on the Dawnbreaker. No Solar Guardian available. Emo Avalanche, toss back. TA2000 still has that Aegis and a Satanic available. Should be able to heal up here fairly easily. And yeah, he will. There's the GGs. They come out and boy, what a turnaround from Chimera. Just playing it patient, knowing that their draft will outscale, get themselves a very convincing win here in game number 1.
Yeah, the lanes were really rough, but they played amazingly after that to pull the game back in. And then every fight after that went their way. Special shout out to the supports. Like you said, Phoenix, amazing spell usage, but you called it out. The Spirit Breaker can just take Gyro out of the fight. So many of those was just Spirit Breaker charging Ame, ulting him, and then he's already lost a huge chunk of health, so that when the egg actually comes out, you can't really afford to just sit there and attack, because at that point Dragonite will kill you before. I mean, maybe you kill the egg, but then you die, right? That's not really worth it.
Yeah, I mean, they had some really good stuff going on early on here from Yakult Brothers. Like you said, the lanes looked really good. All 3 of their cores fairly farmed. I think once Chimera addressed the issue of like, all right, let's stop ganking like Bounty Hunter or Tiny. Let's just kill Dawnbreaker. If we just gank the Dawnbreaker, we win. They made space for Dahak to continue farming, right? You have this Dawnbreaker who's farming globally. Well, they have the Nature's Prophet who's farming globally. And they just don't have an answer to the Phoenix. Like, they could never kill the egg here. And you'll see right here, this is the damage amp from Roshan combined with just the absolute beatdown of this like Dragon Knight Storm Spirit. It's just too much.
Yeah, see, I'm seeing in a lot of these highlights when Chimera started to come back, it's a lot of situations where they have 5 heroes focusing one and then the other, kind of making use of the fact that Dawnbreaker's global nature is very strong. We've seen many cases where it's great. It does take a while to actually show up to the fight, right? And if you have all 5 heroes beating down your target, they're not going to live by the time the Dawnbreaker ult actually finishes, and at that point she's just delivering a second kill. And I feel like that's how they started the comeback. Jumping Emo, Zeal ends up being a second kill. They were 5k down behind at that point. And if you avoid that, Yakult Brothers keeps growing the lead, right? The global Dawnbreaker farming up, you keep finding track kills off Avalanche Toss. Instead, Chimera Esports just starts to group up a bunch. And if they don't want to group up, then they completely avoid Yakult Brothers to not feed any form of kill or track kills back to Yakult Brothers.
I have got to give credit where it's due to Dahak here. Elaspic Nature's Prophet, he goes deathless against a Bounty Hunter Dawnbreaker strat. That is very difficult to do, requires exceptional positioning. He actually baited them super hard early on, gets himself first blood as a result. He played incredibly well this game. It was a little bit of a slow start, but you can definitely feel his impact as the game went on. And the damage numbers, they actually just speak volumes here for the side of Chimera. Like this Phoenix doing as much as the Tiny, the Dawnbreaker. You know, it's very well done. First pick overall Phoenix, huge.
Now we see why. We kind of forgot it, right? Like Phoenix was a top pick, and then okay, there's the other cool stuff. There's the PAs, the Abaddons, but Phoenix can't sleep on that. Still a very strong first pick.
Yeah, absolutely well done from Chimera to get themselves the game 1 victory. Now we're gonna go to a short break, and we'll be back with game number 2, our final game of the evening. Everyone, we'll see you in just a bit.
Waking up, playing some Dota, it's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game, because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
everybody, and welcome back here to Dream League Season 25. It is the final game of the day. Yakult Brothers taking on the Chimera Esports, and a very exciting game number one. Something we don't really see all that often. The off-lane Nature's Prophet Spirit Breaker combo paid off big here in game one. We'll see what happens in game two as we get ready for the draft, but what can change for your Yakult Brothers here, Zach? Like, what do they need to adapt?
I think their lanes were really solid. Maybe a little bit expected because Chimera had some weaker laners in the Natures and the Spirit Breaker, but they had a strong start. And I feel like they kind of got picked apart, quite literally picked apart, where they stopped being the ones who would find the fights with the bounty and get the quick track pickoffs and all of that. It was Chimera Esports pulling the global lineup in with the Spirit Breaker charge, the Nature's teleporting in, you know, Zip to start things. And they just kept finding smaller fights while bringing the numbers. And that's how they clawed the gold lead back. And then eventually their lineup felt like it scaled better. And that is what eventually happened. The Dragonite was doing more damage than Gyrocopter can in the time frame. Spirit Breaker keeping him out of the fight as well. It started to become very difficult once Yakult Brothers fell behind. So you could always draft for better late game, but I actually don't think that was a major issue. I think what they had was fine. There was just the slip up in how they were taking fights in that mid game that ultimately cost them the game.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right. Well, we'll see what they can do, tighten things up here in game number two as we are getting ready to jump into this draft here. And some of the same bands so far. Yakult Brothers will have first pick, so maybe they want to take the Phoenix themselves. Maybe they will ban the Phoenix, not let Chimera get their hands on it. Played an exceptionally good Phoenix in this last game, but the Phantom Assassin, Alchemist, and Abaddon, the three of the most banned heroes of the tournament, all removed right now.
A lot of smiles and laughs over here as they get ready for game two.
Chimera feeling it.
Yeah, it's important to be in good spirits. Well, I guess it depends on the team, right? Some teams are much more serious. Others keep it lighthearted and goofy. You can see how Chimera feels, perhaps, if they win game two here. That will be great for getting them into the second phase. This is a pretty close group stage one. So if they can get the second win here, that would be preferable because their next opponents tomorrow would be Parivision, and that's not easy, right? It doesn't feel comfortable to say like, oh yeah, we can totally 2-0 them. They're also in the top of the group fighting for this top tiebreaker spots. So you can close it out here. You'll be able to sleep easier tonight for tomorrow's games.
Here it is, man. The start of the Venomancer draft, the Beastmaster. It's happening.
I would love that.
They could do it. I mean, this has been the opener with the Venomancer draft, right? Moving into the safe lane for Ame, grabbing the Night Stalker, Venomancer offlane duo. The Terrorblade now picked up on Chimera. Some very targeted bans here as well. The Enigma, right? Removing that from the Hawk. And the Phoenix, which we saw Panto play last game incredibly well.
I'm very proud of
banned out in phase one instead. So early Terrorblade is interesting, and I'm curious what they're going to end up doing with this. Because if it ends up being like carry Beastmaster, suddenly like the lane doesn't really matter.
We have seen teams do the off-lane Terrorblade, and I feel like if you're not willing to flex that, you don't take it this early.
Yeah. Honestly, with the bounty Nyx ban, I'm feeling the Venomancer, right? Because these would follow them around in the jungle and make his life a little bit difficult. So
10 seconds remaining.
This will be interesting.
5 seconds remaining.
The last time they played Terrorblade, it was in the off lane for Chimera Esports. Though before that, I think... Oh no, this one's also an off lane. So there's a good chance this is just off lane Terrorblade.
I could see that. Fine with it.
It's fallen a little bit out of favor, but we did mention Dahak kind of plays a certain set of heroes and it's pretty good with those, but doesn't always strictly follow the current given meta. So I'm open for the Terrorblade off lane.
I mean, evident by game 1 and the Nature's Prophet offlane, right?
Very true. And it did pay off, right? It was a little concerning to start, but we do see the strengths of it as time goes on.
Okay, Enchantress, a very strong position 5. Now, we'll see how much Chimera believe that this is an offlane Beastmaster here, because it will struggle into the Enchantress, and Yakult Brothers now have the opportunity to pick the Night Stalker Venomancer if they want.
I like the idea of the Enchantress here, though. One, if this is just the offlane Beastmaster, then great, right? Like, that's a good matchup. But two, the way to punish a jungler is to like really wreck your lane, which Enchantress can do, and then to punish other lanes, which Enchantress rotates really quickly with creeps to go punish the fact that Veno is just sitting AFK in the jungle. She also has Rabble Rouser as her innate ability, where the neutral camps do more to enemy heroes. I wonder if that would be enough to make Veno jungling impossible. You know, it seems to be as we get the other picks here that we're not even going to see it anyways, but I wish we would have. I would have loved to see that interaction.
It would have slowed him down a little bit. The thing is, like, Venomancer doesn't really tank creeps. He just like runs them around until they die to the wards, right? So it's like he's not really taking too much damage, but it would prevent him potentially from taking ancient camps. Is Chimera the team that we've seen run Grimstroke before? Right, it was, right? He went Fine Art. Okay, that's what I thought. I was like, I think I remember Panto, or was it someone else that did it? But
I think 1J ended up playing it that game.
Was it 1J? You're right, it was 1J.
I'll go
so it was
check.
it was the Fine Art Grimstroke that we saw earlier in this tournament. A little bit of a we thought a potential preemptive counter to a Broodmother, but they go back for it here. So interesting. Now, the Elder Titan Lion support duo from Yakult Brothers is quite strong. Good against the Terrorblade, of course. If it ends up being a offlane Terrorblade, I think it's less threatened because he builds the pipe very early.
Yeah, I feel like these support duos, if you weren't already thinking offlane Terrorblade, really pushes it to be an offlane instead of the carry.
Yeah.
The Grimstroke, although I like Fine Art and I want to see it more, this is actually a pretty good instigate game because you want the Shard to choose when to remove all of these stuns. You got Roar, you got a Stomp, and then the Earth Splitter's on the way. You got to save your guy, like the Chain Stun from Lion. I feel like you have to take Instigate, even though I want to see Fine Art again.
I definitely agree. I think Instigate is much better in most games. Maybe it depends on the lane opponents, but when you have a hero like Tiny who can Blink Initiate and potentially like another hero, like the Inkswell is so good. All right, we'll see the Lina. That makes the mid lane a little bit rough for the Tiny, so we'll have to see if they still want to run the Tiny in mid or if they're going to move it. Looks like they're worried about the potential flex, so they will ban out the Storm Spirit.
And Lornoff had such a strong game on Storm Spirit, and he's been playing it a bunch forever, I feel like. Not even just on Chimera, but all the way back to when he was on Aurora. I feel like he's been a Storm player through and through. I think mid Tiny's okay. It is annoying dealing with the Lina, but I feel like you'll be able to get what you need out of that lane.
Yeah, you should be able to get a couple denies on the first wave. Pull the lane back a little bit, CS under the tower since you have a lot of damage. So I think it's like you said, doable. I do worry that he doesn't have a hero that contests the runes super well, right? So Enchantress could maybe rotate in with a creep, but you have a Lion and an ET that are really strong, especially when combined with the Lina. So I do worry that the Tiny is not going to have a great blink timing this game.
Yeah, you throw out that Astral Spirit onto your target, and then you just like double ult, triple ult. Why not? Throw the roar in there and just remove whatever hero. Actually, that would have been really good to have your own Soulbind on. Get 2 targets.
10 seconds remaining. 5 team pick. Radiant team pick.
Okay, they actually do go back for the Night Stalker anyway. So it will be Ame on the Beastmaster.
The craziest
Come
part is
on,
when
man.
Provoka starts jungling with Lion.
Yeah, that'll be the sickest part of this whole game. We were so
it looks
close
like-
to the Venomancer.
But it does show, right? It's not like they pivoted to that just to enable the jungle Veno. They genuinely like the timing potential from this carry Beastmaster. But you know what? I mean, you could do carry Night Stalker as well, right? Depending on what Chimera shows.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like it's got to be offlane Terrorblade here. I don't know if you want to run that hero into the Lina. I'm trying to think of an offlaner that might shut it down, or a mid laner. I feel like they're potentially
the question
lacking
is, do you
some
want to
damage
try
here.
do you want to try to meet this head on, or do you want to go for just out scaling? Because carry Beastmaster, I guess I can't say I've seen it a ton, but I really don't think it will, scale forever. I think this Dragonite pick. Oh, actually, it's mid Dragonite. Okay, carry. I was gonna say it's a cool middle ground where you are stronger to fight up front, but that your scaling is pretty good nowadays. But now it's a carry Tiny and a mid Dragonite. Mid Dragonite should have a better time versus Lina, and you can still essentially build the same carry build. You pretty much do. You just get a blink first.
So we'll be Dahawk on this Terrorblade into the carry Beastmaster. I feel like this lane's actually fairly good for Terrorblade, which sounds kind of weird because he's susceptible to magic damage, and Beastmaster just throws axes constantly. But because the build on offlane Terrorblade is just tons of regen, it might be okay. I am a little bit worried as to how the Elder Titan is going to factor into this, though, because I think that's the one where a good stomp or like a really powerful Astral Spirit might allow them to just run down one of these 2 heroes in the offlane. So we'll be close, but overall should be a very, very hopefully exciting final game here. Tiny carry and Beastmaster carry. Not something we see all the time, but every once in a while does make its way back into the games. Yakult Brothers I feel like they've gotten really creative with their drafts when they do this Beastmaster carry, but it is again another Night Stalker that they pair it with. And you were correct. Maybe it is something to do with the timings of like the Beastmaster meeting the Night Stalker. We'll have to see how the lanes go, because that's going to be very important. The last time Zeal had no game, but it was offset by the Venomancer, who was having a fantastic time in the jungle. So this time he'll have a little bit more gold to work with. We'll see how much that changes his itemization. What do you think, Zach?
I think it's nowadays we have a lot of offlaners that have more carry potential. And I think it's a little greedy when you fit a traditional carry with then the mid scale well, the offlaner scale well, support scale well. So I'd say Falcons really popularized this tri-core where there's a lot of splitting the farm. And I like the idea of carry players diversifying their hero pool to things like maybe like this Beastmaster, where you're also playing this pseudo carry. That way Night Stalker doesn't really build utility, right? He builds like a right-click carry just from the offlane. His timing's a little different, but that's why I like this idea of pairing it with the Beastmaster. Now, is this the future pairing forever? Is this like the best meta? I don't know, but I like the idea and the exploration into it.
I also love fine art being picked up once again. Even though I said Instigate seems really good, I believe in that, but I like fine art. And I am very excited to see it in action this game.
I mean, this is the exact same draft. We saw them run yesterday, sub the Lion for the Venomancer. It was the Elder Titan, Night Stalker, Lina Beastmaster. Like, this was the exact same draft that they used to beat Gaming Gladiators. So very slight. That's going to be a really big Astral Spirit if Tianming can pull this back. But the question is, do they want to chase into that choke point? No, they do not. Blood Grenade is out. Another Blood Grenade just for safe measure. And Panto trying his best to run here. Tianming, he's going to hit pretty hard. Wants this Enchantress. He should get her. Just needs one auto attack. Yeah, plus 85 damage there for him. He's very happy.
Satisfying to see Enchantress just whacked to death like that. Not the usual untouchable Enchantress that lives forever. You're barely doing any damage.
Meanwhile, Zeal collects 3 bounties on this Night Stalker, just using that bonus.
They're looking to punish top with an early tri-lane as well. 1J stunned up. It's got plus 46 damage on ET. Tianming looking for 2 kills. Ame, what the heck? Stealing the kill. Acceptable. The carry player gets the kill.
Yeah, really smart stuff, right? We've seen them literally leave Night Stalker alone in lanes for the entire game. So just start out with the tri-lane, try and force a little bit of a better start there. They get it. And now Bobika's going to head bottom. You really need this Tiny to do well.
But I don't know if it's the easiest to punish a Night Stalker Night Reigns, even with a strong support like Enchantress. Of course, if he gets Avalanche tossed into something, you know, that's a whole different story. But I feel like if he's smart with his positioning, it's going to be difficult to shut down the Night Stalker.
Absolutely.
I feel like it's the whole idea behind the Night Stalker offlane plus Night Reigns.
And Tianming's Elder Titan is so good. You really need to respect it. Like, he's just sitting on bonus 64 damage. They do not want to contest this guy right now.
He sure wants to fight them, though.
Yeah. What did he spend his early money on? Looks like a salve, some extra regen as well. So
yeah, just a lot of regen, because you get everything you need to right-click trade through Astral Spirit. So you just need to be healthy enough to commit when you get the bonus damage.
The Hawk's Courier is just dead, and now 1J. They're gonna try and turn this around. Tianming with this Inkswell, it does connect actually off the mark with the Stroke of Fate, I think, but it didn't matter. Still manages to connect onto Ame there, and all right, a little bit too aggressive. The Reflection actually owned him. Oh, did it? Okay.
Yeah, I think he got baited a little bit by that Courier. Stepped up a bit too far, and oh, actually maybe Ame as well. All right. Just getting low. Gets fed 2 tangos by Tianming. You can do cool stuff with Stroke of Fate because of that. By the re-angling through creeps, allowing you to get some bonus damage there.
Ooh, he got the stack.
At least nets him the 1 kill. Ooh, yeah. This is actually a really interesting idea because ET usually benefits the most off of stacked camps in terms of extra power. But if 1J can land some cool Stroke of Fate angles, he's about to get level 2 on Stroke of Fate. And that's where the bonus damage per target jumps up to 40. So it can be pretty easy to go from what would usually be like a 200 damage nuke, let's say, to jump up to 300 to 400 quite quickly.
And we'll see if it ends up making a difference. Like you said, both heroes, both supports actually really love playing around the stacked camps there. I think it's okay for Chimera because you do have like Reflection and Inkswell to maybe create distance between the Elder Titan, prevent him from maybe going in too aggressive. Like, he just died obviously because of that. So we'll have to see if that matters or not. We're having some headset issues here potentially. His bottom lane seems to be going fairly well for Zeal under the first night, right? Level 3, 17-3 to the Tinies 11-2. So he's really not having a great time on the Tiny so far.
Stalker, one of the
few heroes who truly contest Tiny in terms of damage, right? Like tree grab, sure. But even with tree grab, actually, like the early levels, Night Stalker's pretty close. So with the much better animation of the Night Stalker, and I missed exactly what happened because we were watching the top tri-lane get the kill. The very first wave pushed out towards Zeal, so that would be the punish of not having Baboka in the lane, right? That you're just 2v1, they deny like the whole wave against you, but he ends up just perfectly fine despite not having Baboka to begin with, and it should set him up for a good rest of the first night. Things will shift again at 5:15, but at the way it's going, I mean, he'll be close to level 5 by that point, and then you just have to, you know, play a safe for a couple more minutes to get level 6, Dark Ascension, and then at that point, we have to keep in mind, this is like the carry Beastmaster. The rotation from the carry over will be even stronger than usual. So we'll see if that comes into play in a couple minutes. I think you do want Dark Ascension first before you really make a play like that.
And that's actually what we've seen a couple times from them, is especially like as you get the Roar online or the Dark Ascension, like these heroes tend to rotate to the other lane and look for their, look for a quick kill. Uh-oh, Tianming has a lot of damage.
Bonus 108.
Oh,
but
here
you
we
have
go.
to be careful not to go too far.
He's going to get caught from the stroke here as well.
Stroke of fate!
Yeah,
Look at
it
that.
does so much damage. Okay. That being said, Ame's just beating down the Grimstroke here at the tower. A lot of axe stacks built up. Stroke of Fate, Blood Grenade out as well. Do they have the damage to finish it off? Doesn't look like it. Now that Tianming is back, Reflection might be enough to slow him down. All right. It is the stroke from downtown. 1J snipes him. Oh my goodness. You cannot be sitting in the wave like that.
Or slightly away from the wave. Thanks to Fine Art.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so glad to see it working.
Here. Oh, okay. He just got clapped by the tomato. And Tianming just slowed down way too much. They're going to get himself a second kill here. One more auto attack's going to do it. 1J's having a great start on the Grimstroke now.
Fine Art is the way. It's been the way the whole time.
I will say, I always like seeing Grimstroke just for the fact that he's one of my favorite voice actors. And it's just such a satisfying hero to listen to in the game.
Yeah, he's been in a... He was way too good. Ever since they added the shard, you had to completely play around the shard.
Yeah.
And then they nerfed that so much, so he's just been kind of out of it. In fact, even this game, I thought, like, seemed a little weird because Soulbind didn't seem the best when they picked him. I said that last time as well, but they still won that last game with it, made a good case for it. And so far, doing the same here versus Yakult Bros.
Okay.
Just put him in his place, ult him, show him what's what.
He was like, yeah, I'm not going to use this anytime soon. I'm just going to put some damage into the Dragon Knight, keep my stacks going. Top side, we might be seeing... Oh, never mind. They're not fighting. I thought they were for a second, but... Tianming just... Every time he seems to want to play aggressive with the Spirit, there's a lot of options here to slow him down. And he's actually got some boots queued up. Maybe it'll help there. Invis Rune top side.
Where did the rune go? I wasn't paying attention. Invis to Dahak, denied by his illusion.
Oh, that's what it was. I was literally wondering the same thing. I'm like, I have no idea, actually. This Enchantress has been putting a lot of kind of pressure on the mid lane here with this Centaur. Just trying to keep the Lina back, maybe distract them a little bit, get some chip damage into the tower. It's not going to be enough, but they are at least slowing down the Lina here. Ame's having a great start to the game, despite that death. 42 CS at the moment. This is when your Night Stalker is going to slow down quite a bit, though, right? First daytime, your Tiny is going to have complete free farm. And as we see him grab the Wisdom Rune, we might see that Dark Ascension rotation soon.
They scouted these stacks. They actually want Ame to steal it with the axe. Look at, okay, you missed it. Ame just took half his health bar from Fine Art. That was all one stroke of fate. 700 damage.
That'll do it. And Night Stalker goes down bottom. All right. Yeah, just single enchant is enough to hold him back.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They're bringing so many heroes mid now. They really want to take down this Dragon Knight, and they got him. Very nice kill there. Emo making his way through the trees. All right, bottom tower now getting pressured from the tiny enchantress. They'll pop the fortification. Tianming silenced up. Here comes the Inkswell. Reflection as well. Even gonna pop the meta. Going for the stomp. It's not gonna be enough. Dahak able to finish the job. This offlane Terrorblade is actually off to an amazing start. And he's not going pipe. He is going Mage Slayer.
I mean, it's still got the magic resistance you need versus an ET. And Beastmaster and Lina and even the Lion do a lot of magic damage if you can apply it to them beforehand. No one
Maybe
else
also
on
goes
your
pipe? I don't know.
team would really do it. I guess Dragon Knight could.
Uh-oh. Rotation bottom. He accidentally hurricaned his own creep instead of the Lion, allowing them to close the gap here onto the Tiny. He's going to try and get a turnaround kill. He does. TA2000 surviving maybe just because of that innate, reducing so much of the damage. And now Ame, Tianming, even the Lina rotating down here. They really want to finish off this Tiny, but they will not get him. Stomp finds two. Tiny turns around to toss the tree as well. Is it enough? It is not. I cannot believe he survives this.
The innate is so easy to overlook, right? It's just like, oh, it's like, 2-3% damage reduction. But I mean, this Beastmaster, this Night Stalker, they have to attack a lot. It's a big chunk of their early game damage. They actually hit pretty hard. So the percentage that it's being reduced actually added up quite a lot there.
That is wild. Great response from Chimera to keep that Tiny alive. And your first Dark Ascension doesn't really net you anything. And that is a big deal. Like, this hero loves to snowball off of those pickups. It is going to be the second nighttime now. So Night Stalker is going to be perfectly all right. Being said, they are smoking over for Ame. He is in the worst spot. Yeah, just right on to Lorinov. And a quick toss in from TA2000 will take the kill.
The exact same time, their top tower was under a lot of pressure from this Enchantress creep that she sent over earlier with the TB. So about half the health of the tower just got killed while still getting a kill on Ame.
Yeah. Boots of Travel are done on the Lina, so we might see her make some rotations to find her targets. Blink Dagger going to be the first choice for Lorinov, which I actually like a lot. You need to be able to pressure this Lina and get on top of her 1J, making more stacks as it's scouted out from Tianming.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
1J's like, I dare you, come over here, see what happens.
It's actually so dangerous to contest a lot of stacks from a Grimstroke.
I mean, we're just looking at the damage this does. Is it 3-point Stroke of Fate right now? Is that what he's macking?
Yeah, he's at 3. So just some, quick math while we have a moment. If there were 10 creeps, you're getting 800 bonus damage along with your 280 base damage. It is absurd to try to get close to a stack and then he swings it through.
Yeah. Well, those stacks cleaned up. A lot of golden experience for these guys. As TA2000's closing in on his Echo Saber. Does have it now after clearing that creep wave. Mid lane, Laguna's out. Lorinov, mostly unbothered it seems. The Centaur will catch some on the backside. Shield Rune picked up from Zeal. That is very nice as the enchant had just been thrown.
Not sure I'm understanding all these Lagunas onto Lorinov.
Just feels it off,
you see
right?
it. Yeah, like sometimes you see it versus other heroes. Like let's say it's a Storm Spirit, it's close. He's level 6. You don't kill him, you get him to a 4th health, but it limits what he can do because he can't really go gank with that little health. He'll just die. So he ends up just AFK farming or even having to go home. But it's just tickling Lorinov. He's back to full health already, you know?
Yeah.
So, and he's even TPing down here. He's not gonna.
They do hit the blink reveal. I was like, there's no way. They don't have a stun, but Lorinov comes in with the blink. They get the kill. Now topside to Hawk. They're going to be able to run at him here pretty aggressively. Sunder as well as 20 stick charges are available. But here comes the rest of Chimera. Only DK's TP is on cooldown. TA2000 looking for an Avitas opening. Same with 1J, looking to follow it up. As Lorinov now comes through the twin gate. I mean, that's a great response. Not only do they take Ame, they get the tower. They forced Yakult Brothers back completely. Great movements from Chimera so far.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Ooh.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They still are grouped up, though. Yakult Brothers looking for an opening here. If they can find it, it might just be the Enchantress. Yeah, there's going to be the stun come out. Reflection from the Hawk. Orchid as well. Never mind. I thought he's going Mage Slayer, but big stroke of fate. Good soul bind as well. Going to slow up this Night Stalker, and it might be enough to toss. That's a lot of damage. The avalanche comes through as well. Both supports just chewed through by this Night Stalker and Zeal. He will be able to make it out. Okay, I thought he was going Mage Slayer. He's got an Orchid on Terrorblade, first item. I cannot believe he's getting away with this.
Now going for a Glimmer Cape to make up for the lack of it. The Soulbind here, not really doubling spells, but just locking people down for his team to do the damage. Good enough. Night Stalker too fast to finish up that last kill, but I would not have guessed Chimera would be the one with the stronger early game.
Especially at nighttime.
Yeah, based on this draft, but they are making it work. The fine art, apparently the bigger surprise than the carry Beastmaster.
It really, I mean, he got a 4-hero stroke of fate there on the high ground. Like that, it ripped the supports apart.
Mega damage.
So bottom lane looking for Emo. He's got to be careful. Lorinov's got a blink. Avalanche off the mark. Same with the tree toss. He's going north through the... Yeah, okay. They're not going to get it. Maybe TA2000 jumping the gun there slightly, but they'll smoke up on your Yakult Brothers. Look for an opening here, but where are they going to find it? Panto's pushing top with Terrorblade Illusions and a Troll Summoner. It looks like they're just going to try and trade towers.
This tier 2 is taking a lot of damage.
I mean, if you don't come back soon, it will die.
They fortified, so it killed off the first round of Skeleton. So after this tower, they could TP up and defend it. But you got to go like right away.
They might just go Roche, actually. Yeah. Beastmasters has Ags. They're going to do it. Okay, I mean, that's actually a really good call.
It's a little painful to lose this tier 2 so early, but I suppose the Roshan is more important to secure for yourself.
Especially when you're behind, I think is the issue, right? Like, Ame needs this Aegis. He cannot afford another death right now. So, well done. The Mage Slayer is going to be built on Lorinov, it seems, so that will be quite nice. Glimmer Cape done on the Terrorblade. The poor man's pipe it home. And more aggression put him on the mid tower. You have the Wild Wing Ripper. You've got a couple skeletons still alive. Those will get cleaned up, but Panto's been putting so much pressure on these objectives with this Enchantress. Scan's going to connect from the Dire side, so they know they're hiding here in the trees. Dark Ascension is available. They jump up. They get the stun, though. The silence as well as the ink swell will hold him in place. And Lorinov Yeah, they dumped a lot of damage into him, but the Dragonite too tanky. They will finish off the kill onto the Lion. Soulbind removed from the game is now to Hawk. Needs to be careful, but does have that Sunder. Look at all of the Virtuous Dales. There's just like 3 on the ground here. What is this?
It's really good. It's so much health, and the healing is still really solid. I think that's one that's going when the patch hits next year.
100% that item.
I think that's one of the neutrals being swapped out.
Yeah, that item's been way too good.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I feel like that and Safety Bubble. I think both of those I think those are gonna be the 2 tier 1 items that get removed, maybe.
I'm up for it.
Do you have some vision here?
So even though he lost that fight.
Yeah, he's going for the D ward. He'll get the D ward, but Bobica likely to lose his life here, not able to hobble away. And more chip damage into this mid tower. Great toss. Avalanche just sends the Hawk in here, and that is a very, very dead Elder Titan. Now Ame as well as Zeal want to get aggressive. Dark Ascension's out. The Blink, the Roar will find the Terrorblade. Do they have detection? They've got a Glimmer. Or they've got a Sentry there, so no Glimmer will save him. All right, that's a great turnaround.
Yeah, ends up being maybe a bad idea to throw in the throw into Hawk there. Couldn't get out fast enough. I thought they would try to push more with this Aegis, but they seem pretty content to just farm it out right now. I suppose they are behind, so just using it to delay the game. TA2000 walks into the sentry, so they know he's here. Blink is canceled.
Ooh, Laguna, a lot of damage, but Ame soulbound up in some trouble. Now Lorna, he's taking his own fight on the other side of this. They do manage to get on top of the Enchantress, but Ame's still quite low. They're going to try and chase for more. They want to try and burn this Aegis while they still can, and they get something out of it. But Lorna, he just jumps onto the backside. He gets himself a nice kill onto one. Now looking for Zeal, and Panto with this Glimmer will survive long enough. There's going to be the Orchid, the meta, and you lose the Beastmaster twice. Oh my goodness, Chimera is just outplaying them so hard in these fights, and now Tian Ming trying to hobble his way into the trees. He's gonna survive for now. 6,000 gold advantage. They lose the Aegis fight.
They end up getting split a little bit here. So we see a focus on Tiny, but then Lornoff takes Emo and Tian Ming out of the fight, so they're focused over on the right side. While there's stuff happening on the left side, it's on the Enchantress, but she's got the Glimmer, she's got the healing, she's so hard to kill. So we're seeing the issues of being behind. You just don't have enough damage to actually finish off either of those kills, and so you end up getting nothing. As they make a complete retreat, they just re-engage with the vision they've dropped in the middle of the fights, and then they just get back in there.
I will say the Mage Slayer from Lorna was actually so value in that fight. He got the Lina, the Elder Titan, then the Lion as he's coming back in, then Beastmaster and Night Stalker, all debuffed while they're trying to throw out spells. So he is just constantly reducing the damage that Yakult Brothers can put out on some of these cores, and I mean, absolutely paid off right there. 1J will be rewarded with his shard. Very powerful shard. And Tian Ming will get his.
A little harder to use without the Instigate, but you can still just throw it on to TA2000 or Lornoff and just let them jump in.
Yeah.
And let them do their thing, right? As long as they time it right, even if they get roared in response, LSA'd, whatever, it will activate Dispel, healing them, right? It's still very strong to have, even if you can't choose when to Dispel.
The heal is also not to be underrated, because it still heals, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's a lot of sustain. If you're hitting like multiple heroes or even like some summons from the Beastmaster, like you're gonna heal up quite a bit.
I want to see, oh, he's actually doing it. I was about to say, I want to see 1J get an Aether Lens so he can fine art even further away. And he actually has one queued up after. He's gonna, it looks like Force Staff into Blink, then he might do it. but I'm here for it.
It's really good. Just
I want
to keep
this game to
distance
go
as
late
well.
enough. Yeah.
I like his decision making on his soul binds so far this game. They all of them have been impactful. Like keeping the Night Stalker slowed down in the fight is honestly good enough. Like you said, it's not really you don't have to get like these double spells, like getting the double Dragon Tail or whatever is great, but as long as you're just like holding someone in place or slowing them down, that's probably worthwhile anyway.
It's of course ideal to have more single target spells. You know, if we were going to nitpick, I think that's what we could point our fingers at. But you at least have Dragon Tail. You have like double Orchid now.
Yeah.
Maybe double Enchant if you want to use that. And over time, you'll buy more items as well, right? Sometimes it's like Abyssals or Scythes from core players in the late game. Sometimes even the Scythe from Grimstroke himself.
Yeah. We're going to see a smoke out from Yakult Brothers here. They know the Dragon Form's expiring soon. This dog is just sitting right outside their base, waiting, hoping to find something. But the wraparound, if it finds Lorna, it could be really nice here. The Night Stalker ult comes out. They actually smoke potentially at the best possible time here. And now Zeal will reveal them up onto the high ground. They get on top of the Grimstroke. That is a great find. Zeal slowed up here for a moment. The Roar is going to be able to find Panto off the mark there with the Earth Splitter. But so far, a 2 for 0. A great opening here for your Yakult Brothers. Can they get more? Orchid out into the Glimmer Cape, trying to TP. No shot, buddy. They follow it up. Full team surrounding him. 3 dead. A great find from Yakult Brothers.
Yeah, that angle is so good. The way they came in as well. Night Stalker has the flying, so he doesn't care about terrain, but all of Chimera is on that low ground around the triangle, being just, where can you even go, right? You have to just keep running to the right, but that just lets them chase forever. You can't really engage through these cliffs and the trees, so great spot to be for Yakult Brothers. Not expecting a fight over this rune though. Zeal might just die.
He thought that they maybe had a little bit more there, but Bobica getting chased by a giant magic immune rock. Not going to be good for him. Avalanche comes out. One more little toss or breathe fire will do it. Now, Shield Rune Tiny with a BKB, that is not going to die. Did they steal the gem or is that their own? Did they just pick this up?
I think that's their own. One J bought that one, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, TA2000, incredibly scary now on this Tiny. Dragon Knight picked up his own Orchid as well, going for the Bloodthorn next. One thing I loved the way that they approached that fight as well was just how Zeal moved into the high ground, right? Like they can't see the Night Stalker at all. Enchantress almost just walks into a Beastmaster. I had no idea.
Yeah, I thought we were about to see a fight break out, but both of them just continue on their way.
Ame might go for the Blink Roar now that the Shield Rune's expiring, but they don't see the rest of Chimera, and that's a little bit of a difficult hero to jump on.
We saw earlier, if you commit too hard, you lose all your base damage to the Tiny. You can get baited in a bit too far. Now, I say that, TA2000 moved up a lot on his own. Smoke breaks on Baboka.
I think they're in Roche.
He didn't notice soon enough, yeah.
Not at all.
That could have been a great kill onto TA2000.
All right, doing some scouting here with the Spirit. We'll find the Hawk. Zeal on the backside goes in. They do manage to get the Dark Ascension, some vision. Panto drops a sentry. LSA Laguna, they just delete the Enchantress. A really good find. A Roar on the backside onto Grimstroke. He's dead as well. They're going to buy back on the Enchantress. You got to start finding your targets here on Chimera, and it looks like they're going to settle for Ame, who cannot blink away. He is surrounded. Lorna will chase him down, and now you've got to get out of here on the Lina as well. Does he get the Dragon Tail? Great stun out from Bobica. And a blink to safety. Oh, the chase continues. She does have an E-Blade. Will use it for the moment. TA2000 looking for the toss. Will send it in, and yeah, now you're dead for sure. They could go back for Roche, or you just go high ground, and with no buybacks, They don't know about it, but you can easily get the lane here.
If you can force a buyback out from cores at 27 minutes, that's a really big economic win. And you have Dragonite and a Terrorblade. Unfortunately, no Enchantress creeps here to help tank up, but the illusions will do just fine. And yeah, as you can see while I'm talking through this, a third of the tower already down. All right, just back in once Fortify ends. Very quick tower. Should get at least one of these, if not both.
Stomp, a little bit annoying. Tiny should grab it. Yeah, Kamaro attacks. Good old core Tiny. Is that an Assault Kuros that I saw? Who's buying that? Some Hyperstone somewhere, but I don't know. Tiny almost to his Silver Edge. That'll be quite nice. As they know, Roshan is up. And we'll get the Ward Sentry there, scouted by the gem.
You were doing very well. I'm very proud of you.
You need like the greatest combo here. You need Earth Spike on 4 into Earth Splitter, LSA. Everything's got to connect here.
Lina loves heroes that are clumped up. I mean, the Innate does a ton of damage if you manage to hit multiple heroes with the spells.
They have to just
falling
send this.
quick. Dark Ascension comes out. Dahak trying to scout. They do actually find Zeal on the backside. They get Ame though. That's the big grab, and Bobica blinks right into an avalanche. The BKB out from TA2000. They don't seem to care. Gem hits the deck. Now chasing for Emo. Reflection's gonna connect the toss on in. One down, about to be the other. That is 4 heroes dead on Yakult Brothers. A desperation play there to fight for that Roshan. And it backfires pretty heavily.
This is where being a high-level team, trying to, we'll do an angle, we'll scout. If you just blindly ran in, that actually would have been a better approach. But of course, you have no way of really knowing that. We get to see it from the outside perspective. Because they try to go through this angle, Ame jumps in, gets immediately controlled up, killed without being able to do anything, and now the second Rax falling. You got the Aegis. I don't think we're going to see him leave the base till the end of the game here.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I agree. As I say, I don't know how much more of the game is left, but we'll see. They're going to come back here in just a couple of seconds. They do respect the respawns. They know that the Blink Roar is still a lot of damage, can help secure kills, especially with the Lina. Yeah, Terrorblade did end up going back for a pipe.
There's a lot of magic resistance. And it kind of makes sense too. I mean, if you look at the lineup, it comes from the Beastmaster Ags, carry Beastmaster, Ags, the Lina, the ET, Astral, Earth Splitter, Lion.
The barriers are also just so value.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Pushing in the bottom lane here, Lorinov. 3 minutes on this Aegis, has a BKB queued up as his last, probably his last item he'll get this game. Ame trying to get to the Shivas in time. How do you start the fight on Yakult Brothers, right? Because, like, we've seen it a couple times where, oh, that's not how you start the fight. The avalanche, the toss. They didn't have detection. They actually turned around with the roar. The Sunder save. No way. He's back in fighting shape. Zeal goes in, tries to take down the supports, but he doesn't have the damage. Now another follow-up chain stun here. TA2000 is going to be fine. Blink stun from Lorinov. Takes down the Lion. Oh, my goodness. Dahak. What a Sunder.
Clutch last second save. I didn't have an answer for you, but killing the Tiny right away would have been the way to start the fight to have a chance. Without your Lion, that's your main source of catch here. This should be the barracks. I'm gonna try to buy some time. Well, actually, holy crap. The Astral Spirit plus E-Blade.
Yeah, deconstruction was on him for quite a while, so he had lost a lot of magic resistance. Well, Aegis spent, a lot of spells down, 15,000 gold advantage here for Chimera. I imagine for them, it's, you can just wait for next daytime. Farm up a couple more clutch items here. The BKBs kind of probably the primary ones.
Yeah, I mean, the way things have been going, Chimera keeps finding good pickoffs to open up a window to push the base. It should be even easier now that you have 2 barracks. Even though you lost the Aegis, I think getting caught off guard by that deconstruction, I certainly was.
Yeah.
It was like 2/3 of his health in one combo.
Yeah, Stomp, E-Blade, LSA. It's a lot. They take
Smoking into the
Tormentor, they
base.
smoke up. They're just going to look for Ame. They can burst him, absolutely. Avalanche tossed. The damage from this Dragon Knight is more than enough. 70 seconds without your Beastmaster is going to make this very hard to defend. They don't know about his buyback status, but maybe if they were checking his item purchases, they might know. But for now, Zeal, great Crippling Fear, will prevent the toss back, but another Avalanche catches Bo because he goes in to help him. Oh, that hurts so bad, and the immediate GG. That is it. Chimera take the series 2-0, and looking really good now for their chances for Phase 2 group stage.
Sometimes when you play the slightly off meta heroes, you get an advantage because you know how they work and the enemy doesn't. I feel like in game 1, the global strats with the Nature's Prophet, the Spearbreaker, we don't see those heroes that often. And it did start off well for Yakult Brothers, but Chimera Esports was able to use that global nature to find a bunch of fights back into the game, take control of it. This time, the Grimstroke Terrorblade lane, it was starting so well for Beastmaster, but then I think they got like 4 kills in a row off of Stroke of Fate, and I don't know, just Terrorblade being Terrorblade. And that just gave them the momentum, right? This time they didn't have to get back into the game. They were just in the lead from the start.
Yeah, it was definitely catching people off guard. I think in not only in the lane stage, but in some of those early fights where we see them group up and he gets like a 3-4 hero Stroke of Fate, maybe hitting some creeps or the summons in the process. And you're taking a 500 damage nuke from a support at like 1,000 range. It was too much for them to deal with. The Terrorblade's itemization, definitely not what we would expect, right? Rushing Orchid into a Glimmer Cape, but it also works. This is the one right here. Yeah, look at this. It's just so strong. They could not kill the Terrorblade, and then the follow-up was just way too good.
Binar missed. Oh well.
And
then these final Roche fights, here's where Beastmaster jumped in, but immediately controlled up, which kind of goes back to the Orchid pickup. There's actually a lot of spell damage from Yakult Brothers. So when you have the control from the Orchid or tons of magic resistance, we had multiple Glimmers, a Pipe, Mage Slayer. It became so hard for Yakult Bros to find the fight, even though they had the ET. Usually that gives you the edge in terms of magic resistance. We did see it come into play once on the, I think it might be coming up here actually, the kill into Dragon
It was
Knight.
before this.
Oh, right before. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, they killed Dragon Knight from like 2/3 HP immediately. But this is, again, another unfortunate blink from Bobica. It just goes right into the Avalanche and dies. And he's just going in to try and save. I mean, maybe it was a little bit too aggressive of a blink. He was trying to get a multi-hero Earth Spike, like to Tiny as well as the backline, but gets punished for it. Unfortunate for him, but Chimera just played incredibly well in this series. And yeah, I mean, Tiny goes deathless again, 7-0 and 13.
Great performance. I'm enjoying seeing their drafts. They're picking some slightly different heroes, but also they're not going where I would think they go. You know, you see the Dragon Knight, you're like, oh, of course, carry Dragon Knight's the meta right now. Oh, Tiny's like must be mid, but they're definitely moving things around and feels like they're getting a slight edge out of it.
Yeah, I just gotta give them props. They played 2 really cool drafts. They're the only team we've really seen playing Grimstroke, and they've been finding success with it, especially with one of the facets that you and I love, and they've made it work really well. So excited to hear from them when we actually jump into an interview in a little bit and kind of see how they feel about, you know, their kind of approach to Dota, because they're doing something different and it's working. Now, that being said, Yakult Brothers also kind of doing some unique stuff, like with the carry Beastmasters. They're one of the only teams that really pull this one out. But Chimera definitely brought an idea on how to approach it, and it worked really well.
Yeah, I also really like the Beastmaster carry idea, and I think they had the start they needed, but just several fights in a row, it didn't quite pan out. Maybe, I don't know exactly where, right? That'll be for post-game discussions from them, because they're not out yet. They are technically still in it. It's just a tough road ahead. And then Chimera Esports with that win should be good. They're now 8-4, so I'm pretty sure they're at least in tiebreakers, and as long as they get like one more win, they should be into phase 2.
I think they might be through. I think 8's the magic number for Group B now that there's no team at 6 wins below 4th. So I think they are through, but we'll double check. We'll look at some of the standings and stuff later on, try and verify that info. But there it is. We got an interview. Let's head on over to that and welcome Panto. Congratulations on a super impressive series. I gotta say, your Phoenix game 1 was chef's kiss. Absolute beast mode, dude. How did it feel in game 1?
I feel great because at the beginning I said I'm gonna take a facet on Sunray and I'm gonna crush everybody, but my team don't believe me. They say no, don't do this, we're gonna lose Wayne, we're gonna lose everything. But I said, guys, just trust me. And I think it's a huge amount of damage was dealt with the Sunray, and I even rushed Shard, so it was kind of hard at the beginning because our bottom lane was stomped and I have to TP. That's why we have like problems on every lane due to this TP. But maybe if I didn't TP, bot tower gonna be dead like at 5 minutes. So I think it was good decision.
It ended up working. You guys got first blood off the play, I believe, right? I think is how that ended up going. Like, DeHawk escapes mostly because of your TP in, and then he comes back in to get the first blood. But yeah, I didn't really talk too much about the facet during the game, but the choice to go for it, especially we see it against heroes like Tiny and Dawnbreaker, it's really powerful. So yeah, glad to kind of get some insight into that. In terms of game 1, were you guys always kind of playing for the scaling late game? Because you guys have really good heroes to do so, or is that kind of just the byproduct of, like you said, the lanes not going exactly as planned?
We're trying to get like a balanced draft so we can fight on early runes and at early timings, but usually we have problems at early stage, at lanes, and we always have options to come back. We have good draft to fight early, but we fight bad. So it's good that we have also option to come back in the mid game, late game. That's why we are winning games right now, because our drafts are balanced, I think.
I love it. Cool. Zach, I'll let you take over.
Yeah, I wanted to get your perspective on this Glimmer Cape meta that is going on. It seems like everyone wants to buy Glimmer Cape suddenly. As a support player, how do you feel now that all these cores are also buying Glimmer Cape?
Yeah, I feel great, but they still don't use Glimmers on supports, so maybe it's not that easy, good for us. But anyway, it was like we're losing first map against Gaming Gladiators, where they bought like 4 Glimmers or maybe 5 Glimmers, even Husk crashed it, and our coach was like, guys, why they have 5 Glimmers? We have 0 Glimmers and only 1 Glimmer at minute 40. We don't want to buy Glimmers. And the next game we just, okay, 3 Glimmers, let's go.
All right.
Just buy Glimmers and don't care what's going on, you know?
Yeah, it does seem really good. It seems like there's a lot more fighting now because of it. I got another question.
Sorry, I can interrupt you a bit. I think Glimmer is like a better option instead of BKBs. Like, even in games where you feel like, I don't really need BKB, but Glimmer should be good anyway. Glimmer always good. BKB not always. That's why you can buy Glimmer and watch later you need BKB or no.
Gotcha. No, that's really insightful. Thank you for sharing that. We're happy to hear that kind of stuff. I just want to check in. Every time we see you guys, player cameras, even here in this interview, you guys are always like smiling and laughing. Does that seem to be like the best environment? Are you guys always telling jokes to each other? Like, what's going on?
Yeah, we really taking some jokes like about Texas and something like this. Our coach do funny stuff because we don't need to be like super pressured. Like, we feel really freely in games. We just do whatever we want. The only thing me as captain, as drafter is doing is like I'm getting heroes which I want to see in draft. And after this, okay guys, just play. We have small plan, but No pressure, no pressure. If somebody make mistakes, just say it's okay. If somebody make good play, just say well played, good job, the hack, and all good.
That's awesome, man. I love it.
You guys are now sitting very high up in the groups. I don't know for sure, but I think you guys are through to phase 2 off of the 8th win. We'll double check that later, but a very important series to get the 2-0 in. I do want to ask you about this Grimstroke hero, because you guys are one of the only teams that really plays it, but specifically with the fine art facet. Zach and I have been talking up this facet for months, but no one seems to pick it. So is this like something 1J just really likes, or is this kind of something you guys have practiced?
This guy is super crazy. He just put Grimstroke picture on his team profile and tell me on every draft just Grimstroke is good here, Grimstroke is good here. Doesn't matter which heroes you have, which heroes enemy team have, just pick it. And when I see like maybe 10% good game for Grimstroke, I say okay, just let's go for it. And 2 games we pick it, 2 games we won. It's good. Maybe people start ban it because they're gonna be scared. They go on lobby, they see this picture of Grimstroke on his profile and they will feel pressure about this hero. You also have a big potential with this facet because you can farm ancient stacks, you can buy Aghanim later if you have hardcore against you, like Medusa or Morphling. This hero is not that bad, but you need to prepare it. So you don't need to play against Lycan because it's impossible to play against Lycan at all. Like you need to rush Dominator, but you're gonna buy it like when you die 10 or 12 times. So it's very hard for Grim. But if you see that it's gonna be not 10-0 game for Grimstroke, I can go for it. I trust my player, but I need to make sure the draft is balanced. This is here.
Right on. I love that, man. Yeah, your drafts have been really fun. We thought you guys had the outdraft for in both games of this series, so well done. Credit to you for that one, and best of luck, obviously, in your guys' final series. Like I said, I think you're through to Group Stage 2, but I'm sure you guys aren't going to hold back in your final series. So best of luck tomorrow. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for inviting, guys. See you around.
Yeah, take care.
Thank you. Bye.
Super high spirits on that team. I love it, man. Just smiles all around. Obviously, they're very happy with how they've been playing, and they should be. They've looked super good. They just absolutely handled Yakult Brothers. I think both games, even though there was a little bit of a slip up, like he said in game 1, they still outplayed them. And I think that's really what it was. Like, it really felt like they were the better team here in this series.
Yeah, and it sounds like there's a lot of trust, right? Like, do your best. We mess up, no worries, just keep going. It's a great mindset to have. I feel like a lot of people weren't expecting maybe too much from Chimera Esports, but I think that's going to change a lot going into the second group stage, which I believe we've got the standings ready, so maybe we can see who is through or not already. Oh, we got both at once. So Group A, I believe Tundra and BetBoom are guaranteed in, but there is a chance for various tiebreakers, either multiple teams making it to 8 and 4 or multiple teams being at 6 and 8. So Mudang, Heroic, and Shopify and Falcons maybe still a little bit nervous going into tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. Those teams definitely still a possibility. Now, in Group B, I guess it could come down to the Gaming Gladiators Liquid. They're both at 5 and 6. Are they the ones still playing it out right now? No, Spirit is up against Gaming Gladiators, and Liquid is up against Avalis. So depending on the results of those two series, if they also move up to 6 and 6, or they get a 6th win, then Chimera technically not through. But if it ends up being, losing series for both those teams, Chimera can be happy. They've secured their spot, for phase 2. Group B, a lot closer, it seems, than Group A, but Spirit, Tundra, BetBoom, these guys sleeping pretty tonight.
Yeah, I think we had a lot of fun games, and I love Dota for this reason, right? This is not exactly the breakout I would have expected for the team distributions, so always fun to see some new names, new faces make their way to the top, maybe back to the top, depending on how long they've been out. For example, the interview we just did, I don't think we've gotten to talk to Panto before, but what a fun guy. He seemed like in such good spirits. Gave us tons of information on the Glimmer Cape and the Grimstroke, what's good about them.
Yeah, I love it. Let's take a look at our schedule for tomorrow. Our final day here on Storm Stream is we're going to have Extreme Gaming versus Heroic, and we'll finish things off with Team Liquid versus Boom Esports, and potentially a make or break series there for Liquid. So we'll see how they end up finishing today, but Heroic also needs some wins. Extreme Gaming, unfortunately for them, are mathematically eliminated, so all they're there to do now is potentially strip away the hopes of Heroic. See if that happens.
There's nothing more motivating than that. We're gonna see some great games tomorrow, I'm sure.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. I mean, those are great teams. I am excited. I don't think you and I actually got to cover a Heroic series this group stage, but I will. I'm gonna wake up early and make sure to watch it because I want to see how they do. But yeah, we're also going to get our first Liquid game, which will be fun.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Don't know if we're going to see the Venom Jungle. I don't think these guys have been doing it, but
yeah,
I guess we can see other Dota heroes. That's fine.
All right. Well, we want to say thank you all so much for tuning in to DreamLeague Season 25. We've got one more day remaining here, but that's going to bring today to a close. Thank you all so much for watching. My name's Cryptic. I've been here with Z Quixotics. As always, have a wonderful evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.
DHL Super Drop. I'm gonna get the box over here. Two-drone Adventure Man. Are you ready? I'm shaking. Good. That's absolutely correct.
Waking up, playing some Dota, it's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.